Meeting to order, morning of June 16th, 2020. We'll start with call the roll. Tony?
Jimenez,
Present.
Peralez,
Here.
Diep,
Present.
Roscoe, Davis, Esparza,
Here.
Arenas,
Here.
Foley,
Here.
Camus, Jones,
Here.
Liccardo.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, Tony. All right. Please, let's rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of Allegiance, flag of the United States
States of America.
and to the republic, which
For
is
which it stands,
one
one
nation,
nation, under God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with
with
liberty.
liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis, I understand you have an invocation.
Yes, thank you. This invocation was written by the Reverend Stephanie Rose Cooper of St. Francis Episcopal Church. We live in an unprecedented time when the issues we've been grappling with for years are compounded by the disaster of COVID-19 and unrest on our streets in the wake of profound racial injustice. After our immediate needs of food, water, and shelter are met, one of our greatest needs is safety, including the emotional safety of having clear and honest information about what is being done to address issues. It is not possible to know and control everything. We won't have all the knowledge we need before we must act. Not everything we try will succeed. The words of the prophets are written on the subway walls and tenement halls. That's a verse you may remember from The Sound of Silence from Paul Simon. The words of the people are painted on streets and written on posters on fences and spoken in councils. May the council listen to them. May the people, in turn, have the patience and courage to listen to the words of the council and confidence that they act in good faith. We now invoke the presence and blessing of a holiness that has many names as we begin today's deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. All right, on orders of the day, I'll ask the council if they have any changes to the printed agenda. Let me suggest that because of the number of things that we have that are time sensitive, and we know there's going to likely be extensive public input on the budget, I'd like to ask item 3.3 not be heard prior to 3 o'clock, prior to 3 o'clock. That'll hopefully give us time to get a lot of things done in the meantime and give more members of the public access as this stretches out past the past working hours so more people can participate. There's a new item 2.15, amendment to the agreement with the Health Trust for Meal Services that can be added by a 2/3 vote. And there's a request from the Department of Housing to defer item 8.3, which is the TEFRA hearing on the issuance of tax-exempt multi-revenue bonds for Markham Plaza. That will be a short deferral, I believe. So those are the changes, the orders today. I would suggest, are there any other changes? Okay.
Motion to approve?
Second.
There's a motion. There are two members of the public who'd like to speak. Let me remind the members of the public who've raised their hands. This is solely to speak on orders of the day. We're not speaking on any other issue other than orders of the day. There'll be opportunity on other items. Blair?
I would just like to comment that I would like to thank you for offering a brief public comment during this time of orders of the day. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, on the motion, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Is there anyone opposed to the motion on orders of the day? All right, that passes unanimously.
I'm sorry,
I'm sorry.
Mayor, sorry, it's Maya. Did we defer 8.3?
We did.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay. All right, so that passes unanimously. On to the closed session report, Rick?
Yes, the council did meet in closed session this morning. There is no report.
Thanks. All right, on to 3.1, which is the report of city manager. Dave?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Actually, today we're proposing to take a break on a report out for a couple of reasons. One was to create space on the agenda for the budget discussion, and also hadn't identified anything urgent that we needed to report out. So no report today. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Dave. Any questions from my colleagues for Dave? Okay, there's no report, so we'll move forward. On the consent calendar, I understand Councilmember Camus would like to pull item 2.2. Are there other items to be pulled from consent?
Motion to approve the remainder of consent.
Okay,
Second.
there's a motion and second from Councilmember Camus. So first on all the items on consent other than 2.2. All in favor of Councilmember Camus's motion?
Aye.
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 Is there anyone against that motion on consent? I'm hearing no one. So we're on to item 2.2, which is the final adoption ordinances. Councilmember Camus.
Yeah, there was one item where it was the adoption of the pension plan, the CalPERS, that I've voted no on at least 3 other times, and I want to continue to vote no on that.
Appreciate your consistency. All right.
Thank
Is there a motion on 2.2?
So moved.
Second.
All right, on Councilmember Foley's motion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Is there anyone opposed?
Nay.
One opposition. Okay. We're on then to item 3.4, which is an increase in library parcel tax rates. There's no presentation on this item, is there, Dave?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, let's check with the public. Blair?
Hi, you didn't allow public comment for consent calendar.
I'm sorry, Mr. Beekman, would you like to speak on an item on consent?
Thank you very much. Yes, I would. To speak to item 2.2 and the SJ ordinance on mask use. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the attempts to better clarify the county example. I hope you can work to line up with the SJPD to the new City of San Jose mask policy. In all of the years of possible pre-COVID-19 planning by the SJPD, and that may be related to the current presidential administration, SJPD reasoning to keep their masks off to be prepared for protests may actually speak to exactly the insensitivity and disconnect we will all be needing to address in the following months. I hope the term reallocation can be considered a good word and middle ground in how we can all talk about positive community changes at this time as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, would anyone like to reconsider their vote on item 2.2 in light of the public comment? I'm not seeing anyone raise their hand, so we'll move forward. Then on the motion for the library parcel tax rates, item 3.4, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Forgive me, I should have departed from that since we're now off consent. Tony, I guess you'll have to take a roll. Is that right?
Got it. Jimenez? Jimenez? Perales?
Aye.
Dieppe?
Aye.
Roscoe?
Aye.
Davis?
Aye.
Esparza?
Aye.
Arenas?
Aye.
Foley?
Aye.
Yemis?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Ricardo?
Aye.
Okay, I have Jimenez absent for that vote.
I'm here, Tony.
Got it. Thank
Sorry.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's unanimous. Then we're on to item 3.5, which is, let's see here. I guess this would have to follow 3.3. Is that right? We'd hear that with 3.3 together, Rick? It's operating and capital budgets.
Yeah, no, your
believe so, Mayor.
budget message first and then the operating budget, yeah. the capital
Yeah.
budget.
So why don't we hear that with 3.3 together? So we'll skip that. We'll go down to 3.6, which is the extension of banking services agreements with Wells Fargo. There's no presentation. Owen, would you like to speak on this item? 3.6. Owen, we're on the Wells Fargo agreements. Did you want to speak on that item?
Yeah, sure.
Owen? We can hear.
Hello?
you. Yes, hi. We're on item 3.6, Owen.
Yes, I believe that's quite racial, so I don't think.
Okay, Blair?
Hi, can I relate this issue to the downtown commission and Japantown, what's it called? Total rookie here. Japan Business Advisory Board and the Downtown Business Advisory Board. Can I relate this Wells Fargo agreements to this subject matter?
That's not the subject we're discussing.
Yeah, those were items 2.12 and 2.13 of the consent calendar. They won't be related in any way.
No.
All right, thank you.
Okay. All right, then. Returning to council. Sorry, I'm having a bit of a problem with software. So I'll ask, does anyone have any questions? There is a motion. Let's vote, Tony. I'm sorry, Tessa just raised her hand. Tessa, did you want to speak on the Wells Fargo agreement specifically?
Well, okay, good. Thank you. I wasn't sure because I was also had my hand up in the very beginning and you didn't see it. So thank you for seeing me. That makes me feel good. And I guess in terms of Wells Fargo specifically, the only issue I have with Wells Fargo is that they're very, I guess, corrupt is what we've been, hearing in the news about Wells Fargo is a lot of corruption and just like Chase being very involved in fossil fuels, and we're supposed to divest from those different banks. But Wells Fargo is also raked with a lot of controversy and corruption. So that would be my only comment about it is that anyway, but the other time when I did have my hand up about, I didn't get talked about in the beginning of the meeting, is I don't understand why we're having the meetings at 11 a.m. where we normally have them at 1:30. And to me, that's not open government. And I don't understand why they're starting at 11 a.m. without notification and, change of policy. So that's a big issue.
Okay, I think we lost you, Tessa, but I think we got the comment. All right, and I'll just offer that we've been starting at 11 a.m. throughout this month because of the very extensive public comment to make sure we can consider both the public comment and the council comment to ensure that we can get our work done by midnight. That has been the goal. Okay, on the motion on 3.6, Tony?
Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Aye.
Yep,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Camus,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 8.1 are actions related to the acquisition of Vista Montana Drive property. There is a presentation here.
Hi, Mayor.
Welcome back.
Jackie and Rachel should be joining us as well, and there is a presentation. Want to just make sure, because of the speed, if Rachel is on. I think with the speed. So let me proceed here, Mayor, and hopefully someone is texting Rachel and she will join us. But Vista Montana, we had the opportunity to work with Charities Housing to purchase a 4.1 acre site in North San Jose. And as you may recall, succeeding with affordable housing in North San Jose had been very difficult. Palmer, a regulation which at the time prohibited charging rental properties for affordable housing, precluded our development in North San Jose. Catholic Charities had gone into contract with the owners of this property, but Catholic Charities could not complete the transaction. And here is Rachel. So what we were able to do in working with Catholic Charities is devise a strategy that will allow the city to proceed with purchase of the site. So we're asking council to authorize purchase of the site today, as well as an exclusive negotiating agreement with Catholic Charities in which they'll have 2 years to form a proposal. The site would afford at least 400, probably closer to 600 units and capacity for even more. The site was originally listed as 27 million. And Rachel, can you bring that up, or you're working on it?
Yes,
So
I can.
for 27 million, which was about $170 a square foot. Then we brought that down with our appraisal to around 145 or 50. And then in negotiations, we were able to bring that down to 22.5 million. You want to go to the next slide? So
Yeah.
you see here, and Rachel, by any means, please jump
Yeah.
in.
I can jump in too if you'd like. Thank you, Nancy. So what we would like to, what we're excited about is that this site provides a unique opportunity for us to secure a site that you can see in the image here, right? This is the site right here. And it's surrounded by multifamily housing on right up and down the street. And there's actually 2 parks. There's one right adjacent to the site, and then there's one across the street. And there's also retail down the street. And the site is within a half mile of walking distance to the nearest light rail station. So it's a prime location for affordable housing in that it provides access to job centers and transit in an area in the North San Jose development area that we would really be encouraged to see more affordable housing happen here. When North San Jose was opened up through phase 1 for housing development in North San Jose, there was a goal that the city had to have 20% of all development be affordable. And what happened at the time is that the Palmer case was in place, which did not allow our inclusionary program to apply to rental housing. And so what happened is the majority of the market rate development was built out, but the affordable did not meet the 20% goal. So we are very interested in this site where we can put affordable housing and create more opportunity for families of a large range of incomes to have access to this area of our city. Additionally, we also just want to let you know that we are facing a timeline, an expenditure timeline for spending our low and moderate income housing asset funds by June 30th. And this purchase will help us meet that goal and that timeline. If we do fail to meet the timeline, we would actually have to send funds back to the state under redevelopment law. We would have 90 days to return funds to the state, which would be reallocated by the state's HCD program. And so we, of course, have a need for affordable housing here. And this is an opportunity where this purchase can actually help us meet our timeline as well.
Thank you. And then you'll see that I covered the bulk of that information, also mentioning there's a 62,000 square foot building that will come down. Rachel, can you go to the next slide? There's an accounting that when charities came to us, there was a $27 million agreed to price. We directed the owners who were eager to put that price higher, that we needed to do an appraisal. The appraisal came in at 24.5. And we have, I'm not sure if Jeff Blair has been able to jump on yet, but this site has agricultural contamination on it. And there's a big range, therefore, in what the costs to, if you can go back,
Sorry.
thank you.
Sorry.
A big range of potential cost for remediation, but can very much be worked with and anticipated by the design of the site. You see, if Rachel had gone back to the first picture, the aerial, you see it's nestled between projects, which in order to help deal with that, they did a wrap project, putting the garage that was required up, and it lessened the amount that was required for hazardous material. And Rachel, if I can ask you to go back to that slide. So we did get approximately $1.8 million as a deduct. It's not a holdback, so it's a deduct off price. The sale is as is. There will be a 1033 letter provided to the owners, simply saying that staff would advise, much as council has approved this use of a 1033 letter in other previous actions on property. And we need to close, as Rachel mentioned, no later than June 30th. So if you go to the next slide. Once again, asking council to approve a purchase for $22,875, and that all other documents necessary to effectuate the transfer, and a 2-year exclusive negotiating agreement with charities. And there are options to increase the length of time with charities, 3 more options of a year each, should we need it. And with that, council staff is here to answer questions you might have.
Thank you, Nancy. Thank you, Rachel. All right, questions. First, let's go to the public. The person with the phone number ending 3331. Welcome. We're just taking public comment on the Vista, Montana purchase. Okay. Blair. Welcome.
Hi, there's a few purchases you're doing. Is this the Tully Road one?
No, this one's on Vista, Montana. It's North San Jose.
Okay, well, I was very thankful that Rachel spoke about the need for public transportation and affordable housing. I think I'll save my comments for both of these items for my next for the next item. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Councilor Diep.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Good job, everyone, on this. It's a great site for more housing. I had one question, though, unrelated to the sale of it, the technicality. Just I remember talking to, I think, Catholic Charities months ago, or the landowners, and their concern was the phasing of North San Jose. And we, of course, tried to do the 4 phases of North San Jose into 2, but I think we held off on that because of pending state legislation that might lift the cap altogether. Do you have an update on that, Nancy?
Staff is still working on North San Jose. We have work to do on the policy, changing, as you say, the North San Jose policy, as well as analysis related to the vehicle miles traveled policy, VMT, and then work on settlement agreements with some of our neighbors. So that is why we had a longer period of time to work with charities as we still continue to work through the process for getting to building in North San Jose for housing.
But Do we anticipate that as this moves forward, the state will hold us up, or the phasing that we currently have will hold up this project laid down the line?
In many discussions with the city attorney's office, we must resolve the phasing that's in the North San Jose policy currently, and reconfigure likely to 2 phases. But until that's done, and Rick may well want to comment, we can't proceed.
Okay, no, that's fine. I just wanted clarification where we're at. But with that, I'll move approval of this purchase.
Second.
Thank you, Mayor. That's all for me.
Okay, any other questions? Thanks to staff for moving forward. Opportunity, obviously, that we had to take advantage of very quickly, given the effervescent funding that we know may not be there much longer. So I appreciate us being able to move forward aggressively to find sites to build affordable housing. All right, on the motion, Tony?
Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Aye.
Dieppe,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Marinas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Yamas,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Great,
Thank you.
thank you. Right, 8.2 is the approval of the loan commitment to Eden Housing for the project on Gallup Drive and Mesa, also known as Gallup Mesa. We have a presentation. Rachel?
Yes. Yes. Hi, this is Jackie Morales, friend. I'm the Director of Housing, and Rachel Vanderveen is here with me. We're going to give you a short overview of the development, but we first wanted to start, next slide, Rachel, with just an overview of our partnership with the County of Santa Clara and the Office of Supportive Housing. With Measure A, they have invested over $375 million in 27 developments in 7 cities, assisting over 2,400 affordable apartments, again, throughout the county. And the 484 apartments that they've made commitments to, they actually haven't renovated yet, but those are all, or the overwhelming majority of those are in the city of San Jose. In our portfolio, the city of San Jose has invested close to $90 million in 15 developments, which will result in the affordable housing production of over 1,600 apartments, of which 723 are supportive housing. So those are set aside for our homeless community. So we just wanted to give you a brief overview of what the public policy objectives are and why we are recommending approval of this development. So first of all, it provides us an opportunity to create 45 affordable homes in District 10. And what's most important is that this targets our most vulnerable residents. It includes formerly homeless, youth and families, in addition to transition age youth. And I think what's amazing is this is a combination of families and youth. Typically, we have developments that separate populations, and what makes this affordable housing development unique is that it combines populations. It allows us to leverage our city financing, so we're not investing more than our $125,000 per unit. And the overwhelming majority, all of our affordable housing aligns with Climate Smart San Jose. We've been some of the first to provide green and energy supported housing within the city. And then the last thing that we didn't include in the slide, but I did want to mention, is that we have 1,000 square feet in a community room that will allow residents to dance and use the Zoom and to provide Zumba to not only the neighborhood, but to the community of residents as well. And then I'm turning it over to Rachel to provide specific, detailed information on the development. And I want to thank Rachel and her team as she brings back the screen
Yes. I realized I needed to, this is the wrong, goodness gracious. Sorry. I had to pull up a different version. I apologize. Hold on a second.
So while Rachel's getting the item, I'll just start the review. There are 45 affordable apartments, again, in District 10. We have a wide range of affordability in this development, starting at extremely low income. We have very low income and low income. So we have 3 different targeted incomes in this development. Again, 23 apartments are going to be for transitional age youth, and 22 apartments are going to be for families and seniors. And then we have 1 manager's unit. The entire city investment is $5.7 million. The county's investment in Measure A is $7 million. And then finally, you can go to the last slide, Rachel, which is on the cost of development and the rents. What we wanted to show you is just to give you a better sense of what we're able to achieve when we invest in affordable housing in terms of how our affordable rents differ from market rate rents and what a huge opportunity it is for our residents. The total development costs for the Gallup Mesa development is about $821,000 per unit, for a total cost of a little over $37 million. We will be leveraging $32 million in other resources. And I'm just going to give you that sense of the market rate rents, which if you were in the market, a 1-bedroom would cost a little over $2,000 a month. In our affordable, because we're subsidizing the apartments, a 1-bedroom will range from close to $700 to $1,900. So you can see there's a significant discount to help people who are really struggling in our community in the extremely low income category. And with that, I think we are done with our presentation and we will open it up for questions.
Great. Thank you very much, Jackie and Rachel. Thanks for bringing us a great project. We have several members of the community who'd like to speak. Blair?
Hi, thank you for this item. It was very informative, and it was nice to see that you're trying to practice very low income and low income housing ideas. I know the VTA is wheeling out its own affordable housing ideas. There was a real vibrant, active effort before COVID-19 was happening to really address low income and very low income issues. You know, it's nice to be able to return and maintain our good ideas and practices at this time. And as a city government, you're trying to do that. The VTA is investigating how to do that. So I hope this can be a time, you know, we can all get together and bring back our good ideals about very low income and extremely low income and mixed income, which what this place may address as well. So thank you for that. It's exciting. It's hopeful. Is the main way to say it. And it's just really hopeful that we can continue with our good practices and ideals. Thanks.
Thank you. All right. I'm sorry, Mi Huang, please forgive me if I mispronounced your name.
Hi, my name is Mai from District 10. I didn't get to speak yesterday for some reason. It's all right. So I'd like to say something really quick to Mayor Sam. I really wish you try putting yourself in the victim's shoes of police brutality and SJPD.
We have an affordable housing project that we're accepting public comment on right now. We'll have plenty of time for more public comment on that item as we did yesterday. Tessa?
Oh, okay, good. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I guess the 2 minutes thing isn't coming up showing me that, but anyway, good. I'm glad you're hearing me. Okay, good. Thank you, sweetie. Yeah, I guess the thing that I keep seeing when I saw the image of that, it reminds me of being a New Yorker, Creedmoor, or like my husband would say, a Soviet Union mental hospital. You know, these are the designs of the buildings that we're creating. Yes, I'm very happy you're creating low-income housing and affordable housing, but you know, we don't need these soul-destroying designs that you're giving us in our communities. Buildings are very important, the way they create our community, and they're there for a long time. And these buildings are just, you know, we have no architectural review board, and I've been bringing this to you and complaining about it, and you just don't respond. And these buildings are just soul destroying, you know, and we have to start really looking into putting more green spaces into them, making them full vibrant like they do in Asian countries where they run, you know, green life, you know, giving materials down the buildings, vertical gardens, and bringing nature, because we have nature deficit disorder. We need to be bringing this into our environments that we're building, and we're not doing that. And they're just flat and white and you know, no architectural details. And yeah, oh, they're cheap. That's what we're saying. And we're getting housing for people. But we really need to really be looking at the whole environment, creating livable environments that are conducive to life and living things, and bringing more life to these buildings, you know, bringing vertical gardens, bringing nature into our homes, and also architectural details that are enjoyable to live with, and so that everybody can enjoy it. And really need an architectural review board immediately.
Thank you. Alyssa? Alyssa, this is just on the affordable housing project.
I just wanted to echo what Tessa said. I think that's a really great point, and thank you, Tessa, for bringing that up. I'm going to look into that some more and spread that around my community. So thank you very much, and I hope you guys are taking into consideration what Tessa is saying. It's a very important point. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Vera, on the Gallup Mesa apartment project?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I just wanted to ask, like, I looked up the location on Google Maps and I see that it's right next to a Whole Foods market. And I was just wondering, like, do you have any ideas on how you're going to address like accessibility to affordable supermarkets near that area? Like, if you put people from low and moderate income there, if they would have access to affordable food, any like farmers markets or any like affordable markets walking distance from that location. Yeah, that's my only concern.
Thank you. Okay, coming back to the council now. Councilor Kemmis?
Thank you. This has been quite some project. It's been years in the making. It started out with us purchasing back, I think, in Pat Dando's days, some money from the redevelopment agency to buy 2 fourplexes and demolish them. It has been quite some time. We've had many community outreach meetings with the area. It is near the Hoffman Viamonte area where Project Hope is in place, and we've had some great improvements in the area there. I know some of the callers are talking about accessibility to food. There's actually Trader Joe's across the street and a food mart, which sometimes I go. It's a fresh produce store that actually has very low cost items there as well. Plenty of places. It's actually pretty close to public transportation, and they had to squeeze this project in. It's the only building that's 5 stories in probably my entire district. I don't know of any place in my district that's going to be this high. This is going to be the tallest building in my area for sure. Anyway, I want to thank staff for their work. I also don't think that this is cheap. $800,000 per unit is not cheap, and I wish we could build it more cost effectively. But I am very supportive in providing low-income housing, and especially for our very low-income housing. Jackie, I had just a couple of questions for you if you're still on the line. We actually are very excited. One of the things that was done one of the reasons why this land actually was going to be turned into a community. The reason why the Relay Development Agency bought this land was to turn it into a community space. And I'm glad we're turning it into housing, and I'm glad we're including a place where the community can meet as well, without having to travel too far away. We had a couple of meetings where people were concerned about parking. Were any of the parking concerns allayed in some way? I know that your staff was negotiating with Whole Foods and with the church next door to see if they can use the parking overnight. Has that gone anywhere?
So the development meets obviously the parking standards required by the city, and there was requests for us to increase parking. So I'm going to turn it over to Rachel to address that, or if we have the developer on the line to see if they added any additional parking.
So this is Rachel Vanderveen, Deputy Director with the Housing Department. And this development, actually the required parking is very low just because of it's within 0.4 miles of a transit stop. And it is also, it's coming in under an affordable housing under the density bonus and different benefits through the affordable housing. So what the developer has done is to provide the parking that's required by the requirements for the development, but also has actually not even trimmed it back as far as it could be. So they are providing a podium under the development for parking, and so that actually goes beyond what they could have taken it back even further. So that parking is being developed and is part of the project. So I know that the developer has had conversations, like you said, with neighbors, and has looked at seeing if there's any way to create additional parking. I think that those conversations are ongoing, and I'm not aware of any agreements that they have been able to make to date. But like I said, they have included the podium in their development to create space for on-site parking.
And how much parking will that be for the units?
All right, let me just quick check. You know what, let me just get back to you because I can get the answer in a minute, but I don't have it right now.
Okay, and is there going to be any more community outreach meetings, before, after the groundbreaking or what have you, or is that it for community meetings? I kind of want them to know that we're going forward and having a community room that's going to come, we're going to at least fulfill that promise.
We don't typically have any additional community meetings. However, I think it would be great when they do the groundbreaking or the grand opening that we always invite surrounding community members, and we certainly would want to invite them when we do the ribbon cutting and they can see the community space. And so I think that would be a huge opportunity.
Yeah, and I'll make the motion to approve the project and the loan, and I wish you all the luck. And I've always wanted to do some higher density projects in my district. I know a lot of people often look at my district and say, hey, why aren't you putting in more projects? And this is one of two that I'm looking forward to having in my district that I'm very much supportive of. My only hesitance is the parking situation, because I actually restrict all the neighborhood there with a parking permit program, and I think I just want the developer to keep that in mind and to continue to look for solutions for potential overnight parking.
Okay. And I just wanted to jump in and let you know that the development will include 25 parking spaces in the podium.
Okay, so 25.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I didn't hear a second from anybody, but I'm hoping that you guys will all support this one.
Second.
All right, there's a second. And any other questions on the motion, Tony?
Jimenez,
Yes.
Perales,
Aye.
Diep,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Camus,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, on to the temporary hearing is deferred. So we'll go to the 8.4, which is the economic recovery temporary cap on new or increased infrastructure fees for development. And there's a presentation on this item.
Yes, Mayor, just gonna make sure we have the screen share presentation. Thank you. So the
Slideshow.
yeah, there we go. And then from the beginning. Okay. Thank you so very much. Kim Wallish and I are here on this particular item. Let's see. In 2019, Council had adopted a Dearden impact fee to be paid with new development in Dearden area for shared public infrastructure. The Dearden fee was supported by a nexus study and feasibility study, and will raise approximately $76 million for construction of basic streets, sanitary sewer, storm drain, a station plaza area, etc. And here you can see the dollars attributed to the use that was included. And you see the last bullet. There were intentions at the time that additional fees would be needed, again, because this was basic infrastructure included in the 76 million that we knew of at the time, and that we could, because of the need for intensification throughout Dearden, actually increase the boundary for the fee, not necessarily increasing the boundary for the Dearden station area. So
Nancy,
Nancy?
we're still on the first slide. We're not advancing the slides.
Huh, Marty? I am, you can't see that additional slide?
Well, no, we're seeing it not in presentation mode. So we're seeing, yeah, I think you need to go into presentation mode and advance the slide, I would guess.
We can just go down to the next one if I. Okay.
Can you do it? Just do that.
Yeah, if you do that, that'll work for us.
Yeah, that works. Sorry about that. User difficulties. So that was the list of the amounts charged per square foot that is attributable through the nexus and feasibility study. And then the next slide shows that in October of 2019, staff began to place, at council direction, open-ended permit conditions in all planning permits. The goal was to be very transparent, that council had directed staff to study financing plans, infrastructure fees, and a potential commercial linkage fee. And so the language you see here says that a permittee will further agree prior to issuance that the project shall be subject to, fully participate in, pay any and all charges, assessments, etc., included at the time. And it does specify building permit, which the type of permit is relevant and comes up a little later. The goal was to ensure that the developers were aware that these fees, including a linkage fee, could potentially be added, and that the staff recommendation, in light of the fact that there are challenging economic times, COVID and associated recession, that the open-ended nature is incredibly difficult for developers. And so in trying to provide certainty, staff worked with the departments to look at what could potentially be the upper end of costs attributable to uses in the Dearden area particularly. And that this is, just to make clear, the fee cap recommendation doesn't apply to any existing fee programs, and you see the others listed there, doesn't apply at all to a commercial linkage fee, and doesn't require council to raise or add fees. To have these caps in place, the staff would have to come back with a new nexus and feasibility study, as well as go to council and the community. We do not plan to bring any additional infrastructure fees at this time or within the January 2023 period, but we are planning not infrastructure fees, but to bring to council the consideration of the commercial linkage fee on August 25th. And then lastly, just pointing out that we were trying to provide certainty instead of an open-ended permit condition. And the goal is very much to drive, get out of the way and allow projects to move forward wherever possible. And with that, staff is available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Nancy. I'll note that there are two memoranda, one from Councilmember Pross, one from myself. I'm happy to support Councilmember Pross's memo in addition to mine. Nancy, just before we go to public comment, could I ask you to take a quick look at the memo I submitted and just give any staff feedback about whether that in any way alters the staff recommendation or clarifies?
Mayor, thank you very much for the opportunity. Meant to mention, staff has reviewed both your memo and the memo from Councilmember Perales, and as staff is supportive of both memos.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay, then. We have several members of the community who'd like to speak. Blair?
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. To offer simply, I feel large corporations of downtown are still making tremendous amounts of money in this time of COVID-19. Can they afford the raising of inclusionary fees if needed? And as this item can actually speak to items 2.13 and 2.14, the consent calendar today, is the Japan Business Advisory Board and the Downtown Business Advisory Board open to want to better understand and facilitate more progressive ideas for Google Village and housing, and that can respect the East Side as how to focus our thoughts on the future of Google Village housing and jobs. Thank you.
Okay. Mary Helen Doherty?
My name is Mary Helen Doherty. I'm a member of the housing team of PACT, People Acting in Community Together. Thank you to staff for the recommendation to exclude the commercial linkage fee from the cap on fees being considered today. We face an affordable housing emergency before this current health and economic crisis, and the need for more affordable housing will increase as the city moves to recover. Many families of the faith community PAC represents are experiencing significant financial hardships due to the high cost of rent and growing fear of displacement based on the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. We urge the council to minimize any further delays on the commercial linkage fee. The social and economic cost of the failure to act in this moment are unacceptable. Thank you.
Tessa?
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Yes, well, from my understanding of what you're talking about, it's all about the issues of how we're charging commercial development or any development in our communities and the impact it has on our neighborhoods. And you have done a very, very poor job of that. And to say that we're going to remove them so we have more housing and more development, and just to grease the wheels of development, and to at the cost of our community and the lack of infrastructure that this has been a very big issue in our community in the Garden Alameda, as we are confronted with the Google development and the poor job you have done of asking for mitigations and asking for impacts from a large development like Google. But getting back to the basic points, all developers need to have that, because our streets are really suffering and we are dying on our streets. Okay, so we are dying on our streets because of the bad infrastructure, and we need to have that put into the development. That I've spoken to developers. Oh, the law is we only have to affect the little corner that deals with our little property. No, it has to be greater. It has to be about the impacts of our poor design of our cities that create highways on our roads like Stockton Avenue, that create crosswalks that are dangerous to navigate, and no one is addressing this, and the developments are not addressing this to create safe and walkable and bikeable neighborhoods. We are not addressing that, and it could be just banning the cars, whatever it takes to do that. But the developers should be paying for all the infrastructure that their development has on our community, and to create safe and walkable neighborhoods. And you're not doing that at all, as the proof of Vision Zero and your goals for it are not engineering.
Jeffrey?
Mayor and Council, Jeffrey Buchanan, behalf of Working Partnerships USA. Generally support the staff recommendations. Certainly there's a lot of questions about how much infrastructure in the Dearden area is going to cost. Currently, we're only pricing out for the 2014 version of the DSAP. We could see a significant increase in the cost of some of the infrastructure that's suggested so far in the DSAP renewal and in the around the Downtown West project, some of the projects. But setting that aside, I think this question of the proposal to set a cap on the commercial linkage fee before we've even completed the Nexus study creates some unnecessary risks for us as a city. Starting to talk about fees and levels before we have a Nexus study is a very risky business. And secondly, I think the community has been engaged for numerous years in this discussion around a linkage fee. And so before staff even comes back with a proposal to set a fee and to look at what feasibility looks like, to artificially lock in a cap is really putting the cart before the horse. Yes, staff should bring back a proposal, and we appreciate the urgency expressed in the Perales proposal to make sure that we have this discussion. But setting a cap before we've had time to talk about what a fee should look like is very troubling, and I would encourage this council to ensure that we bring back the discussion of the linkage fee, but to not move forward with a cap at this time. I think staff was very intentional of not proposing a cap because of this process that we've all invested in to this point to figure out what the right fee level is. There are thousands of affordable housing units at stake and many years of work on this issue. Let's not, at a 24 hours notice, foreclose that conversation.
Matthew? Welcome, Matthew.
Yes, thank you for this opportunity. Matthew Reed from Silicon Valley at Home. This is, I'm going to address directly the commercial linkage fee. This has been a very long process. We support staff's instinct and recommendation to separate the commercial linkage fee from this item before you today. Unfortunately, we cannot support Councilmember Perales's proposal. We believe that it unnecessarily constrains council action and public engagement, and it undermines staff's attempt to maintain a deliberative and open process throughout, which I can tell you they've made real efforts to do. And this undermines that process. The item has also gone through multiple rounds of engagement by the city's legal counsel to get to this point. And it's not clear that the council member's office has understood how complicated this process has been. We understand the goal of providing certainty. We believe that when staff comes back at the end of August, as currently planned, you will have an opportunity to look at the recommendations as they reflect comparable fees throughout the region and include an assessment of commercial development in the current pipeline. We're facing an affordable housing emergency. We believe this is the time for serious consideration of a commercial linkage fee that will help us going forward. And we don't believe that capping it in this space at this time is good policy or is responsible to a public process.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Matthew. Thank you. Vanita?
Vinita Goyal with Silicon Valley Community Foundation. Good afternoon. I'd like to remind the Council of the significant shortcomings that our recent crisis has resurfaced, and in the spirit of our shared priority of channeling resources to building a robust, affordable housing infrastructure in the region, encourage the Council to put first things first. The decision about who can call the Bay Area home has always been perched precariously over our region's history of exclusion and dispossession. The pandemic and the racial turbulence are laying bare now more than ever the disparities that our low-income communities and communities of color continue to experience. Unlike the failings of our last recession, this moment then requires that we must pivot and direct our political consciousness around the racial uneven impacts that we are seeing today to advance equitable development in the region as swiftly as we possibly can. Commercial linkage fee for affordable housing is an essential tool, and we support Council's potential consideration of this action further in August, separately from Council's decision on proposed cap on new increased fees for development this afternoon. If new commercial development happens in the city, it is only commensurate that the city's position to recapture the value it creates and invest it in a responsible manner, creating housing for the new employees that the development will bring, but also more fairly and equitably towards creating housing for other workers who have been struggling and are hurting even more during this crisis. All along the city's consideration of this important piece of legislation, a lot has already been missed, like the failure to collect fees for affordable housing from the 3.9 million square feet of commercial development that was built in the city last year. It is essential that there be no further delays and that Council be prepared to set fee levels in August as planned. We must not relive the disappointments of a last recession when the private profit bowl is over. The production of affordable housing for which this commercial linkage fees will be an important source remains central to economic recovery during and after our current crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I just lost the right screen. Here we go. Scott, welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. Scott Neese, San Jose Downtown Association. Certainly is true that open-ended fees and the permits don't work for anybody. Last year, the council took action in Dearborn to set the fees for the infrastructure, what's on your agenda this morning. $6.10, by the way, per foot for commercial in Dearborn was set. And we certainly agree that there needs to be some determination and certainty what the fee is, but we're scratching our head on why the recommendation before you today is to double those fees in Dearborn when there really is no intention. They have to come back with a nexus study, to set the fee. It's not going to happen until January of 2023, the earliest you're being told, and to reach back and potentially reassess retroactively. What is going to happen is any of the new projects are going to have to write to that new cap fee. So why don't you just keep it at the fees you approved last year, and then when you get the information that Jeff Buchanan and others were talking about in January 23, you'll set the fee then. And it's hard to separate the logic from the commercial linkage fee because it still applies. You need to set that fee. You're going to do that in August. I kind of like Councilman Peralez's memo. If you read it carefully, to me, it's just putting pressure on staff. You're not going to punt it. past September, you need to come and keep the date in August and bring forward the proposal and let council, talk about the commercial linkage fee and what that's going to be set at. So if you can, keep the Diridon fees at the current rate, deal with them in January 23. Thank you.
Thank you. Eddie?
Thank you, Mayor Liccardo, City Council members. Eddie Trong, Director of Government Relations for the Silicon Valley Organization. We're the region's Chamber of Commerce, representing the interests of over 1,200 businesses in the region. I'm here today to support Mayor Liccardo's memorandum that provides clarity and certainty with staff's recommendation on the fee cap, infrastructure fee cap for Diridon Station, while also clarifying that there will be no new infrastructure fees for the next 2.5 years for those projects that are currently in the middle of development pipeline. I also further want to add that if we really are serious about economic recovery, we should consider actually a moratorium on fee increases for the next 3 years when we are facing an unprecedented economic crisis. Unemployment is at an all-time high, and the longer shelter in place lasts, the economic damage will continue to go onwards, and we won't truly know the full scope of the economic damage and the deep recession that we're in until we look back. But in the moment, we can be visionary and forward-thinking and understanding that speculative office development is dead in San Jose, and that commercial development, if it was already hard before in good economic times, it is most definitely even harder now. Commercial development is good for San Jose. It strengthens your fiscal tax base when you're in the middle of a budget deficit that happened immediately because of COVID. And so it is in the council's best interest and the city's best interest to support commercial development to the best extent that you can. And that means no new fees during this time so that you can speed up economic recovery. And if you have no commercial development, you're not going to get any affordable housing dollars if those projects are not getting built. So a fee that is too high is counterproductive. It's about balance. And so thank you so much for your consideration of my comments. Please vote to support the mayor's memo and a moratorium on fee increases for the next 3 years. Thank you.
Kiyomi, welcome.
Hi, my name is Kiyomi Yamamoto. I am a San Jose resident and the lead housing policy attorney at the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley. I'm here to speak in support of excluding the commercial linkage fee from the cap on fees being considered today and to move forward with urgency. Our community is in the midst of a crisis, focusing a heightened awareness on our dire racial, social, and economic inequities. And this has placed a much needed magnifying glass over the pre-existing emergency of the growing disparity among those who are without stable housing. To illustrate, since March of this year, approximately way over 1,200 of our neighbors have asked us for assistance, and nearly 85% of those people were people of color like myself. We appreciate the city's effort and time to address the housing shortage. However, position statements and programs that do not have adequate funding and backing do not have effect. And how we spend our money is an indication of where our value lies. The CLF allows San Joseans like our clients to share in the financial success and help offset displacement by setting aside a percentage to help fund homes. This is not a matter of homes versus jobs. A healthy city needs both. This is a matter of equity and the belief that everyone, regardless of background and income levels, has a human right to a home. On its own, the CLF will not solve the housing crisis, but it will help our neighbors get one step forward to their home. So please, let us help you support a robust CLF program, and we're happy to work with you going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric?
Good afternoon, Mayor Liccardo, members of the council. This is Eric Schoenauer. And as you all know, we are in the most significant economic decline in our lifetime, which makes it much more difficult to get any development projects out of the ground. And if we don't get development projects moving forward, there won't be any infrastructure fees or affordable housing fees, because 20% or $6 a foot of nothing is nothing. So the big question here is how you're willing to treat projects in the pipeline. So in the case of Diridon, there are projects that have planning approval that had to assume no fee that are now subject to the infrastructure fee you adopted last year and now face the potential of an increase between the current fee and this proposed cap. So for Diridon projects that have planning approval, they should be grandfathered under today's fee and not subject to any future increase in fee or new fee. For projects in the downtown core, we have projects that have planning approval or are in the planning process right now, and they risk having the geography of the basic infrastructure fee expanded to include them when that was never anticipated. So a pipeline for the core downtown would be any project that currently is under review by the planning department would not be subject to a new fee or increased fee. So if you want to get new development, those are the pipeline exemptions that are necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Welcome, Robert. Your device appears to be muted right now, Robert. Robert, could you unmute your device? Robert, we're not able to hear you. If you could try to unmute your device. Okay, Robert, we may have to come back to you because it looks like there may be an issue with the software. Reverend Ray?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. This is Reverend Ray, Executive Director with PACT. I pray blessings over all of you during this most challenging time. So I'm here basically from a moral courage perspective and to state PACT's position relational to being creative and reimagining during these most challenging socioeconomic times within our city and county. So PACT stands behind with over 100 plus and growing clergy, faith, and tribal elders, an idea of reimagining how we reach affordable housing. And the commercial linkage fee discussion is one that needs to be held separate. So we support that discussion remains separate with a full hearing in August. We also support the staff recommendations to keep the conversation about the infrastructure fee cap separate and distinct from the discussion of the CLF schedule for August 25th. So my perspective, without being redundant with statements and claims that you've already heard, was just to encourage you, Mayor, and the councilmen and women to use your creative imagination and the gifts that are bestowed upon you in holding these positions, and have the moral courage and the ethical position to wrestle and struggle with this reimagining, because we are counting on you, we are watching you relational to how we are today in the midst of this crisis and how we shall come out. So PACT and its fellow CBOs, we work in solidarity and will continue to present to you ideas to help reimagine how we create equity and affordable housing for our great city. Thank you. Blessings to all of you.
Thank you, Reverend. Myra?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Mara Pelagio, and I am a community organizer with Luna here in San Jose. And I am here to express my support for excluding the commercial linkage fee from the cap on fees being considered today. I urge the council to minimize future delays on the commercial linkage fee. And we working in San Jose, we work in the east side of San Jose behind the Tropicana and on the Santee neighborhood. And we see firsthand how our communities are being displaced from San Jose on a daily basis. We need to ensure affordable housing for the communities that are the most affected, especially after the pandemic. And commercial linkage fees are long-established resources for local, for affordable housing. So I thank you for your work, and I urge you to exclude the commercial linkage fee from any cap on development fees and to continue to move as quickly on the CLF as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Merton?
Sam, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome, Mary.
Oh, great. Sorry, it took me forever to find the mute button. So I represent EAH Housing, which is a 52-year-old affordable development entity that's been working in San Jose for north of 20 years, having built about 20 developments there, and just want to support the position described by Matthew Reed. We think to try to submit this to a cap at this point is premature and should wait, or preferably would not have a cap, but at least should not occur until the item has a full discussion in August. Also would like to support the importance of having additional revenues for affordable housing, which, as you know, is desperately needed as we watch the numbers of homeless climbing. It's just incredibly upsetting because we already have thousands of people on our waiting lists, and the only way to help this is to expand the supply of housing. We also, unknown to many people, are in a position, once people are housed, to provide a lot of additional supports to them, and have doubled and tripled our delivery of food to help people who are in our buildings who have lost their jobs. And we also provide free Wi-Fi and electronic devices to support kids with their schooling and parents having internet access, and free after school tutoring for all. So there's a lot of things that we do to support children and families in our properties, but primarily we have to have a roof in order to do that. So I won't go on, but thank you so much for considering this item.
Thank you. Catherine?
Good afternoon, Mayor Liccardo and the council and staff. First, I'd like to thank staff for all the hard work they put on this issue. And as a member of PACT, I second everything Reverend Ray Montgomery said. It is so important for us to have more affordable housing, and the commercial linkage fee is how other Bay Area cities have been doing it. And that means it's really important to exclude the commercial linkage fee, proposed commercial linkage fee, which I desperately hope you pass, exclude it from any kind of emergency forbearance of fees, or whatever I forget what the term is. I don't have that screen open, but we need to impose it. We don't want to miss out on getting the commercial linkage fee from the Google project and other big downtown projects that SV at Home talked about, because we already missed being able to impose it on the Santana Row expansion by the Century 21 Dome Theater. So I strongly urge the council to support staff's recommendation to exclude the commercial linkage fee from any kind of fee deferment, and to impose it when it does come up for a vote, and to vote on it as quickly as possible so we don't lose any more potential income for affordable housing. Everyone's talked about how important it is to have the affordable housing during this crisis. Black Lives Matter, and I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert.
Hey, Robert Aguirre here. I'd like to echo some of the earlier comments that were made by Jeffrey Buchanan, Matthew Reed, and Vaida Goyota regarding separating the commercial linkage fee from this memo, and trying to keep it separate so that the commercial linkage fee can go forward. We had problems with the housing impact fee. It took us a long time to get to an agreement on that, and no monies were collected because of inclusionary cause, and a lot of businesses in the downtown area were excluded from being affected by it. And as it turned out, we didn't end up collecting any money on it at all. And this is a direct impact to the number of people that are living outdoors and their ability to be able to get housing. And I think we owe it to them to, especially right now that we're in such a critical state, and that it's predicted that there'll be 30,000 more unhoused people living in the streets as a result of COVID-19. And we need to move forward and build as much money as we can to build affordable housing as soon as possible. And I think it's ridiculous to try to exclude businesses from having to pay these fees. I don't care how long they've had their project in place. We've been living in the streets a lot longer than that, and we need relief, and we need it now. So thank you for that. Bye.
Thank you. Priscilla?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good morning. My name is Priscilla Acuña-Mena, and I'm on the policy team at Working Partnerships USA, and I'm also a constituent of District 3. I'd like to express my support for keeping discussion and deliberation on the commercial linkage fee separate from the cap on fees being considered today, and I ask Council to minimize future delays on the commercial linkage fee. And while I appreciate the urgency expressed in Councilmember Perales' memo to move on this issue as quickly as possible, it may be premature to set a cap on the commercial linkage fee at this time. Everyone knows full well the dire affordable housing emergency we faced before this health and economic crisis, and we know that the need for more affordable housing will only continue to increase as the city moves into recovery. New commercial development creates an urgent need for more housing for new employees, particularly for the low-wage workers in service roles that don't get paid enough to afford to live in San Jose at market rate rental levels. So once again, I want to just express my support for keeping the commercial linkage fee discussion separate from today's cap being considered, and thank you to staff for all the work that they've done so far on this.
Thank you. Matt?
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Matt Gustafson. I'm on the organizing team with Somos Mayfair, and I'm a resident of District 3, just east of downtown. Somos Mayfair supports excluding the commercial linkage fee from the cap on fees being considered today. And we urge Council to minimize future delays on the commercial linkage fee. I'd like to say we support the comments from our friends at Working Partnerships, SV at Home, and others who have spoken today. Somos actually has an anti-displacement platform we published a year and a half ago called A Thriving Community Without Displacement in East San Jose, which was developed with community members. And the commercial linkage fee is called out as one of a few specific policies that mitigate the displacement impacts on our most vulnerable families. We faced an affordable housing emergency before this current health and economic crisis, and the need for more affordable housing will only increase as the city moves to recover. Housing production at all income levels is central to our economic recovery, and new jobs require new homes. In Mayfair, for example, most tenants actually rent in single-family homes and duplexes, which are not protected by rent control. These rents are vulnerable to increase as housing demand increases, specifically along Alum Rock, which has a direct connection to downtown where a lot of these jobs are going to be. I'd like to finally thank staff for your time and your work on this. Again, Somos Mayfair, we urge the council to exclude the commercial linkage fee from any cap on development fees and continue to move as quickly on the commercial linkage fee as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Vince?
Hi, thanks, Mayor and Council. Vince Rocha with Silicon Valley Leadership Group, as well as a District 3 resident, and I appreciate the staff's work as well. We want to support the mayor's memo and the staff's work to say that the fees should be capped until 2023. And as for the commercial linkage fee discussion, we want to make sure that staff and council has a robust discussion, not at just what other cities' fee levels are, but what other cities who are actually developing commercial development are. So for instance, cities like Fremont and other cities in our region, maybe not in our county, may have a lot of commercial development going forward. And we want to emulate success, not just emulate fee levels. And so that's a consideration we would put forth and make sure that we really do get our economy going and find ways for economic development while balancing all equities and interests at play. So thank you again, Mayor and Council and staff, and we support the mayor's memo.
Thanks, Vince. Returning to Council, Councilmember Perales?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And thank you to our community members who came to voice their continued support for commercial linkage fee. And I echo the thanks to staff for the work that's been ongoing. No doubt, right, for those that have been part of this work with us for years, commercial linkage fee is something that I have been pushing on this council actually since I joined, kind of picking up, joining the ranks of Councilmember Rocha and others that had been pushing for some time. And certainly it's exciting to be at this part of the process. But indeed, there has been much delay, and more delay than we had expected. And the delay doesn't just impact the ability to set a fee and generate much needed dollars for affordable housing. The delay actually impacts the opportunity for development in general. And a lack of certainty is not good for any of us. And we've already had a significant impact on development in the downtown core. Projects like Platform 16 that are now delayed and have been paused, which again we were seeing some of the first spec office development that we had seen in over a decade in our city, and then we have the opportunity of millions more square feet that could move forward, or without uncertainty or without this certainty, itself may also cease from moving forward. And if that's the case, then we don't generate any of these dollars that we so desperately need. And so I would agree. I think staff that they didn't want to set that cap for the commercial linkage fee today. I also don't want to set a cap for commercial linkage fee today, but I do want to put the pressure on and be able to give some certainty to all sides of this conversation that come this September timeframe, we will have the process completed with our consultant. And wherever that number lie, if it's above or below 20, I think obviously that's what we want to move forward with. But if, again, we see further delay, not only will it impact our ability to generate tens of millions of dollars for affordable housing, we may lose all these opportunities altogether because of this lack of certainty. And I've heard this time and again now from developers that are just waiting to be able to move forward, especially those that are still willing to take the risk in this time, this uncertain time. And so that's my intent, was to be able to apply some pressure to actually complete this process as what is now expected in September. And then to put that certainty on top of that, that would say that by that time frame, if we did not complete it, then on September 7th, suggesting the $20 cap for CLF, and recognize that there's a lot of work going on with a consultant and with staff. By no means am I trying to match that work and assume that somehow I have a greater number. The idea is that we need to have some certainty, and I'm hoping that this will help to be able to get this work completed by that actual date, and that way we can move forward, and the projects that are going to generate this revenue will also be able to move forward. So with that, I'll make a motion to move the staff recommendation with the mayor's memo and my memo.
Motion from Councilmember Perales. Is there a second? I'll second the motion. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to make sure I'm reading this right and I understand exactly what we're doing. Maybe it's just that we've been through a lot of public hearings in the last few days, and my ability to read complex documents is not as good as it usually is. But I just want to, I understand the cap is double what the current fee is. What I would like to know, Nancy, is does that mean that the fees can be raised between what they already are and the cap at any time between now and 2023?
That's what was included. Yes, short answer. But again, that would have to come to council with both nexus and feasibility study. And staff is not contemplating doing any of that for any infrastructure or transportation fee. Just as a reminder, we had direction from council previously to continue to look at infrastructure and related fees in the Diridon area particularly. And if there's anywhere in the city that will, once electrification is on board for Caltrain, that likely will support that. But that's just sharing a little bit of the thinking to try to prepare both and to have room for some level of increase. But again, staff does not have plans to bring to you any fee increases, and we would have to prepare and let's go out and procure and prepare the nexus study and feasibility study before coming to council.
So the soonest that we would have any fee increases would be what, Nancy?
It would take at least a year, probably longer, to go through the analysis of the infrastructure and then procure and do both those studies to bring back to you. More likely 18 months.
Above and beyond I just want to be clear, above and beyond the fee structure that we have now, the 2019 retail at 408, office at 610, et cetera.
That's correct.
Okay, then for additional clarity, would the maker of the motion accept a moratorium on fee increases just for the Diridon Basic Infrastructure Impact Fee until the end of 2021?
No.
Okay, so we're trying to provide certainty. Nancy said she can't even get information to us to raise the fees between now and then. Can we just provide that certainty in a motion so that builders between now and then can know that they will not have their fees raised between now and the end of next year?
Same answer.
Can you expand on that? Why you're not accepting that?
Yeah, I believe there's a stark difference between projects that we have in the Diridon Station area and then projects that I am referring to in the downtown core that are actual projects moving forward right now or may not. And so I'm trying to focus on that in my level of certainty that I'm providing. And I do think that the Diridon Station area, as staff has provided their analysis on why they're moving forward as they are, is comfortable with me. And so I don't want to add in an extra moratorium.
Councilor Davis, if I could just offer, we've been in extensive discussions with development community, and the recommendation that you see in my memorandum dated the 15th, particularly with regard to any new fees, is, to my understanding, addresses many of the primary concerns. Do you want to maybe articulate a bit more what you're most concerned about?
So what I'm most concerned about is we're doubling the cap, but at the same time, Nancy is saying we're not even going to get to that cap. We're not going to raise the fees for another 18 months, but we don't have that in our motion, that we're not going to raise the fees. If we want to provide that certainty, let's provide that certainty and be explicit about it.
Right, and I guess the point is that we want to ensure. I agree with you that we need to provide certainty for any developer who's considering moving forward. And let's face it, there are very, very few that will consider moving forward in this economy. So we're talking about a very small number of projects. And my understanding is that by ensuring that there's a cap in place, obviously the existing fee is the fee. The cap is not what they pay. The cap is simply the most it could possibly be. Knowing how long it would take to be able to move the fee, developers do have the sufficient amount of certainty they need to be able to move forward.
Okay.
And I appreciate your concern very much. It's something we were very concerned with as well, and that's why we've been digging in pretty deep on this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Camus?
Yeah, I also have some concern about providing certainty as well. I concur with Councilmember Davis's thought patterns here. Not only that, but everybody's mentioning that these are the regular fees that we already approved for, but this has nothing to do with the commercial linkage fees at all. I just want to make sure that your memo and Councilmember Peralez's memo doesn't include the commercial linkage fee discussion, which
memo does include commercial linkage fees. It has to do with the cap if staff doesn't return by, I believe, September.
Okay. Yeah, I was not supportive of the commercial linkage fee from day one. I think, quite frankly, we have, you know, I don't know how many more people are going to be pounding at our doors to open up new commercial office spaces. And I'm afraid that that jobs won't come back as quickly as we think they will. And I'm resistant of putting any fees on anything.
Councilmember, maybe I can explain a little bit more. The memorandum submitted by Councilman Perales would not, if we approved it, it would not impose the fee. That's still up to the council to decide in the fall. It would merely cap the fee should it be imposed. Now, I expect we are going to impose a fee, but it does not. By approving that memo, you do not approve a fee. You merely approve a cap of what the fee could be.
Okay, all right. I understand.
Rick, correct me if I'm wrong on that. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page.
Are you asking me?
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong on that, but there's no actual imposition of a fee with this action that we're taking.
No, there's no imposition of fee. I do want to correct something, though. I think there is an automatic cost of living increase that takes place January 1 of each year. So that's in the ordinance. So while there's not going to be an increase in the fee, there would be a COLA adjustment, which is an increase, but
okay,
it's established in the ordinance.
Thanks for clarifying, Rick. Back to you, Councilman Camus.
Yeah, no, I don't want to. I don't even want to go down this route. Is basically what I'm trying to say. I think we should be putting a fee moratorium until 2023 on all these fees. Otherwise, we're going to start losing people who are interested in developing and creating jobs here, and I won't be supporting any of the motions.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I just have several questions for staff. The issue of commercial linkage fees has certainly been something that we've touched on time and again, and I sort of some of the comments made by Councilmember Davis resonate with me. Is that we've had a number of long meetings, a lot of things going through the pipeline here, and I'm trying to wrap my head around exactly what's happening. So I'm just going to ask some questions, get some clarity, and to refresh my memory. So Nancy, the Nexus study, the feasibility report or analysis is due to come, and I apologize, I have my dogs in the background, but that work is due to come in August, right? As it's been stated.
That's correct.
All right, and so we're entering July, so August is right around the corner. Would you say that we're about 90% done, 95% done? I mean, where are we with some of the work?
Staff intends to meet the specified deadline.
Okay, all right. And so when you meet the specified deadline, you come before us. The sense I get is obviously the Nexus study, feasibility report, they're going to come forward and you're going to present to us sort of an objective analysis of the work that's been done by the consultant and the folks we've been working with. And then do you envision that there's going to be a presentation of a sort of a spread of potential fees that we can charge, or the fee? Say, this is plausible between 15 to 22, or is it going to be, you should charge 23? I mean, how is that going to be laid out to us when it comes before us?
We don't have the recommendations as of yet. We're still working on it. But yes, it could be either a range and more likely a fee amount per the types of uses that you see, as you do with the current DIRDON fee.
Okay, so there's no sense as to whether the fee is going to be below the $20 it's proposed in Councilmember Perales' memo, or higher, right? We just don't know where that's going to fall.
Well, let me add to that. From an Office of Economic Development point of view, the current fees in neighboring cities like Cupertino, Santa Clara, and Sunnyvale average about $20, $21. And the fees in the East Bay are Fremont, Milpitas, and others are considerably lower. And part of what the analysis will do is look at what rents we get in comparison and what is feasible based on rents yield for a project to be built. So Those things will all be factored. Sharing very directly, I don't believe that staff will be recommending higher than $20 a square foot. And I don't want to get ahead of myself because there is not a recommendation as of yet.
So has staff, have you all received the consultant's work?
We do not have a set of data that we could comment on now.
Okay, so how is it that, just to help me understand, how is it that for certain staff wouldn't recommend anything past 20?
I'm looking at on a basis of having studied this subject for quite some time, the amount of fee in our neighboring cities, which is the cities I reeled off to you, who are still getting quite a bit more rent than we are, even in COVID. So the tie to the amount of fee will consider the amount of rent to be able to be charged, as well as the costs to get there. So I believe, based on our rents, which will have decreased some for COVID from where we were at the high, well, in the $4 range, where many other cities are getting $6 and $7 per square foot. That's why I think it's a reasonable expectation and will be borne out or not by the analysis. I just wanted to do our best to give you a sense of where we think we're going. But again, we don't have the recommendations from the nexus and feasibility.
Okay, so it's quite possible, let's just say the current motion on the floor passes September, forget the exact date that's on Councilmember Peralez's memo, but September 7th comes to pass. Let's just say you all are a little delayed in bringing that stuff forward. That's capped at 20. I guess if you were to bring forward a recommendation, with the feasibility study, nexus study for 15, we would still fall within that. I mean, because 20 is the cap, right?
Right.
But likewise, if this council, after hearing everything, is inclined to go 21, we theoretically couldn't do it because the cap is 20. Assuming
technically, and Rick will comment, but council can adjust based on a decision of council, future decision of council.
That's correct. I think what the purpose of this motion is to give certainty now, and that this is really but the council on any Tuesday can enact an ordinance or changes as they see fit.
Yeah, so I appreciate that, Rick. And something that comes to mind, and I'm glad you're answering that question, is now and again we take up some discussions on a host of different items, and I know sometimes it's brought up that we can't tie the hands of future councils, and so I'm wondering how this decision sort of plays into that sort of thought process of tying the hands of future councils.
It doesn't. It's essentially a position of this council, again, assuming it passes. And that would be the policy, but the council can always change course at any time. I mean, you've seen it in other contexts, but again, the basic principle is tying future hands of councils. Nothing's in granite, I guess is the way to put it, and a council can make the necessary changes it sees fits, either to policy or to law.
Yeah. Okay.
Now that's not to say that you may run into a vested rights issue or an issue with a developer that may rely on it and it is vested at the time. So that would be the only caveat I'd add, but that really gets to the point of when they're pulling permits.
Okay. All right. And this is a question for Dave and I guess Nancy to a certain extent. Is I know that you're scheduled to bring this back in August, which I appreciate. This has been a conversation a long time coming, but we often hear about staff being sort of stressed to the point that there's a lot going on in the city and folks are really working overtime, a lot of hours, things of that nature. What's the possibility or the likelihood of it going past August? I understand, Nancy, you've expressed that you feel like it is going to come to us as expected, but what I've learned to expect during these times is to expect the unexpected. And so what is the possibility that it'll come in September instead of August or something like that? I mean,
Dave, may I answer that question?
yeah, anyone really. I mean,
Yeah, go ahead, Kim.
Hi, it's important for me and the team that council and the community understand that since the resources were appropriated last July 1st, we have been managing this schedule very tightly with a goal of getting to council in April. And the only reason we did not get to council in April was because of the pandemic. All 5 of us who are focused on this were called, rightly so, into the EOC to deal with the emergency. And because of the pandemic-induced recession we now face, we need to have the consultants refresh the analysis that they had done to make sure that our recommendation and your action will be fully implementable. So we released a commercial linkage fee info memo last week with a very specific schedule that says we'll be releasing the consultant reports on July 17th and then have several weeks of community engagement and then be on track for August 25th. So of course, if there's another round of pandemic or other emergency, as you said, council member, there's always things that could happen. But barring something that pulls the staff or the consultants off of this, we're feeling confident that in our August 25th as a strong target date. Do everything we can to manage toward that.
okay, yeah, thank you very much. Let me I guess let me just conclude my comments by just saying that I know staff has been working on this for a long time, and I'm thinking back to I think when Councilmember Rocha was on here that a few of us sort of in our eyes revived this. We thought it was on the chopping block to a certain extent, and I'm glad it's moving forward. And I'm very much interested in reviewing the work presented by the consultants and the work you all have done around this issue. And really, I'm interested in giving, and I think to a certain extent, there were some comments today by some community members, but I think it warrants a much broader discussion without sort of pulling the trigger a little too early, which I think the cap may do as it's recommended by Councilmember Peralez. And so, and recognizing, quite frankly, that assuming, this memo passes, we get the presentation from the consultants and all the work that's been done by staff. And then quite frankly, it may be lower, right? The recommendation may be lower than 20, but I think it's still important to have that conversation had. And I recognize, Councilmember Peralez, that you did put September 7th or whatever that date was. So it seems like, you are giving staff some time, and I appreciate the interest in putting forward a little bit of pressure to get them to do the, to do the work on time and finally bring us over the finish line. But I really do think that the whole discussion about CLF should be separated, and it really requires a broader sort of community dialogue. As you can clearly see, there was some comments from folks associated with Somos Mayfair and PACT. I can only imagine when we take this up, because we're going to take it up regardless if this passes, that we're going to have a lot of speakers speaking of the importance of this after reviewing with thoroughness the details of the report. And so I'm interested in doing that before we institute a cap. And then the other thing that comes to mind for me is that the concern that I have is that $20 number has been thrown out now. And my concern is that we're only going to go down from there. So just putting that out into the world, I feel I have some concern that we're in effect drawing a line in the sand and sort of suggesting, well, not suggesting, but maybe putting some downward pressure on a number below that. When I have yet to see the report that's being prepared by the consultant. So I'm not inclined to support the motion on the floor, although I am supportive of the memo that the mayor put out without the cap on the $20 cap on the CLF just yet. I'm not going to, I think there's other folks that are going to speak, so I'm not going to make a substitute motion or anything. I want to let the conversation play out, but I appreciate all staff's work on this and certainly the comments from the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Peralez?
Yeah, thank you. Just wanted to be able to clarify a couple points and appreciate the comments. And I think the last comment there is important as well, which is, hey, look, the $20 that I put out there certainly is out there regardless now at this point. And I don't doubt, right, and certainly took that into consideration, right, that may be now where people consider a limit regardless of whether it passes with the council or not. And so I didn't do that lightly. I certainly went and consulted city staff that have been working on this for quite some time, went out and looked myself at some of the neighboring cities, those that have maybe high fees but zero development, and those that have lower fees and a lot of development. So certainly took all that into consideration and tried to come up with a number that I felt that was reasonable, but that also could serve as a cap. More importantly, though, I was not in favor of imposing that cap today, which is why I put that deadline at September 7th. Meaning, if we go through this work and we do come up with a number, as Councilmember Jimenez stated, say $21, if we come up with that number before the September 7th date, well, then that's the number that this council can accept. So this cap that I'm suggesting does not go into effect until September 7th, i.e., putting pressure on, let's get to the deadline, let's finish this work. I agree with you, Councilmember Jimenez, let's allow the process to complete and get that number. But what happens is that without certainty that we will actually achieve that goal, because again, we've been kicking this can down the road for a while, no, sort of, I think, pointing fingers at staff, because we recognize this pandemic nobody was expecting, and so that's why we were unable to complete this by April. But what we risk, and this again is because the projects that are happening within my district, we risk if we don't provide some level of certainty today, we risk the opportunity that some of these developments stop. And what that could mean is literally to the tune of nearly $70 million that we may lose an opportunity on for affordable housing, and then we go back to trying to see if there's anybody out there that might want to develop some of these commercial developments. And so that's the balance that I was trying to strike, was to allow staff to finish their analysis, but also not lose the opportunity at millions, tens of millions of dollars that we could capture from projects that might pull out. And so that's where the analysis came from, and I hope that everybody can understand that and be able to support the motion moving forward, but understand there may be difference of opinion.
If I could just add, and I'm going to go to Councilmember Dieppe in a moment, but I understand that many of us have served in a very unique time, and there's been an enormous amount of development interest in our city. Although I would argue that if you look out the window here at City Hall, there really hasn't been an awful lot of actual projects getting built, but certainly a lot of interest. But I can tell you, as someone who has served, this could be the beginning of a very long, cold winter. And by that, I mean, it was a decade between the time that we were able to get the last commercial office project built and the next one finished here in downtown. A decade, Adobe being that project that broke the streak, so to speak. And so when builders say, look, I'm frozen out on the capital markets because we know it's going to be very tough for anyone to borrow, and I venture to guess no one is going to move forward unless they are very far along. And they're saying we need some assurance of what the cap is going to be. I'm willing to pay a fee, just make it reasonable and make sure I know what it is. So that way I can calculate a pro forma that I can actually get financed and a bank will actually lend to me. That is absolutely critical, and it is the difference between moving forward or not moving forward. And Councilor Prowse described one of those consequences. If we just think about one project downtown, $70 million in just affordable housing fees alone, not counting all the other fees, and most importantly, not counting all the other jobs, construction jobs and all the other jobs that result. And so I think it is important for us in this time, recognizing that this could be a very long, tough time for job creation for a while in our region and our country, that if we have an opportunity to provide some consistency and some certainty, we should do that, as long as we're doing so in a way that is fair and open and public. Councilor Dieppe?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So I've been on the record previously as being opposed to commercial impact fees, not so much because of an ideological stance against them, but simply because I feel it was the wrong timing. But I've already, I'm in the minority on that point. The council has decided to move forward with commercial impact fees. So I don't feel that's what's up for discussion at this moment. The question before us, in my opinion, is whether to offer potential developers, potential projects certainty in investing in San Jose. And, you know, as somebody who's paid very much attention to the reports, the presentations that came to us from the Economic Development Office about retail in San Jose, one thing that was driven home to me is this notion of the pro forma and projects penciling out and the rate of return that a project can get and how they can present that to a potential funder. And when we have a pending commercial impact fee coming, but we've yet to do the work, the required study to determine what that fee will be, that creates an open-ended question that I realize could present a problem to projects moving forward, because to Councilmember Jimenez's point, it could be, you know, over $20, it could be 30, 40, it could be 8. We just don't know yet. And that makes it difficult for them to go to a bank and say, this is the sort of funding I need because, you know, whatever, but we don't know about this fee per square foot. So I believe that Councilman Peralez's suggestion to cap it at 20 gives some certainty. That's certainly not saying that we're committed to 20 or we won't go above or below 20, but it gives projects a number to pencil in and to see what their outer limits are, what they're capable of doing in San Jose. And, you know, in the worst case, if they have to pay $20, if it pencils out, then they're going to proceed with the project. And that's really my interest in seeing things move forward at this particular moment, especially as things begin to slow down. We don't know when exactly they'll completely halt, and hopefully they won't. But I'm interested in seeing as many things move forward as possible. So I will be supporting the motion on the floor. I'll yield.
All right. At the conclusion of this vote, we'll take a break for lunch. Any final comments before we vote? All right. On the motion.
Jimenez?
I'm sorry, Councilor Jimenez, you just raised your hand. Councilor Jimenez, you just raise your hand.
Sorry about that. I forgot to hit unmute. Just a very quick question that I have, just to gain some clarity before I vote is, so for example, you know, Councilmember Peralez chose September 7th, but if we were to make that October, I mean, would that have such a detrimental impact, that 1 month extra on the reliability of some consistency, you know, some clarity for these developers, Nancy? I mean, a month extra, is that a significant sort of ask?
There is a lot of pressure on developers that are trying to go now. And so staff would recommend keeping to the schedule, especially in light of the fact that worst case, we would have the $20 cap to provide certainty that could address both sets of sometimes conflicting concerns to bear out both seriously.
Yeah, okay, all right. And I just one last thing, I didn't, you know, I caught or heard just very clearly, Councilmember Peralez, I appreciate you reaching out to staff and sort of, you know, reaching the conclusion that maybe $20 would be a sort of good sort of middle sort of area to land. But I don't know. What I feel is that, you know, before we've even seen any of the reports, we're already sort of laying the foundation for what it's going to be. And that concerns me. I'm not, you know, pointing fingers or anything. I'm certainly not sure. I haven't had discussions with staff about this, but I don't know. It just sort of feels like we're laying the groundwork for what it's going to be before we have even yet to see the studies and the work that's been done. And so that's a little concerning to me. And so just wanted to express that. Thank you.
Councilmember Jimenez, I appreciate the concern. I know that, you know, could be used as a strategic mechanism to try to get everyone to vote for a particular fee, but I will say very clearly and publicly, I will not be guided in any way by the temporary cap in making a determination based on the independent reports that we've got coming to us and all the work that staff has done. I expect this will be an independent decision that each of us will be making, not based on the existence of any temporary cap. Councilor Peralez?
Yeah, I agree with that. It wasn't an easy decision, right, to try and come forward, put a lot of thought into that and recognize that. And I also had no interest of trying to impose this or sway anybody or suggest that the $20 is the number we should land on. And that's why I wanted to give that September 7th timeframe. I want the independent analysis to come back, and I want to be able to see that as well in its full report as we make a decision. And if staff can stick to the timeline that we now have, then that way we can all do that in August and come to an agreement, and at least there'll be this pressure put on everybody, knowing that we want to meet that deadline to move forward.
Okay, let's call the vote then, Tony.
Jimenez,
No.
Peralez,
Aye.
Dieppe,
Aye.
Carrasco, Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
No.
Arenas,
Aye.
Foley,
Aye.
Camus,
No.
Jones,
Aye.
Liccardo.
Aye.
Before I conclude, I have Carrasco marked as absent.
Aye, sorry, please.
Got it. That's why I confirmed. Thank you.
Thank you. Motion passes 8-3. All right, then we'll take a break until 2 o'clock for lunch, and then we'll resume our afternoon session. Thank you. Tony, can we resume with a call of the roll?
Jimenez,
Present.
Perales,
Here.
Dieppe,
Present.
Crosco, Davis,
Here.
Esparza,
Here.
Arenas,
Here.
Foley, Camus,
Here.
Jones,
Here.
Ricardo.
Present, thank you. All right, we'll resume then where we left off at 9.1, which is the successor agency for ROPS. There's no presentation on this item.
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, Tony?
Jimenez,
Yes.
Perales,
Aye.
Dieppe, Crosco, Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Camus,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Going back to Dieppe and Crosco, marking both as absent.
Thank you. All right, item 10.1 is the land use consent calendar. And trying to recall if we have any, we don't have any items. So we'll move on then. 10.2 is historic landmark designation for 170 Park Center Plaza. 10.3 is a site development permit on that site at 150 South Almaden. I'd like to have us consider the two of these on the same item and hear public comment, and then we'll have to take separate votes on each. Is that right, Rick?
Yes, they should be. They can be heard together, but taken up separately when council votes.
Okay, so we'll consider 10.2 and 10.3. Welcome, Rosalind.
Good afternoon, Mayor. I'm going to share my screen for the presentation. My apologies. I'm trying to get it on the slideshow mode. Just one moment.
I know that feeling, had that challenge.
Just to click slideshow right there.
Okay, Henry's suggesting if you click slideshow where?
It's one of the options on the top.
Oh, on the top,
Next to animations.
right next to animations. Oh,
I do know where it's located. It's just blocked. Just one quick second. Yeah, my apologies. It's not working. I will continue in this mode if that's okay, Mayor.
It's fine, we can see it, fine.
So again, good afternoon, Mayor, Council, Rosalind Huey, Director of the Department of Planning, Building and Code Enforcement. So the item before the council is to consider a designation of 170 Park Center Plaza, which is also known as the former Bank of California building, as a city landmark. Staff prepared a city landmark nomination application pursuant to the Historic Landmarks Commission action on May 6th. The application is comprised of supporting documentation, including a historic resource project assessment, a historic context statement, a survey, and the building history. Staff found that the building meets the criteria to qualify as a city landmark as set forth in the Historic Preservation Ordinance. The former Bank of California building was constructed in 1973 and is an example of modern architecture that is often described using the terms late expressionist, feudalist, or metaphoric. The building is representative of the work of architect Caesar Pelli in his early years. And the building was constructed during San Jose's downtown redevelopment era.
Hey, so Rosalind, sorry to interject. When you're in this mode, you need to click on the next slide over on the left bar, just to kind of, it shows up for the rest of us.
Okay, do you see the slide entitled Historic Landmarks Commission?
No, we're still on the first slide.
Okay.
So somehow Nancy was able to click onto the next one on the left-hand side to bring it down as you would manually.
Did that work?
No, we're still highlighted on the first slide.
Okay. My apologies.
No problem.
The good news is this is mostly text anyway, so I think we can pretty well follow along.
Thank you, Mayor. I will do just that because I just have one other slide for this item. So I just want to share that the Historic Landmarks Commission did consider the nomination. Back in March 4th, they held a meeting that discussed the potential nomination based on a request from the Preservation Action Council of San Jose. At the HLC May 6th meeting, they considered the nomination and voted to prepare documentation for the application, and that's what staff has done. And then last month at its June 3rd meeting, the HLC found that the building meets the criteria for city landmark and voted to recommend that the City Council designate the building. And that does include my presentation, Mayor.
Okay, great, thank you.
So Rosalind, were you going to also do the presentation for 10.3 now, since we're hearing these together?
Yes, I can certainly do that.
And if I could just let the council know and the public that both these presentations are posted online, so you can follow along even if Rosalind is unable to advance the slides on the screen.
I'm going to try one more time to see if I can get this in presentation mode. I'm hoping you're able to see the slide on the downtown vision.
Yeah, we are now.
We are.
Great, thank you. So I would like to start the presentation on the City View Plaza project. First, just acknowledging our shared vision for downtown. Last fall, you'll recall that the Planning Division, in coordination with the Office of Economic Development, released a downtown vision document. And this effort was supported by a grant from the Knight Foundation. Staff worked with residents of downtown and other stakeholders to create this document that conveys our shared vision for downtown, that it's everyone's extraordinary city center. It is the West Coast's largest rail hub. It has 4 distinct districts that are well connected. It has great cultural and dining experiences. It's home to the great San Jose State University, and that our downtown is alive with public life. The City View Plaza development projects helps us realize our vision for downtown. The project site includes the majority of the downtown block bounded by Park Avenue, South Almaden Boulevard, West San Fernando Street, and South Market Street, except for just one lot located at the northwest corner of the block. This is clearly a prime location and the heart of our downtown. The site development permit allows the demolition of 9 existing structures, including a candidate city landmark building and the construction of approximately 3.79 million square feet of development. That includes 3.64 million square feet of office space and 24,000 square feet of retail space. A supplemental environmental impact report was prepared for the project that identifies significant and unavoidable impacts, including construction and operational air quality impacts and noise impacts, cultural resource impacts, including the demolition of 4 significant historic buildings. And the project would also have a shade and shadow impact on Plaza de Cesar Chavez. Council's action today would require to include a statement of overriding considerations. Because the project includes the creation of approximately 20,000 jobs, it promotes multimodal and pedestrian enhancements in our downtown. The project promotes economic development and will certainly serve as a much needed catalyst to continue to bring vibrancy to downtown. And also just wanted to note, obviously, the project will certainly help the city implement its vision and goals for downtown. Regarding community outreach for the project, a community meeting was conducted in August of last year. The main concern shared at the community meeting was the demolition of the historic structures. The Historic Landmarks Commission reviewed the project in September of last year and then again at its meeting on April 1st. They also did share the concerns about demolition of the historic resources, particularly the former Bank of California building. The Planning Commission heard the project at its meeting on May 27th and voted unanimously to recommend that the City Council approve the project. They did ask for further consideration regarding the amount of parking for the project. And then again, the HLC voted to recommend the former Bank of California building as a city landmark at its June meeting. Lastly, I just want to take the opportunity to thank city staff who have worked very hard on the various components of the project. This really was a big team effort, and I'd like to especially acknowledge our planning project manager, Cassandra Vandersweep, our environmental review planner, Rima Mahamud, and Emily Lapoma of the Office of Economic Development. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosa. All right, is that the conclusion of the presentation?
Yes, Mayor, that concludes the presentation.
Great, thank you. And I also want to thank many of those folks you just named. Certainly Kim and Nancy and yourself and Chris over in OED and Robert and Emily and Cassandra and Kelly Klein on our team who's been working really hard on this effort. I really want to thank Jay Paul for his bullish approach to our downtown at the time when we so critically need job creation. We know our unemployment now is somewhere, I'm guessing, between 15 and 20%. And his team, Janad and Delia and Matt Latucci, and I know he picked up somebody familiar to us as a consultant, Rue Viracone. They've been really great to work with, and I know they're really committed to the city and to downtown. So I'm just very grateful for that. Let's go to the public. We've got many folks who'd like to speak, beginning with someone with a phone number ending in 1208. 1208.
I guess that's me, Mayor Lou Wolf. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome, Lou.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I'm just here to speak about the possible designation of 170 Park Center. Unfortunately for everyone, I'm older than the historic designation building. So I was there when it was designed, built, and implemented. Not to be critical of the decent people who work on the historic committee, but Caesar Pelli, a very famous and wonderful architect, helped us with the building. He did not design it by himself. It was actually sketched out at a dinner table at my house years and years ago with another architect named Sid Brisker, both who are no longer with us. It's really not, in my opinion, it's not an example of any form of architecture, especially brutistic or whatever the term that they assigned to it after they found that Caesar was not the sole architect. I think the mayor knows that I've been behind and part of the designation and help with the Montgomery Hotel and the St. Clair. So I'm not opposed to historic buildings, but this one is not historic, in my opinion. And I think the right thing for the project, for the city council and the developer is to allow him to raise this building along with the other buildings proposed. Actually, I was instrumental in all the buildings on your exhibit. So in 50 years, no one has ever come to me and asked me about the building. The depth, I've studied Caesar Pelli, maybe not as much as other people, but in no volume on his total work can I find this building mentioned. And it would be sad to have a great project like the one that's proposed. And by the way, they're tearing down everything I built. So for me to, and I don't know Mr. Paul, but I don't think this is an historic building, and I would suggest to the council not to overspend their time and effort preserving it. Thank you.
Thank you, Lou. Good to hear from you. Frank, welcome. Frank, welcome. Your device is muted, apparently.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this project today. I'm representing the Santa Clara and San Benito Counties Building and Construction Trades Council. I'm speaking for David Beanie, our executive director, who unfortunately was unable to attend today's meeting. I want to say that the council, which represents 27 craft unions with over 30,000 workers and families, strongly supports the development of this project. We believe that it's crucial to the downtown core development and will immediately provide significant safe construction employment during the COVID-19 economic downturn. So we would ask that you certify the environmental impact report and adopt the resolution approving the site development permit. These were both recommended by the staff. And in order to keep this project moving forward and making it economically feasible, we would ask that you not provide any type of historical designation for that one particular building. And quite frankly, just as an individual, I've seen that building over the years and I never found it particularly attractive. And I do think that this is crucial that you maintain the high level of density at this particular site because of its proximity both to the core of downtown and the new development around the Diridon station. So I please ask the board today, or the council today, to vote in the affirmative with a staff recommendation to move this project forward and not to create any obstacle to its moving forward by creating a unnecessary historical designation. Thank you so much for your time, sir.
I've just been informed that the applicant had a presentation and I skipped right by it to go right to public comment. So let me just ask, Jeanette, are you on the line now? We can come back to public comment in just a moment.
Is it Jeanette Delia?
Yes.
Yeah, she's in the public sector.
Okay, Jeanette, we're going to move you from the public into, yes, so you can present. And I'm very sorry I wasn't paying attention here.
Okay.
Jen, are you with?
Can you hear me?
Yes, and we can see your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, Council. I'm Jeanette D'Elia, and I'm the COO of J. Paul Company, owner of 170 Park Center Plaza and a San Jose native. J. Paul Company strongly opposes the designation of 170 Park as a historic landmark. San Jose's history is defined by change. There have been many times in the city's history where major redevelopment has occurred and the old has made way for the new. Change is embedded in the city's very DNA, and while we must celebrate our history, the economic drivers of the past are not the economic drivers of the future. We cannot preserve buildings simply because they represent important local pattern of community redevelopment or because they are examples of planned redevelopment or corporate design development. If future redevelopment is only seen through this lens, no future redevelopment could ever occur, and the city's ability to adapt to the change necessary for its successful future will be severely compromised. While CityView's past as a corporate banking center was critical to San Jose's redevelopment in the 50s and 60s, CityView's future as a modern, sustainable, pedestrian-friendly urban environment designed for today's industries is vitally critical to the city's future. The original developer of Park Center Plaza, Lou Wolf, who you just heard from, and who hired Gruen and Associates and personally knew Cesar Pelli, directly refutes the emphasis being placed on Pelli's involvement in the project. Further, in a 2009 study commissioned by the city and PAC-SJ entitled San Jose Modernism, Historical Context, which is squarely posted on the city's website, while Park Center Plaza and brutalist architecture were discussed in depth and examples of representative buildings mentioned, there is not one mention of Pelli, nor that the 170 Park is a notable example of brutalist architecture. We spent time evaluating the building and how it could potentially be integrated into the project, but after thorough evaluation, concluded that it was neither economically nor architecturally feasible. In an effort to understand the perspective of the preservationist community, we proactively met with PAC-SJ on 3 separate occasions, including a presentation to their full board. This was not required by city outreach policy, but we wanted to listen to their concerns and explore with them meaningful ways to commemorate the 170 Park building. If council would like to understand our commemoration proposal, we're prepared to describe it and have brought additional materials for your consideration. Finally, in a recent citywide survey of San Jose residents conducted by FM3 Research, only 18% of those polled favored saving the building, while over 69% were in favor of redevelopment. The city's residents clearly favor a bright new future for downtown San Jose. I ask that council refrain from designating the building as a landmark and look instead to the future of San Jose. And Mayor, we also have a presentation on the project that we're prepared to give as well. Should I just start with that?
Why don't we jump into it? And then we'll
Okay.
After that. And again, forgive me, Jeanette, for cutting over you.
Sure, no worries. And we'll have 2. Actually, I should put my camera on. I just noticed I wasn't on camera. We'll actually have myself speaking, and then Ben Trinnell of Gensler speaking as well. And I know he's on the call.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you, everyone. As I mentioned, my name is Jeanette D'Elia. I'm a San Jose native and the COO of J. Paul. J. Paul Company is a privately held. Oh, sorry, Ben. J. Paul Company is a privately held local development firm with a portfolio of over 11 million square feet of office space throughout Silicon Valley. We believe the Valley's future lies in downtown San Jose, and since 2018 have made a major commitment to the city by acquiring over $700 million in prime downtown real estate. Our 200 Park building is being developed on a spec basis to produce office product ahead of demand. It's a strategy we've been successfully employed even in previous challenging times. We hope to commence construction of CityView later this year, and once finished, our combined total in downtown San Jose, our combined investment in downtown San Jose will be over $5 billion. I'd like to thank the Development Services team for their professionalism throughout the entitlement process and council for its continued service, even during these unprecedented times. I'm excited to present City View for your consideration today. As you can see from the checklist, City View substantially conforms to the visions and the goals of the general plan and the downtown strategy plan, council policies, and the zoning ordinance. Next slide. At full build out, City View will generate a 3.7 million square foot technology center, bringing over 2,600 full-time construction jobs, almost 32,000 direct and indirect jobs, almost $9.1 million annually to the city's general fund, and over $16 million annually for San Jose City schools. We believe the time to invest in the future of San Jose is now. I'd like to introduce Ben Purnell, Principal of Gensler, the project's architect. And I'd like to note that we also have other subject matter experts available for council questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeanette. And thank you, City Council members. I trust you can hear me okay.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm Ben Trinnell, Principal at Gensler, the architect of the project. And on behalf of the entire team that I represent, I'm so excited to share with you a transformative project with you that we believe is a chance for all of us collectively to make history today as we envision the future of San Jose. This project will be an icon for San Jose that charts a path to a sustainable future with more than 70% carbon reduction and creates a vibrant public realm animated by pedestrians and cyclists. The project fronts the Plaza de César Chavez, which is the oldest public open space in California. City View is across the street from J. Paul's 200 Park project, which is currently under construction. And together, these two projects are a catalyst for the city's vision to create a pedestrian-focused Park Avenue. Retail and active uses line all street edges. Service and below-grade parking access are provided at signalized intersections, and secured bike rooms and permanent bike lanes are part of the city's better bikeways, all come with this project. This is the future of Park Avenue. This is City View. I'd like to go down and walk around the ground plane of the project as though we're together doing that in person, which I hope to do with you in a few years. This is a view of Park Avenue looking east, which shows a central plaza with space for events along that new renovated Park Avenue. There's an extension of the Almaden Paseo, which runs through the site, lined with active retail and other uses that you see here. If we step up inside, you see these bridges that connect the towers. And if we step up inside the project, inside one of those bridges, you have this wonderful view out, looking back across. This would be a view from inside the tower. And from this bridge, you can see the Paseo, across the Paseo, and you can see the 200 Park project under construction just to the south. If we step back outside, you can see the selection of warm toned terracotta that we've identified to clad the entire building, which keys off of some of the existing buildings around it, like the old post office, which I think personally is a beautiful building. If we go back down to the ground level, the Central Plaza is identified by these colorful trees and vibrant landscape. And if we step further east on Park Avenue at the intersection with the Plaza de César Chavez, you can see this open space which supports the extension of events that might spill across from the Plaza de César Chavez onto this plaza that we've created in front here. And again, you see active retail lining all the ground plane here. The front door of the project is marked by a dramatic, tall lobby space fronting the central promenade. And if we go up in the air, you can see this massing that is stitched into the context with an appropriate scale. And that front door is has a grand staircase right in front of it that meets the sidewalk along Market Street, providing a welcome and activated space. I mentioned the sustainability features of this project, and we're very, very proud of this because I think it's unprecedented accomplishment in the scale of this project and makes it possible. There's many features where we're designing for resiliency with large outdoor terraces, natural ventilation, electric vehicle parking, solar, photovoltaics, and much more. The project meets the San Jose REACH code. It's an all-electric building that meets LEED Gold with reduced energy and carbon consumption, 40% water use reduction, and significant EV parking installation. It's consistent with the historic landmarks preservation policy. And as mentioned, over the past year, we've presented to HLC, we've initiated meetings with PAC-SJ to work collaboratively and identified several ways to commemorate the structure, including a digital commemoration, which you see here with an already completed laser scan and other ideas. These ideas very well received at the PAC-SJ board meeting. Mayor, council members, we're so thrilled to work with you today to shape the future of San Jose with this iconic destination, a vibrant public realm, and a sustainable future. We have others available. We have more appendices. We have so much more information we'd love to share with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ben, and thank you, Jeanette. Jeanette, did you have anything further?
No, we just wanted to thank you again for your time and consideration, and we're so excited to bring this project to San Jose. Thank you, Council.
I very much appreciate your vision, and I'm very grateful for your confidence in our city as well as your commitment to our city. So thank you. This is truly a game changer for downtown. So we'll go now back to the public, and then we'll come back to council. So Edward, welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, council members, city staff. My name is Edward Salm, and I've been the chair of the Historic Landmarks Commission for the last 5 years. To touch on a few things, staying within San Jose, there are several instances where historic preservation and development are not mutually exclusive. It's a false dichotomy, and to claim differently is not realistic. The Montgomery Hotel, which came before us, the addition over and above, Harold College in the SOFA district, and the First Church of Christ Scientists. The intent was to physically move the church, build a parking garage beneath it, and move it back before plans changed. So to claim that a building can't be reused or can't be modified, there are several instances within a few blocks of this project that render that untrue. Every architectural style has at times been out of fashion. The Boston City Hall was built in a similarly brutalist style. Whether or not Pele or not Pele, one of the foremost experts on Pele, who was the author of the first two comprehensive monographs, actually talked to Mr. Pele and confirmed what Mr. Wolf had said, that yes, Pele was involved, that it was, quote, a quickie batted out over 2 weekends in 1971 as a favor for a developer friend. So he was involved, which in and of itself makes that criteria in the Historic Preservation Ordinance applicable. One other concern, the plan calls for phasing and is being done on spec. The demolition of the bank building and others would be done essentially right away, and then over time, each phase would be built. We don't have a time frame for when the full project will be built out, so we may get a partial site and then have how much of this site, which had a historic building on it, left fallow for X number of years, because we are talking about a spec multi-phase project. I would also like to thank Juliet's hard work on this process. I've unfortunately heard some disparaging comments from both within the city and without regarding the process, which concerns me.
Thank you, Edward. Vance, welcome.
Hello.
Yes, welcome, Vance.
Hi, I would like to. Hi, my name is Vance. I work for XXS Videos in San Jose, California, and I would like to.
Crystal, welcome.
Hello.
Yes.
So what I like to talk about is that the police department.
All right, we're not actually on the subject of policing. We're on the subject of the project located on Park and Almaden and historic resource. Phil, welcome. Mr. Mahoney, I think you're.
Here we go. I think I'm unmuted now.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just touch base as a commercial real estate broker for over 3 decades here. I've worked with almost all of the major tenants, and this is exactly the sort of project that they're looking for. This is San Jose's shot at an iconic generational skyline project Nothing else will compare to this in downtown San Jose, which calls itself the capital of Silicon Valley. This will indeed be that structure. As to the discussion on this quote unquote historic building that to me reminds me much more of a Chernobyl bunker than anything else, it's really a part of architecture that should be forgotten, not glorified. And if the building had any redeeming qualities in a commercial market, it would have leased in the last uptick. Almost everything did. We had vacancies below 3% at one point. So this building has no commercial viability and certainly should not stop a project of this magnitude. Lastly, I'd want to just touch base on what the Planning Commission talked about as to parking. As unfortunately we all know, mass transit right now is in a very uncertain and unfortunately unfunded state. We all believe it's going to come back. We hope it's going to come back. But for the short-term and mid-term future, parking is still going to matter. The tenants of Silicon Valley continue to drive and will so for some time to come. So I would not want to see anything in a lesser parking ratio put to this project to make it less viable. Thank you. Available for any questions or comments.
Thanks, Bill. Mike, welcome. Hi, Mike. Your device appears to be on mute right now.
Thank you. I'd like to protest the city preventing testimony on two different items that require the city to make two separate votes, especially after providing time to hear from the developer on both items. The following comments are a last-minute mashup regarding the two items. PAC San Jose asked the City Council accept the Historic Landmarks Commission's unanimous recommendation to formally recognize the landmark status of the former Bank of California building. Landmark eligible since 2000, it is high time this building's landmark status is confirmed. Lest anyone try to suggest otherwise, this is not a last-minute intervention by out-of-touch preservationists. It has taken us 20 years to get to this point. We need to make sure that we preserve and celebrate what makes us unique and to make sure we formally recognize our landmarks, even if their long-term fate is not known. Your recognition of this landmark should be considered in its current context prior to any other development that may or may not happen. Landmarking evidences to everyone that our history, our story, our culture is important and valuable. It does not prevent the city from approving J. Paul's project. PAC San Jose is 100% in favor of any investment in San Jose and any jobs that this commercial development project will create during demolition, construction, and eventual tenant occupancy. That said, PAC and many others are arguing for caution against a rush to demolition of all 9 buildings with their 1 million square feet of prevailing office space at the core of our beloved city without knowing if there's going to be a tenant or who that prospective tenant for a monoculture design building would be. It would be reasonable to assume that the target tenant would be a high-tech or social media company, making it all important to answer fundamental questions about the post-pandemic new world workplace and the trend by industry titans like Mark Zuckerberg to decide their workforce will be virtual. Thank you.
Thank you. The person with the phone number ending 5140, welcome.
Yeah, that type of brutalism architecture has no place in society for anybody. If you look at that building, it's meant to be bulldozed. Brutalism was developed actually to dehumanize people. If you look at the California State Building near Paseo de San Antonio, it looks terrible. I mean, it makes you want to blow your brains out just looking at it. And so does this building at 170 Park. I believe that they should demolish the whole area. It looks terrible, and there should be a very good architectural design. I hope the people designing make it interesting and make it vibrant versus the blah downtown that we have. I mean, the Fairmont Hotel looks like garbage to me too. We should bulldoze that soon. But yeah, this type of architecture is horrible. Look up brutalism on Wikipedia and read about it. It was designed by people who want to dehumanize you, and I want everyone to look up brutalism if you don't already know what it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Eddie. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Eddie Trong with the Silicon Valley Organization. As the region's Chamber of Commerce, I want to register our very strong support of the City View Plaza project, which will bring 20,000 jobs to San Jose. Quite frankly, this project is a game changer for San Jose, and it will aid economic recovery during COVID-19. I also want to spend a little bit of time to address the historic preservation issues, but this time I want to speak from the perspective of a lifelong San Jose resident. I grew up in District 8 in the Evergreen neighborhood, and I have been through all of San Jose in places that I adore and places that I've walked by that building many times during Christmas in the park, and I can say unequivocally that it is an ugly building. San Jose will be fine if we get rid of that building, and we really shouldn't let that building get in the way of progress so that San Jose can be truly a great city going forward into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Person with the phone number ending 1367.
Yes, this is Lillian, District 6. I see it says 1 minute and 8 seconds. I assume you're going to put that back to 2 minutes here in a moment. But I'm directing my questions or my comments to Ben Furnell and Ms. Rosalind Huey. Number one, the city proposes taking out 14 tree removal or removing 14 ordinance trees. And I hope they do put back some colorful trees when they remove those trees. Number two, the shaded area of Cesar Chavez Park is over 10%. And that is a very, very high percentage to shade a park with those tall buildings. I don't know if that's environmentally sound or not, but it does affect the park. Number three, or C, your brick and mortar buildings look fabulous. I mean, but with the reinvigorating for the future and rethinking due to the COVID pandemic, how do you squeeze a lot of people into these buildings without them feeling like, you know, you're squeezed in? Do you have social distancing in place? Are you rethinking these things? Because we could possibly have something else in the near future. So when you're building, are you thinking about the future? And let's just say we had another pandemic and people were in those buildings. Just think about that. And the last one is, you know, San Jose is known for its historic buildings, and I've seen on the View when I was watching here that those historic buildings are very interesting to look at. I used to live in Fresno, and when you'd come over the highway there, you'd come into Fresno and you'd see these really old buildings, and it was just, you know, eye-catching. But, you know, you're saying, okay, the general public's going to be really happy with the new thing that's coming out. Well, preserving the old is just as important. Thank you.
Thank you. Ben?
Thank you. I'm Ben Leach. I'm the Executive Director of the Preservation Action Council of San Jose. We appreciate the effort that staff and the Historic Landmarks Commission has put into the landmark nomination. We don't think that that is an unconsidered position. We really endorse the conclusions that this merits landmark designation and protection. The city's Envision 2040 general plan emphasizes the advantages of an architecturally diverse downtown composed of an eclectic mix of historic architecture side by side to award-winning contemporary urban design. That's a quote directly out of the general plan. We see that there's no better opportunity to demonstrate that vision than this. More than 150 people from San Jose and across the country have responded to our Save the Sphinx petition, calling for the designation and the preservation of the building. The cause has attracted significant local support and national attention. A vote for landmark status is not a vote against City View Plaza. It is a vote of encouragement to improve that project for the future. This does not have to be an either-or decision. As the last 3 months have painfully reminded us, no one can predict the future of development in downtown San Jose, including the fate of the City View project. But we can learn from history that every period of architecture has gone through a period where it's seen as ugly or obsolete or in the way. Every single era of architecture, and this will be no different. So we encourage you to take the long view, recognize that this is just a half-acre portion of an 8-acre project. Its demolition now would not be replaced by anything in the best of circumstances for another 6 years. And we have real concerns about that.
Thank you. Michelle?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great,
Welcome.
thanks. Hello, my name is Michelle Rasiopi. I am calling on behalf of the Docomomo US Northern California chapter to express support for the preservation and adaptive reuse of the former Bank of California building. Docomomo US Northern California is a chapter of the international nonprofit organization Docomomo, which was established 25 years ago to provide leadership, education, and advocacy for people committed to saving places to shape the future of America's stories. And we feel that the Bank of California building is an excellent example of brutalism in San Jose by master architect Cesar Pelli. It was identified in the report, the Archives and Architecture report that they did document before Pelli's death in 2019, that he did work on this project. We agree with their findings that the building is clearly eligible for the California Register of Historic Resources, and it should be a San Jose City landmark. We encourage the city of San Jose to seriously consider preservation alternatives during this process, and we support the Preservation Action Council's efforts, what Ben Leach just discussed as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Logan?
Awesome, thank you. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Great. I was born and raised in San Jose, California, and I graduated from Willow Glen High School in 2007. I developed a love for history living in San Jose. San Jose's historic and diverse architecture gave me a sense of place and helped me understand myself and what mattered. As a child, I clearly recall visiting the Tech Museum and walking past the Sphinx Bank on my way to and from the museum. I pursued history in school, and today I work as a historic preservation specialist in the city of Spokane, Washington. Now on the proposed project, one building and lot was cut out from the proposed development site. Why not cut out an important historic building? This building represents a small portion of the proposed site, yet the applicants portray a scenario where preserving 170 Park Ave is the death knell in their project. Preserving 170 Park Ave will only kill this project if the applicants refuse to creatively interpret the site. Doesn't the vision statement for downtown San Jose identify a diverse and culturally rich downtown? How do you achieve that without preserving one of downtown's most notable buildings from an important decade in its past? Preservation is not about ugly or pretty. It is about making a sense of place. Did you notice that the notable San Jose landmarks the City View applicant featured were all representative of one time period and of a limited stylistic range? Is that the only period of San Jose history that matters? If we demolish every building constructed in the 1970s, then we'll have trouble making sense of place in the future, especially those who were born in the 70s. As a staff member for a Landmarks Commission, I also find it unusual that public comment for both a Landmarks nomination and a development proposal were heard in tandem. Additionally, the amount of energy the planning director put into presenting the historic significance of 170 Park Ave was entirely disappointing. We didn't even see a photo. 170 Park Ave matters.
Matthew, welcome.
This is Matt Mayhood, President and CEO of the Silicon Valley Organization. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council, City Manager. I don't want to delve too long on this conversation because I agree with many of the speakers who went before me, including my peer Eddie Trong from the SVO. But the SVO and our organization and many of our members fully support the J-Paul project as planned. This will bring an incredible number of jobs to the city now for construction, but also longer term with full-time employment with a major tenant locating there. We see no need for a historical designation on the 170 Park Center property, completely unnecessary. If it was really indeed a historical site, it would have been designated so long, long ago. And as I heard one other person speak, it's commercially unviable as a operative building. So let's move on and let's get the City View project built as soon as possible. And I also want to recognize and thank J. Paul for their incredible vision and their investment in the city of San Jose. And their risk-taking and their investment is going to pay huge dividends in the city of San Jose in the future. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt, and good luck with your recovery. Kurt?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, City Council. My name is Chris Chacon. I'm a resident of San Jose. Also involved with.
We're having a hard time hearing you, maybe because of the microphone location. You could speak a little more directly, and that might help.
How's that?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, my name is Kurt Chacon, a resident in San Jose. I'm also working as an electrical contractor on the City View project for the general contractor out there. Also a member of local union 332, the electrical union. I'm not an expert on historical landmarks, but I have done a little bit of research to see, what really the significance of a historical building is. Is there history? What's the architecture? The integrity of the project? The environment of the project? How it was used. I do have some history of this building. I've been in this building more than I'd like to say. The family court building that I can honestly say there was nothing but bitter memories of this building. And the building actually, if you look at it, it probably brings back a lot of bitter memories for a lot of people. The development of the City View project and having to the thought of building this project, leaving this project as part of the City View project is absolutely makes no sense whatever. It's an eyesore. It brings bad memories to a lot of people. And I hope that the council can see the nonsense of trying to make this building a historical landmark at this point in time is something that we just won't want to have part of San Jose. Thank you.
Thank you. Tony, welcome.
Oh, hey.
Hello, Tony. Okay, David?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Welcome, David. All right. Tessa.
All right. Well, one thing that Allery Middlebrook had referred to in regards to Deb Davis, she says Deb Davis is a Neanderthal, and I'm not saying it in terms of anything personal ad hominem. It's our values and what we have to look at. And what Allery Middlebrook is about is our future, and she's talking about food sustainability and food security. And these are the things we have to start looking at. And some of the other people who were talking, I really appreciated in their saying, we've just gone, we're in COVID-19, we have 4 crises. And everything we do has to address those 4 crises. And that's when we talk about Neanderthal, it's thinking back in the past.
You to disparage a member of this council. Please continue, but you're not to disparage individual members of this council. Please offer your comments. Tessa, you're now on mute. If you could unmute your device.
Okay, what I'm saying is we can't be looking at the past. The only way we need to look at the past is that we should save that building. We should save that building because it does have historical value, because it's small. At least it's small. It has some values. And in terms of the biggering is where is the past. Figuring is the past. We have to look into the future. Even jobs of commercial development is the past. It's the past. And we have to look at basic needs. Everything has to be about basic needs, which is food, clothing, and shelter. And you're not even addressing that. These are dreams of the past that have brought us to climate crisis, ecological collapse, housing crisis, and now a pandemic. And also, of course, the pollution that's part and precursor to our pandemic. Everything has to be about addressing our issues, and that has to go. So we should save that building just as a memory to our past and build about housing and that type of development versus jobs, because even the design.
Thank you, Tessa. Gail?
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Gail Frank. I strongly support designating the former Bank of California building, also known as the Pelley building, as a city landmark. We like to call the Pelley building the San Jose Sphinx because it appears like an abstract distillation of the actual Sphinx. That alone could be a tourist attraction. San Jose is losing many of its mid-century buildings. Let's honor and keep this one because it's unique. It is representative of the first urban renewal project in San Jose. It's an excellent example of a world-renowned master architect's work and is a great display of the brutalist style of architecture. I hope you have reviewed all the letters from professional architectural historians and knowledgeable preservation organizations who advocate for saving the former Bank of California building. Their pleas to keep this unique building in San Jose should be seriously considered. And also, I hope you read the letter describing multiple sources documenting that Pelley did design this building. We need to preserve significant structures in San Jose from all eras of our history. Often buildings that are hovering around 40 to 60 years old are destroyed before their significance and appreciation are recognized. We have many examples of this in San Jose. Please approve your Historic Landmark Commission's recommendation to name the former Bank of California Pelley building a city landmark. It would make a really interesting and neat museum. Thanks.
Thank you. Faustino, welcome. Welcome, Faustino. Faustino, we're not able to hear you right now. There may be a problem with your software.
Hello, my name is Estino Bernantes, and I strongly support the J-Paul Corporation and other works, but you people should look forward to through the future. The economy is collapsing. The plague is coming. There's more niggers coming into the.
We're not going to accept any kind of disparaging remarks about any member of our communities. We'll cut off comment immediately. Blair?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for allowing me to speak on this issue. You know, I walk by that building a lot, and I had my, you know, it made me uncomfortable sometimes, but it being an item today, it made me think and reflect that, you know, even that I don't fully like it, it makes me a bit uncomfortable. It does have a definite character, and you know, to give it a landmark status is interesting of yourselves. I think it's worthy of that, and how we build our character of a city, even if projects we don't fully like. There's going to be a high-rise in the works on the corner of Almaden and Park, on the opposite side of this building project. The building project itself, both of these projects, I hope that you can consider how to keep the high-rise level low, and to consider, with a minute left, you don't have to necessarily bulldoze the entire block to create this new building structure, I feel. I think the buildings that are on the south side of just south of San Fernando Street that are already there make a really interesting, interlacing idea of how you can walk through the area, and it just creates a very interesting way to walk. And to bulldoze those and completely give that up is ruining the character of itself. And that's hurtful. I hope if you do build this extension park idea, that it can be accessible to the public. And, to keep the landmark status is the idea of basically how to keep the individuality of buildings and learning to build and to connect spaces together, not bulldoze entire areas. And that's my feelings on the matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Blair. Lynn, welcome.
Shut the fuck up, you.
Lynn Stevenson?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Hi. I'm continually struck by, back to Gail's point, the buildings that I see in San Jose that existed around the 40s and the 50s that were torn down. These buildings at the time were 30, 40 years old. People thought they were ugly. We look at them today and we think, oh my gosh, that building was beautiful. How could they have thought that that building should have been torn down? Now, this building at Park Center Plaza, which I refer to as Family Court, being a lawyer, I spent a lot of time in the building. It isn't the prettiest building, but it's a piece of our history. And we have to look at our millennials and our population and understand that we don't get to be the people who judge whether or not that building should be saved based on its looks. It's a piece of our history. Remember, old buildings were torn down to build that project. Either the council was wrong then, or they were wrong tearing down what was there, or they were wrong building those things, and now they want to tear them down again. We have to look forward and think about what we're doing here. The millennials want things that count. If you give a millennial a choice of a Craftsman home or a brand new subdivision home, they're going to choose the Craftsman every time. They want things that are authentic. They want things with meaning. And we can have this J. Paul project in some form if it really is appropriate, given what's going to happen to the commercial real estate market, which is that it's probably going to crater substantially. We can have that project and save this building. It can be repurposed. There are ways to do it. It may not be economically wonderful for J. Paul, but it can be done. I encourage the council to approve the historic landmark status for this building. Thank you.
Thank you. Luis? Hi, Luis.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Luis Arguello. I'm the Assistant Business Manager for Labor's Local 270, and I am calling today to voice our strong support for the City View project. Local 270 is comprised of more than 6,000 men and women, and out of those, it's a big portion of them who live within the Santa Clara County and within the San Jose limits. And it is imperative that we support developments like the City View Plaza. This downtown development will immediately provide safe construction employment during the COVID-19 pandemic. Not only will it provide good jobs, but it will also stimulate our economy and provide peace of mind to many residents. We ask that you certify the environmental impact report and that you adopt a resolution approving a site development permit. We are asking for your support in bringing jobs to downtown San Jose, especially during these difficult times. Let's remember that progress should not be stopped. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve? Steve, you're on mute still. Steve, you're still on mute.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
There you go. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Liccardo and council members. My name is
Steve, we're having difficulty hearing your voice.
Give me 1 second here.
Okay.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, very good. My name's Steve Pride. I'm the Vice President of Central Concrete Supply. And I'm speaking in support of the J. Paul's City View project. Our company, Central Concrete Supply, was established in San Jose in 1946. At this time, 80% of our employees live in San Jose. It is very important to not only have a project like this in downtown San Jose, but to have it worked on by our local residents, which in turn, they support our local retail and related businesses. This project is coming along at the most needed time to keep our employees, as well as other local contractors' employees, employed, especially in light of the recent slowdown due to COVID-19. In addition, the contractor, Level 10 Construction, is a local union contractor that will be utilizing local subcontractors to facilitate this construction. At this time, we do not want to miss this opportunity to support a local developer that has the vision, fortitude, and financial ability to create a premier, world-class environment that will enhance the downtown core for the next century. Our company has seen the downtown core transform over the last 74 years. We have witnessed many landmark projects being built, but have also witnessed the exodus of many businesses, making the city look like a ghost town for years. This is our time to continue to foster the resurgence of our downtown core so as to secure it for future generations. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Scott, welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor Liccardo, members of the council, Scott Neese, San Jose Downtown Association. This project is in the very heart of the city, and it exemplifies that a city is never static and is always changing. It's really significant that this project is on the first site of one of our original redevelopment areas, the Century Center redevelopment. And you heard the developer earlier, Lou Wolf, who developed the original Park Center Plaza there, saying these buildings that he constructed 50 years ago, it's time for a new, better, and higher use. Certainly, J. Paul and Gensler have presented a vision that really matches this location right on the doorsteps of the future of the city. And as far as the landmark designation, it doesn't make sense to us, especially when you look at where the values are today. It is brutal location on that corner. It's up on a podium. It has blank walls to the sidewalks, and this is going to be one of the most important corners in downtown, across from Adobe, the CPA, and the new 200 Park Avenue construction. If the city was really serious about brutalist architecture, it would have saved the finest example that it owned on San Carlos Street. I know our city manager remembers this well. The old library was the best brutalist project in the city. Took that one down too, to make way for progress. We support the staff recommendation, the Planning Commission's unanimous recommendation. It's time to move this project forward. Thank you.
Thank you. The person with the phone number 3217, welcome.
Hi, I wanted to say I'm a citizen of San Jose, fifth generation resident of San Jose. I don't have any affiliation with any type of like architecture or developer or anything like that. Just a normal citizen. I walk by this building 5-6 times a week. I have to tell you, it's an eyesore. It's ugly. The arguments I've heard today are so weak that this thing possibly qualifies as historic. It's like a technicality. It has an architect affiliation. It's gross. I mean, what's the story? What's the culture? What's it contributing to the area? It has some it looks like a sphinx. Really? Come on. I mean, I think you're better than that. There's no really place for it in society. Someone said earlier, it's meant to be it's been up for 50 years, destroy it. You know, that there's nothing inherent valuable that it brings to the neighborhood or the area. Also, I'm a millennial, and I would definitely prefer to live in a brand new subdivision other than a craftsman house. If Lynn's still listening, thank you.
Tang Do, welcome, Tang. Tang, your device appears to be muted. There you go.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor and council members. I'll be very brief. I'm an architect and a downtown business owner, and I'm speaking against giving the California Bank building a landmark status. Many who spoke before me speak about the history and aesthetics of this building to argue that it should be saved. But I think that we also have to look at how the building relates to its surroundings and how it contributes to the downtown overall. In this sense, this building falls short of the mark. Requiring that this building is retained means a significant compromise to the overall project, and it's too big of a price for all of us to pay. Thank you.
Thank you. Alicia? Welcome.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello, Council. My name is Alicia Wright. I'm an urban and regional planning student at SJSU, and I just wanted to share my perspective on this project. While we learn specifically about the importance of building design diversity, we also learn about the importance of the necessity of functionality. So I respect the history of the architecture, and it's not whether it's pretty or ugly, it's not very inviting. The streetscape is not inviting. And our 2040 general plan speaks specifically about creating a culture which brings people together, and the J. Paul design seems to do something of that nature. So I do support that, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Andrea?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hi, my name is Andrea, and I was born and raised in San Jose. I actually graduated from Lincoln High School in 2013. I don't support making the former Bank of California a historic site, but I also don't support the new development plan. As a student of San Jose State, I know most of my colleagues really don't like the environment of downtown San Jose. Most of them are from out of town, state, or out of the country, and we all share the disappointment in the environment that is currently available. I mean, I personally would prefer to build new buildings in that area. However, I don't support the fact that the development plans are only going to create more corporate offices. I think that instead we should allocate funds to develop more affordable housing, because I know that many of my colleagues are either homeless or living out of their cars or are cramped in tiny little rooms. And as much as I would like to see new jobs come out from this, which will happen with building the buildings, I think that we're overlooking how many people in this generation need support in terms of housing and not just new jobs. Because just because they have a new job doesn't mean that they'll have a nice place to live. So that's all.
Thank you. Rosemary?
Oh, great. Well, I think there's probably a way to preserve the history of that building without taking up the whole space that the building actually takes up. I understand the need for corporate revenue, for taxes, for San Jose, since San Jose is a large bedroom community, for Silicon Valley. But I'm more interested, like, I'm fine with getting rid of the building, like find another way to preserve the history of it, like make like a small monument, like commission like a little sculpture like built or something like that. No problem preserving the history, but that's too much space to just take up with a historical preservation that doesn't necessarily like generate enough, I don't want to say like revenue, but you need to make the spaces in downtown work for the city and work for the people. And well, this new development, I mean, I get like putting more offices in and more companies in, but I'm really concerned about, do you have a plan for like managing parking? Do you have a plan for how to shuttle employees like in and out? Because they're not all going to live downtown. Do you have a plan for the inevitable clash between like people that are in corporate offices that are going to be interacting with the homeless population, like or the people that are unhoused? Because whenever there's a increased interaction between like those two demographics of people, the police tend to be called, and that tends to be expensive for everyone. So that's what I would be most concerned about. We can preserve the history of this building separate from preserving the building itself. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Robert?
Yeah, Robert Aguirre. I'm in favor of destroying that family courthouse. For me and many other people that have spent many countless hours in there fighting to keep our families together and only to have them torn apart, bring back many painful memories every single time I go by that building. And I know a lot of people have suffered losses as a result of having spent time in that building. It's for me, it's just a terrible reminder of how my family was torn apart, and I would like to see that building just completely demolished. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. I'm sorry. George? George, your device is on mute right now.
Hello.
Welcome, George.
No, I didn't have any comments. I was just listening.
Okay, I'm sorry. Your blue hand was up, so that's why I called you. Paul? Paul, your device is still muted. Paul, your device is still on mute. Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Paul. Welcome.
Yes. Okay. Hello, Council. Good afternoon, Mayor, and the Chicano Five. My perspective is more rooted in what it's going to do to the economy versus the aesthetics of the building. There's a particular science. It's called euphenics, EUTHENICS, and it's a precursor to eugenics, which is the bettering of the populations. And what happens is that when you start building buildings that are new, the native populations that have been living there form relationships with those buildings. Even if they're bad relationships, they are relationships nonetheless. They are a means of identification with the area around them, and we formulate our identities based on that. When you start removing these landmarks and you start removing these buildings, you start actually removing a portion of the person's identity and the way that they relate to themselves and the way that they orient themselves to the world. Okay, that's number one. Number two, what happens is that now here comes the eugenics portion of it. When the new buildings come up, new people come in. They're bringing their own genes, they're bringing their own, and you're gonna have people from literally all around the world that have no anchor, they have no sense of the history of that city. That's why it's called Silicon Valley now instead of San Jose, because they want to reference, the people want to, especially the reporters, they want to reference San Jose as Silicon Valley, thus erasing the history of San Jose. I mean, so this is bigger than just a building. This is much, much bigger than that. And so what I would ask the council to do is start researching euphenics and how it becomes the precursor to eugenics. Thank you.
Thank you. Jean? Hi, Jean.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can, thanks.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. This is Jean Cohen. I'm speaking on behalf of UA Local 393. We represent almost 3,000 plumbers, steam fitters, and HVACR professionals in Santa Clara County. We are very excited to speak in support of the City View Plaza project. We work to grow the middle class by ensuring that developers provide a family-sustaining wage and benefit package to their employees. The City View project will help transform San Jose and provide significant safe construction employment during this economic downturn. And by committing to build union, this J-Paul project will provide pathways for apprentices and veterans to careers in the construction trades. We support this project and encourage you to do the same. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Return to council now. First, let's consider item 10.2, which is the Historic City Landmark Designation. Support the staff recommendation. And would just observe, we've got a lot of ambitions for downtown, particularly for corners like that one. And this architecture is utterly inconsistent with all of our notions of urban design with regard to creating a vibrant pedestrian corner in that space. And it also obviously doesn't take advantage of very scarce space we have in our very tight and constrained downtown. And so I absolutely support the action contemplated by by staff. Councilmember Perales.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And I appreciate the speakers that came today as well, staff's work, and certainly the extensive amount of time that went into this effort. I think it is unfortunate in regards to the timeliness of this. As was stated a few times, this is something that could have been brought forward throughout the course of the past number of years. But I think that considering the project that was looming, as we're hearing both items here today, it was brought forward ultimately at a timeline along with that project. I do appreciate Lou Wolf as well for bringing that historical context that he has specifically with the actual development of this building, and to be able to point to things that I think others would not know, and regardless of looking at the works or not of Cesar Pellier, to be able to really understand the importance that he may or may not have played on this project. I do think that it is less known as a Sphinx or the Bank of California. I think for our immediate community, it's more well known, as we heard today, as the former family courthouse. I think Kurt and both Robert described their experiences there. That's how I know the building. That's how my first marriage ended, was there in that building. And so I think a lot of people in today's, today's society recognize that building as something different than what those may want to remember it as historically. And I do think, on a certainly, as we've heard from a number of individuals, I share in the opinion in regards to the actual architecture itself, the design, that there have not been many, if any, right now that I could think of the brutalist style architecture that would match the direction that we want to go as a community, or even match something that I think would fit in as a valuable historical asset. Certainly, others are entitled to their own opinion. I think we heard a number of those today. But more importantly, I think as we move forward, we have to weigh out what these types of architecture and buildings and what it is that we may want to deem and preserve as historic in the city. I do know that there are a number of ways to do that besides just preserving a building. And I know I asked that of J. Paul and their team. I don't know if Jeanette is still on, but she had made mention that she did not present it, but she said she could. And so I wanted to ask her actually if she could talk about how they plan to be commemorating that building.
Sure, and actually, I'm gonna pass the baton to Ben Tranell, who has a couple of slides that we can quickly show that discusses our proposal for commemoration, and this would be over and above what's required as mitigation by the EIR. So Ben?
Yes, can you see my screen and hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. I don't think we can see your screen.
Is there a permission allowed?
Henry? Okay, we're working on it apparently, Ben.
He has permission to share.
Okay, so you have permission to share the screen.
Let me try. It worked well before, so let me try one more time. Should be able to see it now.
Unfortunately not.
No. So Ben, maybe you can just discuss, describe verbally what we had proposed, or what we're proposing.
Yeah, sure. So we've done a digital we're proposing a digital commemoration of the project. And what we've done is a laser scan of the entire Park Plaza facility, including the building at 170 Park. And we've developed this into an idea of an interactive virtual reality exhibit, which could be displayed. In addition to that, we're proposing to commemorate the existing building with an inlaid plaque in the sidewalk that would designate where the existing footprint is along the new Park Avenue sidewalk with a plaque there. Which is something that many of us have encountered. You see it with an old shoreline. Front Street in San Francisco would be a great example of something like that. So this is a collection of ideas that, again, we worked out collaboratively with PAC-SJ in our various meetings with them. And so it's a digital commemoration, which we think is responsive to some of the comments that we heard as well here today. Apologies that for whatever reason the technology is not supporting sharing this visually with you, but that is the commemoration that we've prepared.
Thank you, Ben.
Yeah, thank you. I know I've heard this come up on many occasions from the community at large that is interested in preservation, but specifically the Preservation Action Council on the ability to take 3D scans of some of these buildings that may ultimately be torn down. And I do appreciate that and being able to do that for the entire area and then have that made available to our community as we move forward. And I don't think we're not making a motion on both here, correct, Mayor? So maybe I'll ask Rick, if I don't want to, do we need to vote if we don't agree with the designation here? Or do we still need to make a sort of a no vote?
You may need to make a call one way or the other. Either the recommendation on the agenda is to designate it as a historic landmark or as a city landmark, excuse me. And if you want to deny the designation, you have to move and vote on it, denial of the designation.
Okay, that would be my motion then, to deny the designation.
Second.
Thank you. I'll support that motion. Are there other comments from the council?
Could you repeat the motion?
The motion was to deny the historic designation.
Thank you.
Sure. All right. Unless there's a comment, let's have a roll call vote, Tony.
Jimenez? Perales?
Aye.
Yep.
Aye.
Crosco?
Aye.
Davis?
Aye.
Esparza?
Yes.
Arenas? Foley?
Aye.
Camus?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Liccardo?
Aye.
Going back to Jimenez and Arenas, marking both as absent.
Okay, thank you. All right, that passes then unanimously. Those present. We'll move on to the second item, which is the site development permit on the entire project, South Almaden Park. And I just had one quick question for you, Rosalind. Seeing that, I'm glad to see the retail along Park. That's very important. Certainly, we want to activate. We expect that area along Market and Park to be very active with a lot of pedestrians. We hope actually all the streets are, but that is a particularly important frontage. If there's opportunity for more retail, whoever the tenant might be, if we approve this, are we constraining the amount of retail in any way to 24,000 square feet? Or is there a way we can enable and encourage more retail if that becomes possible?
Thank you, Mayor. So the current environmental clearance is for the 25,000 square feet of retail. My understanding that would be the maximum that would be environmentally cleared. So if additional retail square footage would be desired, there would have to be a change in the environmental document. I know that I have my subject matter experts on the call, either Robert Manford or Rima, to confirm that. Robert, are you on the call to confirm?
They might be in the Are they on? Okay.
Yes, Robert Manford is here,
Hi,
Deputy
Robert.
Director for Planning. If there are changes to the square footage for retail, a new CEQA analysis will have to be conducted, possibly an addendum, because it's not going to be way beyond the square footages that have been addressed.
Okay. So if it's a matter of another, say, 20 or 30,000 square feet, can you do that with an addendum?
Possibly.
All right. And is there anything we can do in our action today that can make it easier if in fact there's an opportunity for more ground floor retail in the future?
Nothing that I can think of, but if there is any new development or changes, we'll just have to look at it and prepare the appropriate CEQA documentation.
Okay.
Yes, Mayor, so just again, I just want to reiterate, we are limited by the environmental analysis that was conducted. And so that maximum amount is the 24,000 square feet. So that is the maximum amount right now that the council could clear.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Perales.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank you to staff and to J. Paul's team for all your work on this this project. Certainly a massive project in the heart of our city here. Development we haven't seen, as we talked about earlier, in over a decade, an opportunity. In fact, at this size, at this scale, actually, that we haven't seen. And so certainly a tremendous opportunity and a big investment from a local developer using union labor. This is the kind of development that we've been hoping for, hoping to attract into our city. And hopefully this will continue to spur more development interest as we continue to try to grow up from the center of our city. And I know there were a number of stakeholders involved in regards to trying to see how we could continue to perfect this project, as the mayor just pointed out, in regards to things like the retail. Certainly the parking is overparked from my preference, my personal preference, but I'm not making the $3 billion investment, and from J. Paul's team and their understanding of what immediately this type of development will require in parking. They have their understanding of that, and certainly they're making the investment into that regard, attempting to be able to move forward with flexibility and opportunities, ensuring things like our San Fernando Street maintains its bike preference, being a bike boulevard there. Things that were extremely important to me as we move forward. But really do appreciate the efforts put forth by everybody, and I'll move to accept the Planning Commission's recommendations on the project.
Second.
All right, motion and second. Is there any comment or question? Again, just really want to thank Jeanette and Jay and the entire team for this extraordinary investment in our city. It couldn't come at a better time when we critically need to get people to work. I know we've got, I'm sure in a few months, since the existing projects wrap up, we're going to have a lot of construction workers out of jobs. And this is going to be really a great shot in the arm for our city. And it's going to be it's a beautiful design. I look forward to being part of our skyline. Okay, let's vote then on the motion.
Jimenez. Perales.
Aye.
Yep. Carrasco. Davis.
Aye. And Tony, I got kicked out just as Councilmember Perales was making his right before he made his motion. So I'm wondering if maybe that's where some of the other council members, if it happened to everybody.
Okay, I'm checking nobody's texted me, but when I get through all of the names, I'll go back through. Esparza.
Yes, and the same thing happened to me as well. I got kicked off and had to get back on.
Okay.
And I vote yes.
Arenas. Foley.
Aye.
Camus.
Yes, and it also happened to me.
Okay. Jones.
Yes, and it also happened to me too.
Liccardo. He's muted.
Aye. I'm sorry, I was muted. Aye.
Okay, so do you want me to pause this vote while we see if, because I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 who didn't respond?
I'm back on. This is
Is that-
Carrasco.
Is that a yes on the vote?
Yeah, yes, please.
Okay. Jimenez, are you on? Dieppe
You can text him.
and Arenas. Yeah, I got a text from Rob Lloyd saying there was a Zoom bounce. That's probably what happened. So I cannot finalize this vote and wait for those. I'll text those 3.
I'm texting them now as well. So our apologies to everyone as we sort through these challenges. Is there a maximum number of people who can be on? Is that the issue?
No, we've had much more.
On the panelists?
We've had-
I have Sergio and, Councilmember Jimenez and Councilmember Dieppe both texted me that they want to vote yes and they're trying to get back on.
Yes, Councilmember Dieppe just texted yes to me, but I know that probably doesn't. So you want me to have him text the yes to you, Tony? Does that work?
Councilmember Dieppe and Jimenez both texted me yes.
Okay,
And
good.
And
Councilmember
Arenas-
Arenas is, I think, trying to get on.
Yes, she also just texted yes. So I have 11-0 with all the texts and I do save my texts. So
All right. So they will be available for anyone who questions them. Great. Thank you, Tony. All right. Thanks to everyone for their hard work on that project, Rosa and everybody on your team.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Look forward to the groundbreaking soon, we hope. Okay.
Absolutely.
We're going to move back now on the agenda. Item 3.3 is my June budget message, and item 3.5 is approval of the operating capital budgets. And I suspect it's, since there's no presentation on 3.5, is there, Dave?
No, there's not, Mayor.
Okay. Why don't I make a presentation on my June message, and we'll hear the 2 items together, 3.3 and 3.5, and then of course we'll vote separately on them. 3.3 first, because that will affect what's in 3.5 as I understand it. Does that work out okay, Rick?
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay, great. So I'm going to ask Henry if he could load the presentation here. Thank you. Okay, so thanks everyone for your patience. We're just like to present my June budget message, and thank you to all my colleagues for their input, both over the last several weeks and as well as the recent memos. Obviously, this has been a very difficult, challenging time in which for any of us to plan for the future. There has been so much of the ground moving underneath us in so many ways, and certainly very difficult time for so many members of our community. And I just want to say thank you everyone for your diligence and continuing to be deeply engaged in this process, which we know is critical for helping to sustain our city in all the important services we provide, critical services we provide to our residents, and hopefully helping many of them get back on their feet at a time when we have really devastating levels of unemployment in so many of our neighborhoods. We are first I'll just tell you a little bit what I'm going to talk about here before we jump into public comment. I'll describe some of the highlights of the June budget message. I'd like to address some of the frequently asked questions or perhaps comments that I've heard both through public comment and social media and emails. I think we've all received hundreds of emails, particularly from advocates of the defund police movement. I know there are many questions and concerns about how we are budgeting, and I think it's important for us at least to lay out the facts so everybody's got the same data to work with. I know defund police obviously has been a big source of public comment. Hundreds of people have offered their strong views over the last couple of weeks. I'd like to talk about what opportunities I think defund police offers us as a movement for us to explore and reimagine public safety in our city, and also what challenges there are. And these are challenges I think we have to undertake with our community, with our police department, with our officers, and work through this. And then I'd like to finally address many of the good points raised in my colleagues' memos. So we'll first start with some context here. We are a city that is deeply challenged, of course, with the most thinly staffed city hall of any major city in the country. And over the last 20 years, we're serving 200,000 more residents with 900 fewer employees. And we're at the beginning of what is a significant recession. And so we know we're not going to be growing employees in the next couple of years. So we've got a lot of very tired employees right now who are working multiple shifts, multiple jobs to help to do everything from housing homeless people to providing food for families outside of their ordinary tasks of keeping the wheels on in our city. I think we should continue to remind ourselves just how so many folks in our city organization are working very hard in this very difficult time for our community. And we have to brace for what we know is going to be a very challenging couple of years ahead. And we can't know exactly how many years, but we know that virtually every recession, at least the 2 recessions in the last 20 years, have resulted in multiple downward trends in our fiscal situation, multiple years, I should say, of downward deterioration in our fiscal situation. In other words, we don't simply hop out of a recession and the next year all the money's back. We know that if there is a recession, we're in for a tough time for 3 to 4 years. And as we look at staff projections, even the most optimistic scenario indicates we would have an ongoing general fund deficit next year, and we're going to have to find ways to cut ahead. So this is really important for us as we think about what we are willing to fund now and whether or not we really want to commit a lot of one-time dollars in particular to things that we are not likely to be able to sustain over a longer term. Obviously, there are state budget impacts to the city. Based on my conversations with the governor's office and with legislative leadership, I expect there's going to be a clawback of $15.7 million from our city budget. It's going to be a much larger clawback from the county budget as a result of state disagreement with the county over the county's IRAF calculations. And we're going to have less dollars going forward, though fortunately going forward it will not be nearly as impactful. I know that our city staff has been aware of this, and we're working on ensuring we've got backup, which relates to an existing fund through the CARES Act source ultimately. But obviously, this does continue to constrain our choices, and most importantly, constrains the flexibility we'll have in the months ahead, which we know are going to be very, very uncertain. And speaking of that, of course, we know we're facing a potential resurgence of this contagion, which will have severe economic impacts, just as it has already in our community. And the status of our recovery is uncertain, not simply because of the contagion, but because of all the fallout of what we all know as a nation we face, with millions of people unable to pay rent, millions of people unable to pay mortgages. That is likely to result in significant fallout in financial markets, which will mean more pain and more unemployment down the road with second and third order effects. And so we've got some very challenging times ahead. And I think it's important for us to recognize that this is a time for us to tighten our belt as we do our very best to provide the very basic services that we know our residents need. So these are projections that came from staff looking at various potential outcomes based on our revenue, whether our revenue is going to drop significantly next year or rebound significantly. And as you can see, even in the best of projections, we're going to have a recession, we're going to have a significant deficit. And quite likely that deficit is going to be on the order of 8 to 9 digits. That means we are going to have to, we're likely going to exceed our available reserves and need to make significant cuts next year. We all hope that there's federal funding that might come through a Future Heroes Act that we know has been proposed by Speaker Pelosi. I've been in some conversations and advocacy through U.S. Mayor's Conference and others, and conversations with our members of Congress and the Speaker. It's apparent that that is very much held up, and the Republicans are not likely to support any version of it today. We all hope that there's a way to break that logjam, and we're going to continue to push because we're going to need that. There's no question we'll have serious cuts next year of an order significantly greater than what we're seeing this year. This year, I'm grateful that we are avoiding the most serious cuts, and we're not going to have any layoffs of any full-time employees in this current budget year, at least based on what we know today. So here's my budget message. As you all know, there have been 2 budget messages, as in every year. The second message makes additional investments in a couple of different areas. The key additional investments, one is the $3.5 million commitment surrounding broadband access to our students who do not have access to broadband because of financial barriers, through our work in partnership with the school districts, Mary Ann Dewan at the County Office of Education, and our ongoing efforts led by Kip and Dolan and folks on our team here at the Mayor's Office of Technology Innovation, and everybody, and of course, Jill at the libraries. We are working very hard on accelerating the work we undertook. Really, we started to undertake 4 years ago, and we're really accelerating tremendously. We have a great opportunity because of Kip Harkness's efforts in negotiating great deals. And there's going to be some modification of that language we'll talk about in a moment. But for the 11,000 students we have identified without access to broadband, we have an opportunity to get them all able to get on the internet by this fall. So they will be fully engaged in distance learning. That's so critically important. Committing another $7 million to the Silicon Valley Strong Fund, the same fund, of course, that is spearheaded by Jen Leving, Destination Home, and the consortium of nonprofits led by Sacred Heart Community Services. We are prioritizing in this message families who are unable to get access to federal funds, particularly the many undocumented residents we have. We know that's critically important to provide a lifeline to them. There is a commitment of funding to childcare as well. We know that those businesses are often very small, home-based, and critical for the sustenance of our community and for access for so many of our parents to be able to get to work and to be able to earn a paycheck for their families. And so we're investing in this message $1.5 million more on that in a moment, because I know that colleagues of mine are interested in investing more. And then creation of Office of Racial Equity, aligned with desires of several of my colleagues over the last year or so, year and a half, to create an office. And we're making our first formal investment in that effort as well. Additional investments around small business recovery, Viva Al Fresco, really combining what we've learned through Viva Parks and all of our efforts to activate our open spaces, Viva Calle, and what we know we can do with so many of our businesses that want to move their commerce outside, not just restaurants, but hopefully when yoga studios and exercise gyms are able to get open, we want to get them out on the street. And we know we're going to need some dollars to do that, so they can put up the barriers and so forth to make sidewalks and streets safe, so we can bring more of our commerce outside. A lot of improvements to traffic and pedestrian safety, as was requested by many of my colleagues. We're going to have some activations targeted for the following summer, because we know with the public health orders, it's very difficult for us to plan things like Viva Parks and Viva Calle this year. It's just not realistic, given the health concerns and the pandemic. And then an investment to restore grants to multicultural arts organizations. We knew they took a very severe hit, about 80% hit, with the drop in hotel tax revenue. And this is an effort to soften the blow with a one-time infusion that will reduce their grants by half, not by 80%. Obviously, not nearly enough, I know, for many organizations, but we're going to keep trying to do our best and help them fundraise as well. And then, of course, we have been in this moment for several weeks now, since the murder of George Floyd. and the raising of sensibilities and attention and appropriately outrage to structural racism in our country. So there are commitments through this budget message to enable the IPA, the Independent Police Auditor, which is independent from the police department, to coordinate police use of force review with our department. As my colleagues have been eager to do, an expansion in scope and the authority of the IPA as well, as we called for in a memo last week. Taking the cue from council members Perales and Carrasco, I'll support their efforts to get an independent after action report. Also on the protests, the recent protests, which have raised concerns for so many of our residents about issues of use of force and other concerns regarding our officers. And we want to make sure we're completely transparent about everything that happened, and that will happen between now and then certainly during the after action report. And then Vice Mayor Jones has also submitted a memorandum, which I again agree takes advantage of this moment for us to really reconsider policing, modern policing in our city, with a lot of the thinking that's happening nationally about how we might reimagine policing in all of our cities. And of course, we're deeply involved in many partnerships with the IPA in trying to ensure we have greater transparency and greater access for our community. There are some specific message adjustments I wanted to make, some formal ones. First, on page 5 regarding the digital divide, because we are in communication with several telecom companies. We want to make sure that the city manager has flexibility to be able to cut the best deal possible for the public. I asked the maker of the motion to modify language as I got it here. And then secondly, with regard to early learning, we understand the FRC, the Family Resource Center, would be at Chiricahua School, not at OB Whaley. So I asked for that change as well to be made by the maker of the motion. So there have been a lot of questions that have come up about our budget process. And a lot of assertions certainly made about how we're spending money. And I appreciate the greater attention the public is paying to the budget. It's refreshing to see hundreds of people deeply involved, questioning, as they should in every democracy, how we're spending every dollar, because these dollars are theirs, they're not ours. And they should probe and they should lift the veil and make sure that every taxpayer knows how their dollars are being spent. I wanted to address some of the questions and comments that have come up most frequently through a dialogue I've seen in social media and emails, and certainly in the presentations of public comment that we've had in the last couple of weeks. So one frequent question was, how can we be spending $7.8 million more for golf courses? And I thought I should just address that. And certainly if any member of the staff wants to correct me if I say anything wrong, please do. But the $7.8 million is actually to pay down debt on city land. We own land beneath 3 golf courses. And I think, as many know, I'm somewhat agnostic about whether or not golf is the activity that is the use or purpose of that land. I'd be perfectly happy if one or more of these golf courses was converted to soccer fields or open space parks or anything else. But the important thing is this is parkland for the city, and we want to own it and not to be indebted on it. And most importantly, by paying down the debt, we can liberate ourselves from that debt and the ongoing costs of that debt. And so through this particular action, the 7.8 million and other actions we're taking through this budget this year, we're going to be able to free ourselves of about $4.2 million in ongoing financing costs. That's $4.2 million we will not have to pay somebody owns bonds, and instead we can use that on city services. And we can do that every year. That's ongoing savings. So this is the $7.8 million, along with the other investments, that is a good use of one-time money to relieve the burden on us in general fund, reducing indebtedness and securing public land for future recreational and current recreational use. That's always a good thing. We know we're going to need it because we've got a growing population, a growing city, and obviously more and more demands for scarce public space, and particularly for parks. There's been some questions about cutting library hours, and certainly through the restoration that has been articulated, and I can't remember the exact manager's budget document at this moment. I think it's number 3. We've been able to restore the proposed cuts in library hours, the 4 hours that were proposed to be cut, largely because of the CARES Act funding that is helping us to be able to restore some dollars, some services on a one-time basis. Obviously, everything is back on the table next year, but the good news is, at least for now, libraries will remain at the current level of service. There was a lot of comparison of what we're doing on police to different kinds of funding. And one that was frequently cited in email was an assertion that we're spending only 0.5% of our general fund on affordable housing. Maybe it was 0.05%. I'm not sure what number they cited. And yet, much, much more on policing, depending on how you define it. If it's general fund, it'd be more than 40%. If it's all funds, it's much, much less than that. So I think it's important for everybody who's participating here today to understand where affordable housing funding actually comes from. It doesn't really primarily come from the general fund. A very small share comes from the general fund. Overwhelmingly, it comes from a series of other funds that are restricted in various ways. And I'm particularly grateful for the number on the very bottom there, the 30 million in Measure E. That's a very conservative estimate. Obviously, if the economy picks up, we could see that number go up to as high as something like 70 million, which is what we would have seen last year. That Measure E is what we passed just a few weeks ago in March. And I guess we try to fondly hang on to those pleasant memories of success in a time that is so brutally difficult for so many. But many will recall that first week of March, we did persuade our voters to support Measure E, which is providing tens of millions of dollars for affordable housing. All told, that is about $138 million commitment at the conservative end, and an increase of more than 245% over where we were just a couple years ago. So obviously not nearly enough. We know we have to do far, far more on affordable housing. We're going to keep doing more and keep pushing to do more. But I don't want people to think simply because they see $5 million in the general fund, that's all we're spending on affordable housing. That would be very misleading and incorrect. And we're also asked a lot of questions about schools and education. And often comes in the form of, how can we spend all this money on police, and wouldn't we be better off spending money on schools and education? And for members of the public who are just engaging this year on these questions of budgeting, are typically not aware that how funding responsibilities and governance responsibilities are aligned in our state of California. That is, cities don't fund schools and we don't run the schools. In the city of San Jose, we have 19 school districts, and those districts are run by 19 school boards and 19 different superintendents, and that funding overwhelmingly comes from the state. That is obviously from our taxpayers, all of us through the state, and we don't have any control over school funding. And despite that fact, obviously, it's been important to all of us that we invest in various ways in supporting education, particularly education in low-income neighborhoods and communities where we know children are simply not getting enough access to opportunity, are not having a clear path. There are too many financial barriers and too many other barriers in their path. And so we have been making a lot of investments in education. These are just some of the programs that we've launched since I've been mayor. San Jose Learns focuses on 16 neighborhoods and some of our lowest income neighborhoods where we're trying to support after school and summer learning for kids K through third grade. Just a couple of years ago, we launched the Coding 5K Challenge with the Silicon Valley Leadership Group and our Library Foundation. And before COVID, we were serving about 7,000 youth, helping them learn computer science and coding in our libraries. San Jose Works has been a program to help many of our teens in gang-impacted neighborhoods get their first summer jobs. More than 4,000 of them have gotten jobs through San Jose Works. I'm proud of that program. Really, a lot of partners there, that, including the Silicon Valley organization and many private sector folks, in helping to hire folks, hire our kids, and at the same time, we're helping them in various educational opportunities. Once we get them in those programs, then we got them for things like counseling and financial literacy classes, and classes to help them understand how they can eliminate financial barriers to college and move forward in their own educational lives. And then San Jose Promises, San Jose Aspires are two programs focused on eliminating financial barriers to college. More than 1,600 students so far. We've helped through that program. And San Jose Aspires is about to launch in a more formal way. We've been using a pilot for some time to help, again, eliminate financial barriers, but also help many of our low-income students get the critical counseling they need and information they need to be able to get to college and beyond. And we'll be able to announce a very large, significant investment from philanthropy in that effort in just a few weeks, and really announce a significant expansion. It's going to enable a lot of access for a lot of our students. And as we know, in our communities, that means overwhelmingly students of color. And the Digital Inclusion Partnership. This is an effort we've been engaged in for 4 or 5 years. Shreen Santosham on our team started it some time ago. Really grateful for the work of Dolan Beckel and his efforts to negotiate deals to try to expand resources for us to be able to get more of our low-income families access to broadband and devices and skills that they need to be able to be part of our digital economy and to be able to participate now in digital education, which is so critical. So all of these are ways that we're investing in education. We are not, of course, the educator in the city. We have lots of those educators. We call them teachers. They know the business. We don't. We're simply doing our best to support them, and we're going to continue to do that. And then we're also asked a lot of questions about mental health and why we're not investing more in drug and alcohol treatment. And in the state of California, all those dollars are funded through state and federal sources to the counties, not to the cities. And I say that because the counties are the experts. They're the health experts. They run the hospitals. They have the doctors. They have the nurses. They understand how it all works. And they have, most importantly, the dollars that goes with that expertise. We don't. And so we're doing all we can with our scarce dollars to provide basic city services while they provide those very important county services. So that's why you don't see anything in this budget talking about funding for mental health or drug or alcohol treatment. We would all love to see more of all those services, but of course, all of our agencies, schools, counties, cities, et cetera, are greatly challenged fiscally. And then this question's come up quite a bit, or the comment has, hey, we're spending 40% of our budget on police. Why is that? Why is it so much? And that, of course, is a bit misleading because that just refers to the general fund portion of the budget. So let's talk about the budget. This is the budget. I know some observers have noted my fondness for pizza, so I thought it'd be a good opportunity for us to enjoy a pizza pie here. This is the budget. It's a $4.1 billion budget. It is divided by 130 different funds. The most talked about and most interesting one to us, of course, is the general fund because it has the most flexible money. But we also have capital funds and then special funds that run everything from our airports to our clean energy program that serves almost 99% of our residents to our waste treatment plant. So all of these are critical services that we provide in our city. Police department is implicated in many of those. For example, we have police officers at the airport, but primarily it's through the general fund, and our $449 million, again, primarily comes out of the general fund. But as you can see in a $4.1 billion budget, that is not 40% of our budget. It's much, much less. And it's important for everybody to understand the context of where our dollars go and where they come from. So if we were just to look at the general fund and special funds, we see that public safety comprises about 28% of that. And that's not just police, of course, that's also fire, emergency services, and police audit, a lot of other services as well. So clearly not 40+%, quite a bit less. Okay, obviously it depends on which fund to come up with the number. And of course, our policing budget itself, since that has been a subject of such great scrutiny, important for folks to understand where the dollars are being used. Overwhelmingly, it's being used, those dollars are being used to respond to calls for service. 1.2 million calls that are made every year by our residents. We don't respond to all those calls because we can't possibly do so with the number of police officers we've got, but that's what we dedicate most of our resources for. And then, of course, crime prevention, about $7 million a year. These are crime prevention specialists and others, and lots of other basic necessities, the connective tissue. Investigative services has been a particular concern for a lot of our council members in recent months as we've been talking about the need to improve clearance rates and enforcement around sexual assault and domestic violence. So we've been bolstering investigations in those areas in particular. So the question of defunding the police is an important one. With apologies for my voice. This is an important one raised by many members of our community. And I think it gives us an opportunity to think differently about policing. And I thank the members of our community who have come forward to say, hey, we've got to think differently. At the same time, defunding has challenges as well. And I think we have to have our eyes wide open. And this is very worthy of a very deep and extensive conversation with our community and with our police officers in the weeks and months ahead. And I say the opportunity because I think we can reimagine public safety. And I think if many of you have seen a recent Atlantic article, they talk about disentangling policing. The truth is we have police officers who wear a lot of hats, and we expect our police officers do a lot of things. And they're not necessarily well trained to do all those things. And they don't even like doing all those things. In many cases, they prefer not to be doing a lot of those things. I know, I'm certain I could speak for probably every single police officer, and they'd say they'd probably rather not be spending time, doing enforcement action in homeless encampments, for example. There are a lot of tasks they would be, I think, quite happy to hand off. I know that, in conversations I've had with various members of the department, I think about, issues around enforcing face masks or enforcing on regulations, commercial regulations around peddler permits and things like that. There's no question that there are things the police would rather not do. And we could probably do just fine without having policing in those spaces. And quite frankly, we have been for many, many years reducing policing, not because we're brilliant and ahead of the curve, but because we have to. We just don't have enough money, and we'll get to that in a moment. So we introduced community service officers about 5 years ago. And they've been very effective. And we've had great women and men serving and helping us do all kinds of things, responding to thefts and burglaries and collecting evidence. And they're not armed. And we hope that they're helping to build better bridges in the community because people don't view them as perhaps maybe as intimidating as someone who might be an armed officer. So obviously that's been a very successful effort. A couple of years ago, our police chief halted all enforcement of arrests on high school campuses, believing it was too stigmatizing to high school students. And I think he's right, and it was the right thing to do. And lots of cities throughout the country now are saying, hey, that's probably something we should do also. And for some time now, for at least 2 or 3 years, we've been seeking to try to engage mental health workers in different ways. For example, riding along in police cars. The challenge is, and this is through no fault of the counties, it's not their fault in any way, but the county has had challenges hiring enough mental health workers. And it is also challenging, actually, once you get to that point, I'm told in other cities, to get mental health workers to actually agree to want to participate in these ride-alongs, because the basic point is we don't want to have police officers being the first person who meets someone having a psychotic episode or having a mental health episode of some kind on a street or in a home, if we know there might be a better way that would be to engage a person who is struggling with a serious mental health issue than having somebody with a gun and a badge who seems intimidating. And so, frankly, we get it. The challenge is actually finding people who are able to and willing to help. And it's something we've been wrestling with some time. The county had a lot of challenges hiring for all the reasons why we've all had challenges hiring through the good times in the economy. And now, of course, they're having a hard time hiring because there's no money. And so this is something we're just going to have to try to find a way to get to. And I know our chief feels strongly about this as well. So these are some past efforts. Some have worked and some we're still struggling with. And there's no question there are other opportunities we should be looking at seriously, but we should keep in mind that this isn't simple. This isn't easy. It's not a matter of simply slashing $100 million from the budget and saying, go figure it out. We'll do just fine. I've seen and read advocates saying, well, we should be responding to domestic violence with someone other than a police officer, except when you look at the academic literature, you realize that more police officers are killed in response to domestic violence than any other crime. And the unfortunate reality is that we live in a country with 300 million guns. And in a country like that, and Lord knows I'm one of the strongest advocates, I think, of any mayor in the country for this, for gun control. But when we live in a country with 300 million guns, it means you're responding to situations with some kind of violent confrontation, particularly domestic violence. You have to be aware someone may have a weapon. And unfortunately, that means a police officer has to be there for the safety, particularly of the domestic violence survivor. There's been interest, I know, in having folks other than the police responding to the homeless. I know the county tried an RFP a couple years ago. Literally nobody responded, I'm told, according to Paul Pereira. Nobody responded to the RFP for the same safety concerns that many others have. So we have to be mindful that this isn't simple. We can't simply hand these tasks off because there are risks out there, and we have to find ways to do it sensibly. And this is part of an ongoing conversation we're going to have. And then the question, of course, is, does defunding work? And that's an important question. We're going to find out more about in the years ahead. There isn't a lot of literature yet that's really got hard data. There are folks on both sides. Cahoots is a program that's cited often in Eugene as being a successful one. It's a professor at Harvard named Roland Fryer, who I think is the youngest professor ever to get tenure there. He's an African-American professor who argues, most recently in the Wall Street Journal, that defunding will actually result in more African-Americans getting killed for some of the reasons that I think many of us have articulated, that in fact, police are very relevant in reducing violence or addressing violence in communities that are suffering most from victimization of violence. So we have a lot still to sort out. I'm very willing to engage in this conversation. This is just the beginning of it, but I think it's important for a community to recognize it's not simple. It doesn't happen simply by slashing a budget. We've got to identify people who can actually step in and ensure that they're safe and everyone is safe in this process. And I guess the other thing I might mention, since I guess implied it before, is that we're more defunded than you might think. We've got about 1.1 officers per 1,000 in population. An earlier statistic I've shown, I'll show you the chart again, is actually inaccurate. We only have 1.1 officers. That is the most thinly staffed police department by a large stretch among any major city. Our response times have suffered as a result. According to the budget documents, we're only getting to priority 1 life-threatening calls within our 6-minute target 45% of the time. And so if we were to suddenly slash police budgets, it would again harm those who most critically need to be reached for those life-threatening calls. We are continuing to think about how we can better respond with folks who may not be police officers, and community service officers are part of that. And I know Councilmember Peralez and Councilmember Carrasco have both proposed we do some restoration. A community service officer proposed cuts of vacancies, and I agree with that, and I'm going to support that. And then a lot of questions keep coming up about salaries, because unfortunately there are some websites that are out there suggesting that we've got police officers getting salaries. I use the word salaries of $400,000 to $600,000 a person, which is of course ludicrous. They don't get salaries anywhere near that level. Our annual base pay range for an officer is between $98,000 and $152,000. I think most of the officers average is somewhere in that $130,000 range. And yes, there is overtime because we don't have enough officers, so we have to pay officers overtime often to keep them on shifts when we've got, for example, a heavy night downtown or whatever it might be. It means we do pay overtime as well. And yes, they also get benefits. Now, how is it that we're seeing these big $400,000, $500,000 numbers on these websites describing police officer salaries? Well, they're obviously including the cost of health benefits and pension benefits. But they're including something else that's really, really important for people to understand. They're including the cost, the per officer cost of unfunded liabilities. These are pension and healthcare benefits that benefit an officer who may have retired 10 or 15 years ago, but we still have to pay them as part of our current police budget today because nobody ever bothered to fund them enough 20 years ago when they should have been funded, or maybe when the benefits should have been better negotiated so we could actually afford what we were paying. But one way or another, there's a shortfall, and that means we're all on the hook to pay for a $4 billion unfunded liability, not just for police, but for all of our employees, for retirement costs, or their pension, retiree health care. And that cost, that per employee cost, is then allocated to current employees, even though those current employees aren't benefiting in any way from that huge unfunded liability. And so as a result, we have these very inflated numbers that reflect a per employee cost that don't actually reflect their real salary. So I just want everyone to at least be level set as to the facts. That is our annual base pay range. Yes, it increases with overtime and some other small pays, but that is the basic range. Okay, so how do we compare to other cities? As I mentioned, the 20 biggest cities in the country, we are the 10th largest city, and we are 20th out of 20 in per capita policing and staffing. This number is actually deceptively high. Our real number is not 1.3, it's actually 1.1. So let me put this in context. San Francisco has 3 times the number of police officers per capita as San Jose. LA similar. Washington, New York, as much as 5 times our ratio of police officers per capita. And so just a sense of just the magnitude of it all, the 17th best staffed city is Columbus, to give you an example on this chart. And they're nearly last. They're nearly last, and they have twice the staffing we do. And obviously smaller city than we are. So it is important that people say defund. This is not a one-size-fits-all strategy. It may be appropriate for New York or Washington to consider defunding. But to consider that for San Jose, you have to at least look at whether or not we're serving the way we want to serve, and most importantly, the way our residents want us to serve. And that's a very deep conversation that requires not just those who are most vocal, but all of our residents who routinely tell us they want more police. And I know it's not just me that hears that routinely from our neighborhoods. I know my colleagues hear that as well. Our staffing has declined over time. This actually doesn't even describe the full amount of that decline. This is just over the last 10 years. We've restored it a bit over the last few years because we were so deathly low in the number of officers that we had on the street. As you can see, we were actually close to 1,400 about 15 years ago. So that number has declined considerably, even as we are serving more and more residents with more and more priority safety calls. And of course, public safety is the top priority of our residents. We hear that and see that in survey after survey, not just about public safety generally, but about the police service. They want more of it, not less. And as we look at the police calls for service, again, 1.2 million total calls for service. About half of those were actually 911 emergency calls. So obviously many of those, perhaps half, are then either dispersed to CSOs, community service officers, or others. In some cases, we can't respond at all. In some cases, we could have an officer drop by, but it's not going to be within 6 minutes, certainly. And then our emergency calls, our most urgent calls, are the ones that we need to get to within 6 minutes. And we don't have enough officers to do that very well right now. So we have several memos from my colleagues. I appreciate their input. I think we all recognize typically in any budget year, we have a relatively static situation that we're planning for. And I'm not that receptive to new memos that are coming over in the final days or weeks. What we've seen, obviously, in the last 3 weeks is a dramatic sea change in how we view an awful lot of what we're doing in our police department and throughout our city. Obviously, issues of racism are paramount, systemic racism, of how we're policing. These are all questions we need to grapple with, and we're just starting to in the days and weeks ahead. So I appreciate the input of my colleagues. Vice Mayor Jones has suggested $100,000 to really undertake this reimagined policing effort with our community, with our police officers. And we're going to need a lot of convening and probably some consultant help with that. So I support that, excuse me. Council members Carrasco and Perales both came out with memos suggesting several investments in community service officers, restoring some of their funding, about half of those officers, positions that would have been cut. Again, we're not laying any off, but there were vacant positions that we had cut. I think 10, I believe, that were proposed. So we're going to restore half of those for a couple of years. And hopefully with a better economy, we're going to be able to keep that ongoing. Then we are We are seeing proposals to increase, double the funding to the Office of Racial Equity. I support that as well. I should note that, really want to note for all my colleagues, I know are very interested in this, we have great opportunities to fundraise here. And I say that not just because the Community Foundation committed $100,000 and committed to help us fundraise, which is really important. But we've seen a large number of foundations step up, 49ers foundations and others, with a significant amount of dollars. And this is our opportunity to really leverage those dollars, particularly at a time when we are in such a difficult strait over the next 3 years. So I really want to urge us, while we support this, that we really try to do what we can to leverage what we can in fundraising before we decide we're going to spend more public dollars, particularly as we're just getting this office up and running. I think we all recognize it's going to take time to get up and running. And I know we also have just recently a commitment from Jen Leving and Destination Home, $100,000 focused on this office and its work in homelessness and housing. Appreciate that commitment as well. So we've already seen commitments increase, and we'll get more in the weeks ahead. Funding is suggested by the 2 council members for an independent after action report. I certainly support that. We recognize that we want some independent views on how we handled the policing through the protests. It's been very controversial and very painful time for many members of our community, and too many of our members of our community have been injured in those protests, and we need a very independent view of the after action report. That being said, I will continue to insist. I think the great majority, overwhelming majority of our officers did act appropriately in restraining themselves. But we know there were situations where people, for example, got shot with rubber bullets that should never have been shot. And we need to look carefully in those situations. And then we also have, we have encouraged in our last action last week to have more complaints go through our independent police auditor. They need some capacity, particularly on the digital side, to ensure they can take all the photos and videos for folks complaining about protesting, make sure they have all that data and all the records they need to ensure a full and fair review. My recommendation, I'm told from our budget office that we actually need to identify a specific budgetary fund. I know that that simply the police department was identified and we need to be more specific. So I'm going to suggest it be police overtime. And then Eddie and the city manager, Dave, can come back to us in the weeks or months ahead if they choose to find a different fund for it in the police department. But for now, I think overtime will suffice unless they decide otherwise. Feel free to jump in today, Dave. Then we also have 2 memoranda from council members Arenas and Esparza, 1 each, I should say, which are identical, appears. So I'm just going to go through those proposals. They're quite a bit more lengthy. I see 1A on expanding the commitment to office racial equity. I believe that is covered by the other memoranda as well. Incorporating budget MBA number 31, the June budget message, I support that as well. And then the adopting funding levels of office of racial equity. I know we're going to be doing some fundraising. I'd like to see if between what Dave's able to fund and the fundraising we're able to get, we'll certainly have Dave weigh in about what he needs in this first year of the office. But I'd ask us to just consider all those other sources. So skipping down for a moment to the sources. Oh, I see. The sources of funding, I believe we would have already identified in the other memoranda for what was contemplated with regard to the $200,000 for the Office of Racial Equity. And I know Dave has indicated he's willing to look for other sources as well. So before we actually identify those, I'd ask that Dave be given a chance. Then with regard to funding for childcare, and I know this was an important priority for several council members. So we have allocated 1.5 million in my budget message. That's what's proposed. The additional million, I'd say 2 things. First, happy to support it with a proviso. I would suggest that because we're just trying to find a nonprofit that's going to be competent to work in this space, and we need to really work it through with Opportunity Fund and other nonprofits to understand who can really be culturally competent and really appropriately identify those childcare businesses, many of which are at home, that are going to be the best recipients of this money, and make sure the money is well utilized to both sustain, support those very small businesses, but also critically the childcare service that they provide. That's going to take some work finding that nonprofit. And there's been some questions raised to me by some folks I know that are pretty expert in this stuff about whether or not we can actually spend all this money and time as mandated by the CARES Act. So I'm happy to support the notion that we take $1 million from the individual relief fund and the CARES Act funding, the CRF fund, and $1 million additionally beyond this, the $7 million that I took for to help struggling families, because I know there's still some money left in that reserve. And we put that into a reserve for childcare, such that if we are really burning through this money and we're able to spend it in time, then we have the money for childcare. But that staff give us a date by which they're going to say, okay, if we're not able to spend it by this time, then this money will simply go out the door with the Silicon Valley Strong funds through Sacred Heart and all those nonprofits to get in the hands of families that critically need the money, because we know it would be a horrible thing to waste the money. The federal money would get clawed back if we don't spend it by December 31st. So I would just ask that it be placed in that reserve with a primary focus on childcare. But if we can't spend those dollars fast enough, then there would be a release valve. I don't know what that date would be. Would it be November 15th or November 30th, whatever staff wants to establish as a reasonable number that will enable us, if we need to release the $1 million, to have time to get it spent in those remaining weeks before the close of the calendar year. And then finally, the paragraph 3 here about the addition of the funding for digital inclusion. The 3.5 million, I should clarify, actually comes from the 5 million. It's not in addition to. So I just want to clarify that. And I think I don't know if Kip is going to be on this budget session or not, but at some point, if folks have questions, I'm fairly confident with the dollars we have, we're going to have enough money to do everything we possibly can do between now and December, because again, of the federal constraints on the spending of this money. And the good news is, based on the agreements we think we've got, we're going to ensure connectivity to all the students that we've identified who lack broadband access today. That's super important. Obviously, we're still working on devices, but we've got some great progress there. I fundraised about $1 million over the last few weeks on that effort, and we're going to continue to fundraise. And I'm confident we're going to be in much better position this fall than we were in the spring with the digital divide. So I would just ask for folks to give staff the space there to work with the money we have. There are still other dollars left. Obviously, the 1.5 million left in the coronavirus relief fund, as well as other dollars. We can still make those decisions in the weeks and months ahead if there is an opportunity and a unique need. And obviously that will all come back to the council, but I would just ask for now, let's go with the 3.5 out of the 5 for this project, and we'll have 1.5 more still to spend. So I think I have now exhausted everyone with my very lengthy description of the budget. We will go to the public and to the members of the council for discussion. I'm going to look now at the time, and it's now 4:30. So we're going to take public input until about 6 o'clock. And then we're going to break for dinner, and then we're going to come back, and if there's more public input, we'll take that, and then we will come to council discussion. I see we've got 150 people attending, and I expect we're going to have at least that many, because I know this number grows based on what we've seen in the last few days to somewhere between 200 and 300. So in light of that fact, I'm going to ask that we limit public comment to 1 minute for the purposes of this discussion, so that we can get back to the council and have a full discussion and get it to a decision by midnight tonight. So thank you everyone for your patience. Discussion, which we can get back to the council and have a full discussion. We'll ask everyone if they can please mute their devices. Thank you. For all of our members of the public, please unmute your device as I call your phone number or your name So the person with the phone number ending 4379, welcome.
I voiced my support for defunding the SJPD multiple times now. Last year, Sam Liccardo was quoted in the Mercury News that he is a fan of doing rather than analyzing to support his position on rejecting a reserve of funding for equity. He said this money can go to city services that are desperately needed. This year, he's a fan of a long, drawn-out process on reform rather than doing, aka defunding. He prefers that vacant officer positions sit in the police department budget, or millions of dollars, rather than redirecting this precious funding to avoid cuts everywhere else. He loves to tout San Jose's innovative approaches to local government, but he refers to innovating the police department as being a guinea pig. Sam has changed his position on both fronts. I'm in support of Councilmember Arenas and Esparza's supplemental memos, and in general, I support Councilmember Prowl's as well. With that said, I want to be clear that none of these are enough. The letter written by 25 local CBOs make it clear that more needs to be done. This budget, along with the supplemental memos, is far from the solution. I would imagine that this budget process has had the most involvement in years, and the people have spoken loud and clear. The people will remember this when you are all up for re-election or running for higher office.
Thank you. Eddie, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Liccardo. Eddie Trung with the Silicon Valley Organization with the Region's Chamber of Commerce. I want to voice our strong support for the mayor's budget message and to support reforms to the police department, but not to defund or dismantle the police department. Amid the national and collective crisis regarding the unjust death of George Floyd, there is a growing call to action to reform police departments across the country. And this is absolutely the right approach to address the systemic inequities inherent within policing systems nationally. However, defunding or dismantling the police department is not a long-term solution or strategy. We risk losing critical police officers that preserve the public welfare while we're all sheltering in place during COVID-19. Small businesses are especially vulnerable to during this time when the constant threat of burglaries and vandalism is currently happening. So we urge every member of the council to support the mayor's budget message and to support reform, not defunding. Thank you.
Thank you. Wendy?
Thank you, Mayor Liccardo and council members and city staff. This is Wendy Mahaney-Guru, Deputy Chief of Early Learning at First Five, speaking on behalf of Jolene Smith, our CEO. We want to thank you and commend you for for your efforts to keep holding up childcare as a essential component to an economic recovery from the coronavirus pandemic. We especially are pleased to see the moving of the 1.5 million in Councilmember Arenas' memo for San Jose's racial equity, the $1 million more for the corona relief funds, and the digital inclusion program alignment. We really want you to know there are folks out there that can help direct and be accountable for those funds, and First Five stands at the ready to partner with and support these efforts for the children and families and our community, and to help families go back to work. Thank you again for holding this up as a high value in our budget.
Thank you, Wendy. Peter, welcome.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, my name is Peter Ortiz, and I'm a trustee with the County Board of Education representing East and Downtown San Jose. I'm calling in support of Councilwoman Arenas' budget memo. As it stands, the budget accomplishes little on equity to mitigate or resolve the drastic impact that has befallen low-income families due to COVID-19. We saw on the federal level how in the time where over 26 million people have filed for unemployment, billionaire wealth increased by 308 billion. We saw how the so-called federal stimulus package was corrupted by large companies taking a lion's share of the proceeds. We cannot let the same theft of our tax dollars unfold in our city. I want to thank Councilmember Arenas for submitting a budget memo that would provide much needed resources to our families. I support her memo and encourage the council to do so as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeffrey?
Mayor and Council, good afternoon. Would like to echo support for the memos from Councilmember Arenas and Esparza, as well as Councilmembers Carrasco and Perales. Certainly, we're in a time of limited resources. Thankfully, these federal dollars do allow us to look at some creative efforts. I think now is certainly the time, if we're ever going to start to address the history of racial inequity in this city, and really trying to think holistically as a city, how do we implement policies that start from the beginning and not as an afterthought, thinking about racial inequity and dealing with structural issues. Putting significant funding towards this. I think the most important part of the Arenas and Esparza memo is looking at that equity reserve. Are we going to have the resources for this office, not just to hire a couple staff and issue reports, but to actually begin to implement some of the ideas that emerge from it? So encourage support for those memos. Thank you so much.
All right, Tisha?
Thank you, Mayor Liccardo, council members, and city staff. My name is Tisha Brewington. I work for First 5 Santa Clara County, and I'm here on behalf of the family child care home providers, children, and families of San Jose. In response to the COVID-19 pandemic, I want to talk to you about ensuring that child care is prioritized. FCCH providers have been and will continue to be on the front lines providing critical support to children and families during COVID-19 and the upcoming recovery. Many of these providers are women of color earning an average of $30,000 per year. Prioritizing supports for these small business owners and the children and families they serve is an equity issue, a racial equity issue, and an economic equity issue. We urge the city of San Jose to prioritize additional funding for stabilization, grant funding for FCCH providers, and subsidies for families so that they can pay for childcare. Thank you for your time and consideration on behalf of the children, families, and childcare providers in our city.
Thank you. Pancho?
Good afternoon, council members. This is Poncho Guevara from Sacred Heart Community Service. I wanted to just echo some of the sentiments that you received in the letter from not only the 25 organizations, but I think there are over 75 that have actually signed on to a statement saying that this moment calls on us to be able to do more, to act differently, to speak up with a stronger voice and be able to engage in a process. And I want to echo the memos that we heard from council members Perales, Carrasco, Arenas, and Esparza, and just remind ourselves what a difference a year makes from the conversation we were having a year ago with the defensiveness and that we experienced last year when we're talking about like who's really most impacted in our community and what we need to be able to do moving forward. I want to urge that the council expand the amount of resources that we're looking at to about $1.5 million for an Office of Racial Equity because of the work for staffing, GARE, upbuilding the voice of individuals, data tools, and process for reimagining policing are critical. Thank you.
Thank you. Tobin? Tobin?
Sorry, can you hear me now?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
I apologize. I realize it's rare for members of the public to speak at city council meetings just to say thanks and express appreciation for a core city service, but that's the reason I'm here today. I'm grateful to the women and men of the San Jose Police Department for their professionalism and their fine work, and I appreciate the tremendous strides the department has made under Chief Garcia's leadership. As Mayor Liccardo spoke about earlier, we all recognize that San Jose has the most lightly resourced police department of any comparably sized city in the country. And with that, I'm urging every member of the council to support the mayor's police budget in its entirety. Thank you.
Thank you. Person with the number 3331.
Hi, my name is Lily Liang, and I support the budget, and also against defunding the police. And I don't think the defunding police department is a resolution to our communities and to our cities, rebuild and reform our cities. The San Jose State Police Department, actually, they have been doing good jobs. And I don't think, one bad police and down Minneapolis and should be then the shut down to our police department. And our police department, they actually has been long-term of the shortage of staffing, overwhelmed for their works, and also responded to emergencies. And I did have a very good, in contact with them for a couple of incidents. And I definitely support the the cities and, the budget support instead of defunding the police department, and that I support for, reform of the police department with more, with more, the budget to hire a qualified, qualified the policeman and to serve our communities. And we can't, our small business, I'm a small business owners, and we.
Thank you very much. Susan?
Hi.
Susan?
Mothers Out Front. At Mothers Out Front, we advocate for a livable climate for all children and a livable city for all our residents, including Black, Indigenous, and other people of color. We applaud the proposed positive changes to policing, and we urge you to vote for Councilmember Arenas' budget memo. Mothers Out Front supports the following actions. Police must protect the rights of protesters, ensuring that they are allowed to peacefully gather without threat of harm or abuse. San Jose needs to immediately revise its budget proposal to prioritize social services while significantly reducing funding to policing activities. We need to radically transform how community safety is upheld, decentering the police and centering the people of color. Wanting to feel safe does not mean wanting more police. As a 5-year-old has said, take away the guns, bring in kinder jobs. Please vote for.
Thank you. Martha O'Connell?
Hi, I support the increase in the funding for the racial equality from 2 years to 4. However, I do want to say, as a disabled senior, when I call for the police, I need them. I need them to be in my community helping me. We have burglaries. We've had situations where people have broken into the homes of seniors to get prescription drugs. So anything that is going to take the money away from citizens trying to get the police out on legitimate business, I'm absolutely opposed. And I know that you're being flooded with calls calling to, quote, defund the police. I think that would be a terrible disaster for seniors and other folks who need the protection. Thank you.
Thank you. Delina? Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Liccardo and council members. I come to you today before you again, and I will continue to come before you all days that are needed to ensure that we continue to hear how important prioritizing the increase for funding and allocation of funding for childcare is, specifically family childcare homes. As a community member, mother, and advocate, I ask that we hear Councilwoman Arenas ask to increase funding for childcare by a minimum of $1 million within the coronavirus relief. Thank you, Councilwoman Arenas, for your diligent and relentless support for our children, families, and community as a whole. Thank you, Mayor Liccardo, as well, for voicing your support in today's budget address today. Please hear us when we say that we are grateful for the current allocated amount, but it is not enough. Please consider our children and families when you vote today for your budget.
Not able to unmute it.
Vice Mayor Jones, can you take over?
We're having a problem with the device right now.
All right. Casey? Casey?
Here I am. Hi, good afternoon. I'm calling to ask for your support of the creation of a $1.5 million equity fund reserve. As referenced in Councilmember Arenas and Esparza's memos, we must bear witness as a city to how the inequities that institutions have carried on for years particularly harm people of color. Racist systems will not end until the people who benefit the most from the power and privilege created by these institutions actively work to get together to take them apart. Mayor Liccardo, your proposed review of inequity and police practices does not go far enough. Committing to shifting this institution means funding these efforts fully and for the long haul. There are many much smaller organizations with more thinly stretched budgets who nonetheless have committed to this work because it is the work. Anti-racism is a lifelong commitment. You've heard from hundreds, if not thousands, of constituents who are ready to see you rise to this occasion. Beyond learning and awareness, you must act. What action will you take? What will be different this time? Thank you.
Thank you. Sasha?
Good afternoon. My name is Sasha Kamal, and I work for First Five Santa Clara County. I'm calling on behalf of family childcare home providers. Many providers are not able to take time off to provide public testimony at these meetings because they're working, so I'm here on their behalf. I want to thank Councilwoman Arenas and City Manager David Sykes for their leadership on this issue, and Mayor Liccardo for including childcare in his budget message in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Family childcare home providers are critical supports during COVID-19, as well as for the recovery process of COVID-19. Please support our providers, as many of them are struggling to keep their business open. Consider utilizing any unused funds to support our local providers, as they also support big business by providing childcare for workers. Let's not lose momentum and continue to show support and prioritize childcare with the city's COVID-19 recovery effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Veronica? Veronica? Okay, we'll come back to Veronica. Manasa?
Hi, yes. If you truly think Black Lives Matter, then you need to defund the police. You need to understand that the birth of this so-called nation, during the birth of it, what we used to call the police was called the slave patrol, and that their only job was to enslave and murder Black people, just like the KKK did. I hope all of you agree that you cannot simply reform the KKK. In the same sense, you cannot simply reform the police. Finally, none of you understand that you are governing also on stolen land, and that paying violent people to continue to harm our communities criminalizes and leads to the murders of Indigenous people. By not defunding the police, you show us that you support white supremacy and that you do not care about your constituents, but instead want to fund the genocide of Black and Indigenous peoples. You have blood on your hands. Black Lives Matter. I yield my time.
Thank you. Brenda?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Brenda, and I live in District 5. I'm here to support the memo that Council Arenas and Esparza have given to you guys today. And I also want to say that just like Mayor Liccardo spoke about parks and how important they are, we have a neighborhood in Tropicana neighborhood that has no park, and the people have been asking for a park in this neighborhood. I hope you guys consider supporting them because they've been fighting for years just to have a park for these kids. I work in that area, and it's only fair that they get a park there as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Melissa?
Good afternoon, Mayor Liccardo, council members, and city staff. My name is Melissa Hong, and I'm a parent of a 1-year-old child. Thank you for taking a stance to support the most vulnerable families in San Jose. It is good to see the funding that will go towards childcare. Having access to high quality childcare makes it easier for parents with young children to return to work. Or if the parents are already at work, high quality childcare helps parents improve their productivity at work by missing fewer work hours. More participation in workplace means fewer dollars lost by businesses and more diversity in the workplace, as women are primarily affected by childcare crisis. Not only is early child education important for families, it is key to our economic recovery, as we had just heard about a recession. Thank you for choosing young children and investing in the city's future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the next person, Elish?
Yes, Elisheva. Thank you
Ella,
for for including folks like me and my young kids in the background. What I would like to say is this moment calls for more. A budget is a moral document, and there will never be a convenient time to shake systemic racism and police brutality from our history. Using the current pandemic to discount the possibility for bold action is cowardly and unimaginative. I support Councilwoman Arenas' proposal as step one in a long process to justice. It's too late for police reform, as other callers have stated. We don't need reform. We don't need study. Those haven't helped. We know what the problem is, and it's foolish to believe that more study and reform will be the keystones to any sort of success. If you want to respect and or do justice to the Black and Brown communities of San Jose, divest from the police, support Councilwoman Arenas' memo is the minimum first step.
thank you. Jorian?
Yes, good afternoon. So I just want to say, sorry, hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Okay, I just want to say that numbers can be skewed to make either side look good. This is not about numbers. I am an educator and a coach. And one of the things that I always say and that I live by is, what are we teaching our children? Listen to the people who are supporting and listen to the people who are not supporting. The people who are defending the police are not the people that are most affected by them. They are people of color that are most affected. My children that I work with are most affected. We need to defund and invest more. We need to invest in restorative justice practices for our youth. We need to invest in protecting our youth. And we need to, at the very minimum, remove police from all schools. There's no reason for police to be in schools because they're not in every school in San Jose. And that is indicative. So what are we teaching our kids?
Thank you, Christina.
Hi, my name is Christina Arrowsmith, and I'm a trustee at Campbell Union High School District, a third grade bilingual teacher in San Jose Unified School District, and a co-founder of the Digital Equity Coalition. Today, I urge you to approve the memo proposed by Councilwoman Arenas and Esparza. I also encourage you to please give staff the flexibility to come to next week's meeting with the digital inclusion plan that they have been working on. Please do not lose sight of this and shortcut their work today. I also am in favor of adding more money to the Racial Equity Office. As a teacher, we absolutely need to be teaching our children, like the speaker just said. I urge the city to make significant investment in addressing the racial inequities that exist in San Jose today, remembering that internet is a basic need that all of our residents in the county need. Poverty, health, police brutality, and lack of reliable internet access all disproportionately impact communities of color. Please do your part and support all our communities across the city in an equitable way. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, I see you're back. Are you? Or not?
I just got muted. I'm sorry. Ashley, thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Ashley, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Liccardo and council members. As a lifelong citizen of San Jose and my office in the heart of downtown, I firmly believe we need police reform, not defunding. With San Jose PD already under the national average for funding and staffing, defunding our police even more is not the answer or best solution for the safety of our community. Thoughtful and realistic policy change, along with proactive policing, will not only be a deterrent of the criminal activity we experience in our city, but present daily opportunities for our community and first responders to rebuild relationships and communicate with one another, to humanize the person behind the badge and change this dangerous narrative where we must remain divided and villainize each other. We must all hold each other accountable and raise our standards for what we will and will not stand for in our community. We need to come together, respect one another, and seek positive solutions that every San Jose citizen can be proud of. It is then we will all begin to see and experience a safer, cleaner, equitable, and more desirable San Jose for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Matt, welcome.
Hi, Council and Mayor. My name is Matt Mason. I am the union rep for IFPT Local 21. I want to speak on behalf of the council members put forward by Esparza, Arenas, and Perales. I also want to highlight one separate issue that the city has decided to end its administrative leave practices that will affect a number of city employees who are most at risk for health conditions or severe childcare hardships. So we're asking that the city and the council ask the city manager to delay this decision while we work on accommodations for these particular individuals and find work that they can do from home without putting them or their families at risk. And so we're asking for that support and for the support of I support the memos that were put forward earlier. Thank you.
Thank you. Ashley, welcome. Ashley, you still seem to be on mute. If you could unmute your device. Actually, the device still seems to be muted. There you go.
Hello?
Hi, welcome.
Hi. So I just wanted to call in and say that I support the defunding of police here in San Jose. For too many years, our communities have been policed, predominantly East Side, West Side communities. Black and brown folks have been criminalized and villainized by police here in San Jose. And as we've all seen in these past few months, that police endanger us all. They have racial bias. They are complicit in a system that was created with racial bias. And by supporting this system, we are only further perpetuating the idea of white supremacy here in San Jose. And so to everyone on city council, do you really want to be complicit in that system? I mean, that's what I'm here to say today, but thank you.
Thank you. Sandy? Welcome, Sandy.
Oh, yes. Yes, thank you for taking my call. Good afternoon. Mayor Sam Licardo, city staff, members of the San Jose Council. My name is Sandy Flores. I'm a resident of the Capitol Park Dober neighborhood in District 5. I am calling in to support the budget documents outlined by Councilmember Carrasco and Perales for the June budget message, including improvements to the Alum Rock Youth Center, additionally preschool slots at Grail Family Services, support for the Colic Success Center, programs for the placemaking in East San Jose, and support the amendments put forward by the council member Perales and Carrasco. Thank you for your leadership and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Cindy. Welcome, Blair.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Well, I totally agree with the need to bridge the digital divide. The ideas of more open and responsible surveillance and data collection practices and overall minimal use policies simply has to become a more regular dialogue in the future of tech in San Jose. There are the ideas of more open and transparent local democratic practices based on how to address and to end U.S. continual war and its shock doctrine disaster capitalism. Better tech accountability at the local level across the country at this time can help open up many important concepts for all of us, including the initial idealism of equity and equality. And that can continually and eventually ask the federal government, international governments, the UN, and even the WHO, what can be their own better practices towards more genuine ideas of peace and positive sustainability. I hope it's becoming clear that the ideas of equity can offer a positive focus for the community and a good roadmap in how decisions can be made.
Thank you. Pat, welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for your service and this opportunity to speak. The ultimate goal of the defund the police movement is noble and worthy of pursuit. It is imperative that we work diligently to level the playing field so that all members of our community have the opportunity to succeed. And I'm very happy to see that work supported by funding in this budget. In the long term, that is the best way that San Jose can deliver a consistently high level of safety for our residents. However, today, sadly, we live in a world where crime exists. Beginning the monumental task of changing this is a long-term project. In the meantime, crime will continue. In the meantime, we need a properly staffed police department ensuring the safety of all members of our community. Right now, we don't need fewer police officers. We need better policing. This is what the council should be focused on. Our San Jose Police Department was once considered one of the best in the country. I urge you to make the investments needed to reclaim that status. Thank you.
Thank you. Allison, welcome. Allison, your device seems to be muted right now. Could you unmute your device?
Hi, this is Allison Brunner from the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley. Our organization joins over 75 others that work with many of the communities long harmed by systemic racism in our city. Last year, the city manager recommended that the Office of Race Equity be funded at over $400K. That was before the police murders of George Floyd and others. That was before the first third of the COVID deaths were in the 4 lowest income zip codes in the city. This year, the council should fund the office at more than double last year's recommended amount. This is not the time for us to brace for the recession. This is not the time to leverage foundations before spending public dollars. Make different sacrifices, find the money, make the commitment. Support Council Members Arenas and Esparza's memos and Council Member Jones's proposal to reimagine policing. This is the time to show up for communities of color that past generations of city leaders have failed to do.
Thank you. The phone number ending 8300. Hi.
Yes, hi, this is Romina, and I'm calling actually here because I want to let you know that police are very important to us and the safety should be the #1 priority. We need law and order for community safety. Dealing with racial inequities means reform, not defunding the police. We're already like shorthanded. We need more police officers out here, not less. So I am completely opposed to defunding the police force. Thank you.
Thank you. Tessa?
Thank you. Yes, I think we have to reimagine our safety, how we're going to provide and protect for our community. And it isn't police. It's not police force, even in the word force. So we have to reimagine the way we could be more human to each other, more humane to each other. And that's what has been missing. And that when we put so much energy and money into arming our police, then that becomes their first tool of use. And so we have to arm different people with different values to say how we can help each other. And that has to be the modus operandi of our community. As we dealt with COVID-19, it was neighbors helping neighbors, and also it was realizing how interconnected we are. So we really have to create a new thing that is based on the old thing, which is to love one another. All right.
Thank you. Pryor? Pryor, you seem to be on mute right now. Could you unmute yourself, Pryor? There you go. Welcome. Oh, okay, we're not hearing anything, Pryor. It may be a software issue. Okay, Rosemary, welcome.
Hi, my name is Rosemary. I'm a lifelong resident of District 1. I know, Mayor Liccardo, you stated the police can only respond to 45% of life-threatening calls within 6 minutes as it is right now. I think we should get the data on what those life-threatening calls are, because you're right, this is a complex problem and that we've been satisfied to just throw police at for decades. Like, let's look at what those life-threatening calls are for, and with intention, evaluate how to head off these incidents that result in these 911 calls before they can happen. I say we reduce the contributing circumstances to these incidents, and you reduce the calls and you reduce the need for police presence. And we can still make it possible to defund the police, as an earlier commenter said, when we get to know each other in our community better. We should stop focusing on humanizing the person behind the badge and focus on the humanity of the people of San Jose. Black Lives Matter. I yield my time.
Thank you. Don, welcome.
My name is Don Taylor, the Executive Director of Upla Family Services. We provide a full range of community services in San Jose, from mobile crisis response to prevention, serving thousands every month. We have experienced the intensive needs of the neighborhoods, the injustices that have occurred, and the ongoing fear many families have. Inequity and racial disparity is very real in San Jose, and we have this moment to demonstrate that systemic change can occur. We stand ready to continue providing critical community support, and we join the many other community-based organizations in asking you to take significant urgent action now. This includes the full funding and resource of the Office of Racial Equity and the Government Alliance for Race and Equity, and redirecting resource commitment as the collective nonprofit CBO letter describes, as well as council members Perales and Carrasco and Arenas and Esparza's memorandums have articulated. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sarah, welcome. Welcome, Sarah.
Hello, my name is Sarah Nichols. I'm an organizer with Surge at Sacred Heart, and I'm here to voice my support for defunding the police. It's clear that the SJPD isn't keeping us safe. During these challenging times, we need to reinvest the budget allocated for police to community-led health and safety strategies. For many years, I've dealt with mental health challenges, and over the years, I've heard many times from peers and online support groups that calling 911 when you're in a mental health crisis is dangerous. It's a coin toss. Maybe they'll send a paramedic who can help you, or maybe they'll send a cop who will kill you. Looking to the heartbreaking stories of Diana Showman, Philip Watkins, AJ Phillips, Anthony Nunez, Jesus Janae Montez, and Daniel Pham, it's clear that this is a real problem here in San Jose and is especially dangerous to people of color. We must reduce police funding and move that funding into creating and sustaining a new sector of first responders to replace the police for calls related to mental health, substance abuse, and similar issues. We also need to supplement the ongoing mental health services provided by the county.
Thank you. The person calling in number 2928.
My name is Anna Rita.
Hi.
Yes, so I'm a resident of East Side San Jose, and I would like to say thank you to Arena for the support for the childcare and preschool. I've been a preschool teacher and director for 17 years, and it's very important to support the small organizations, especially the nonprofit. The Great Family Services, they provided a lot of services and support to the families and the community in East Side. And also I'm supporting the amendment by Perales and Carrasco for working hard to trying to support our budget. And thank you for listening and for all your support for us.
Thank you. Chris, welcome.
Hi, this is Chris Mock. I'm a teacher in Campbell Union High School District. I was actually just calling, first of all, to voice my support for the Silicon Valley Career and Technical Education Program. I can tell you that my own personal experiences, it's a lot of our low-income, underserved students who need this program the most. And we are going to continue to support it in our district, but we can't continue the program long-term without the city's support. So we need your support to continue that program. I also want to just take a second and say that if we're going to address big systemic racism issues, we need big dramatic change. Little reforms are not going to accomplish that. And the last thing I would mention is you talked a lot about numbers in your presentation and funding for mental health and different things coming from the state. That doesn't mean we can't put our own resources into those things as well.
Thank you. Nina?
Hi, can you hear me?
Sure. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm a District 3 in the South University neighborhood, also concerned with a large police budget. So first, I want to emphasize that extra body cameras and trainings as a method to reduce police violence, as proposed by Mayor Liccardo, are actually not at all supported by data. And studies to prove public safety would deteriorate under defunding assume that defunding means immediately eliminating all police without investing in community organizations, which is not what local Black activists and other activists of color are actually calling for. Also, the huge patrolling budget allows her programs such as the Street Crimes Unit, which overwhelmingly patrol Black and Latino neighborhoods and often find and arrest people for so-called quality of life crimes, which do not actually pose a threat to public safety, further disenfranchising communities of color that still face the legacies of redlining. Thank you.
Thank you. Myra, welcome.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, great. My name is Mayra Pelacio, and I am a resident in District 5, and I am calling to support the budget documents outlined by Councilmember Carrasco with the mayor's June budget message, including improvements to the Alum Rock Youth Center, additional resources for preschool slots, and Grail Family Services. Support the college Success Center programs for placemaking in East San Jose, and support the amendments put forward by Councilmember Perales and Carrasco. I also like to support Councilmember Arenas' proposal to invest more in the Racial Equity Office, and listening to all of my other peers comment defunding the police. There is a lot of other studies that might prove police brutality and white supremacy, such as the broken windows theory and how badly that ended, and the Stanford experiment. So all of the data that is given, you could also find data supporting that communities need more safety, and that's not going to come from supporting the police.
Thank you. Craig, welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome,
Craig.
Right. Okay, my name is Craig Ferguson. I'm in District 8. I'm calling to support Sylvia Arenas, Esparza, and Carrasco's amendment. Let's get it straight. Defunding the police is not abolishing the police, folks, okay? Defunding the police is moving the resources, moving some money to other projects. Now that the world has seen how Black and brown people have been living for over 400 years, it's good to see that people want to see a change. But let's have the police have compassion when they go to the communities that they serve. And being uncomfortable is not, it's a good thing, because what it does is it gets the conversation going. Am I still on?
Yes, you are, sir.
Conversation going. So how can you have more police in a school than you do nurses? That's part of what defunding the police is about.
Thank you, Craig. Terrence, welcome.
Thank you very much, Mayor and City Council. Terrence Riley here, longtime resident of San Jose for 30 years. I've seen the city go through good times and bad times. I recall the lawlessness in the 90s. I do support the mayor's budget and his reform efforts on the police department, but I do not support the defunding of the police department. Thank you.
Thank you, Dion.
Hi, I'm Dion Bossary. I support defunding the police and putting our budget into more equitable community support services such as childcare, housing first for the homeless, and mental health services. I support Councilwoman Aranis' proposal. We also need more time to tell you how important these issues are. You gave 2 minutes to debating a landmark, but one of the most important issues of the time, if not our entire lifetime. We need to give more focus to people and less to things. A society exists to help its people. People do not exist to serve the society. And I'd like to remind you, if you do not make efforts to help our people will remember to not help you at election time. I yield my time.
Thank you. Laura, welcome.
Thank you. I want to support the memos proposed by council members Esparza and Arenas, as well as the public safety community process in the memo proposed by Vice Mayor Jones. I appreciate the mayor going through the budget and city jurisdiction for those unfamiliar with it, but I urge you, instead of talking about what isn't the city's job, to instead focus on what is the city's job and how you can impact and alleviate the concerns of your community through this, much like the memos proposed by your colleagues do. I ask that you continue to think differently about the city budget beyond this fiscal year. Where can funds be better invested in your community? I know the library cuts aren't on the table this time due to the relief funds, but they will be next time there's a cut, and the time after that, as well as parks and housing services. I know it's not easy, but you're in a moment where change needs to happen. You're the vessel for that change. I also want to know you having fun with the pizza graph. I understand people are flooding your social media with pizza emojis, but this is coming from people being frustrated because when you eat during public comment, it makes us feel like you're not listening. I also want to pay a compliment to Dave Sykes and Kip Harkness for their hard work over the last few months. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Laura. And that's why I keep my video camera on, and so that people know exactly what I am doing. And I appreciate the concern people have, but please understand, if we literally have no other opportunity to eat over 8 hours, I'm going to eat. Robin, welcome.
I am deeply concerned about the excessive use of force that the San Jose PD used against the Black Lives Matter protesters, including the use of rubber bullets and tear gas. It is not unacceptable for a police force whose funds come from our tax dollars to be used in this manner. Rubber bullets have no place here and have done long-lasting damage. Mass arrests have no place here. Tear gas certainly has no place here, as it has been linked to heightened COVID exposure, miscarriage, and as a chemical weapon banned in war. The protests happen because San Jose PD, like police departments across the nation, are out of control. They have murdered too many community members. They have gotten away with being judge, jury, and executioner. It is a crisis. Police don't need to be in our schools. Counselors and nurses, art teachers need to be in our schools. Police don't need to respond to mental health emergencies. Social workers and medical professionals need to respond to people who are having mental health emergencies. Police have proved that they cannot be trusted with lethal weapons and quote unquote non-lethal weapons. This is not the time for half measures and business as usual. We must divest from San Jose PD and invest in our communities. We must militarize San Jose PD.
Thank you, Robin. Gina, welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hi, Sam, and I don't mind you eating pizza. As a diabetic, you know, I gotta eat when I gotta eat.
Yep.
Appreciate all your work, everybody. So my name is Gina Gates. I live in District 3 in the Bonita and Sunny Court area. In order to begin equity, we've been saying that word a lot lately, we have to shake systemic privilege. I want you to hear that again. We have to shake systemic privilege. And that is exactly what is going on when we're dealing with housing. It's time that all districts take on affordable housing. Your votes barring affordable housing in your districts is showing your white privilege that is alive and well in your districts. You must lead for all and stop taking part in systemic activity that is hindering all of our other people in our community. Thank you for your service. I support Arenas.
Thank you. Anuradha?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. So why is the police set to receive $440 million this year? That's something I still don't understand, especially when we're headed into a recession and you said funds are tight. I don't really get that. So why does the city spend the largest portion of its general funds on the police? If the police don't want to do traffic regulation, intervention, tax collection, then don't fund them to do that. Don't fund them to respond to domestic violence. Don't fund them to take down homeless encampments. Fund mental health, education, literally anything else. I get that your budget doesn't take into account state funding or federal funding, but oh my God, the state and federal government also fund the police, not to mention the new Measure Pass, which also funds the police. Why can't we dedicate more money to service the community rather than police it? You lied to this community, Mayor, mind you, you work for us. Minorities are telling you to defund the police and you continue to claim to be looking out for us. Stop lying and defund the police. Thank you.
Thank you. Julia, welcome.
Hi, my name is Julia Botkin, and I'm a college student born and raised in San Jose. I'm actually from Willow Glen, District 6. I think it's clear when you look at San Jose that there's systemic inequality as a result of segregationist practices like redlining, and the budget needs to reflect that and make sure people can actually make the change. I think the budget's a moral document and should serve the people that are impacted by these policies. Because of that, I think we need to defund the police. I think we ask the police to do a lot of things that they aren't qualified for. They're not mental health professionals, they're not social workers, and I think people better trained in those policies can respond better and should do the work. I think the budget should prioritize social services, and I think one of the ways to do that is to listen to the demands made by family members of individuals who were killed or injured by the San Jose police. They've published a list about divesting, removing problematic officers, dismantling units with propensities for violence, refunding, and investing in communities that need it. I also think we should listen to budget proposal about reducing inequality via the equity fund. Thank you.
Thank you. Annie? Welcome, Annie.
Thank you. I am Annie with Silicon Valley DSA, and I want to speak on the topic of refunding community services through the lens of all of the other important programs that are suffering while the police somehow have money for tanks, concussion grenades, and batons. First, the total funds allocated to Section D, Investment in Youth and Learning, are $259,000. The city could cut one police officer position and double that amount. Second, the Carter's budget only grants $10,000 to the YWCA Clinical Counseling Program, which assists victims of domestic violence, sexual assault, and human trafficking. Considering the concern expressed towards these survivors during the budget hearing yesterday, and by the mayor time and time again, it should be a lot bigger. Lastly, there are many ways to prevent crimes from starting, which are way more effective than simply reacting to crime after it happens, like cops do. By the time an armed stranger with a gun is being introduced to a situation, things have gone massively wrong, and they could have been prevented a million times over with better funded community services. Thank you.
Thank you. Noah, welcome.
Hello, my name is Noah Goldstein. I'm a longtime resident of the Rose Garden neighborhood in San Jose, District 6, and a Bellarmine graduate like the mayor here. And while I was there, I was taught the value of social justice and the skill of critical thinking. And it seems to me that the greatest injustice in our society stems from a long and racist history of this country and is carried out mainly by the police and then hidden away as a problem in the prison industrial complex. If you want to provide more than just lip service to the oppressed, you need to seriously address the violence perpetuated by police nationwide, as well as acknowledging the violent police history in San Jose, which has been brought up by multiple people here. I suggest you begin by defunding the police and help us to begin the process of healing the wound of slavery and colonization of these people on this land. To the people who ask for reform and say that we need more time, I challenge you. The Civil Rights Bill is almost 60 years old, and what actionably has changed to better the lives of Black people and people of color? With that, I say Black Lives Matter, and I yield my time.
Thank you. The phone number ending 1389. 1389. Hi, welcome. Okay, Heather, welcome.
Hi, I'm a homeowner in District 3. Your community is not telling you to defund the police as a luxury. We're telling you that we don't trust the police, that the police don't keep us safe, and that the police actively harm us. When you fund the police, you're funding an armed force that is virtually immune to legal accountability and that enforces compliance through violence on our community. The budget memos I'm seeing propose moving around funds on the order of hundreds of thousands. Meanwhile, the police are still being funded hundreds of millions. While this budget allows the SJPD to continue draining the city, we lament budget cuts and scramble to find funding for COVID relief, affordable housing, and other vital services. Reallocating or deferring less than 1 million of the SJPD's 150 million budget is a joke. I appreciate the budget revisions from Council members Esparza and Arenas, but they're not enough. We need to substantially shrink the budget of the SJPD and start replacing this corrupt institution with real public health and safety services. Police are dangerous, and we don't want them managing public safety.
Thank you. Phone number ending 3260.
Hello, is it my turn?
Yes, welcome.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm so excited. This is my first time participating in this because I have a strong feeling. I am immature, to the political scene, but as a citizen in the community, I actually gather a lot of people. Actually, we appreciate the police work. They actually protect our daily activities from criminals. I think there are things they can't do 100% satisfying to everyone. That's understandable, and but I give that the mayor and the council members and other people working for us a great applause, and I hope you guys will make a sensible decision. We wanted to support the police. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Robert? Welcome back.
Mayor, we're having trouble hearing you. You're very faint.
Oh, is that right? I'm sorry.
It's a little better.
Okay.
Much better, much better.
Robert, you're still muted. Your device is.
Okay, how about now?
Yeah, you're good now.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to comment on the whole concept of defunding the police department. Again, I think what people are talking about is not cutting out the police department altogether, although I think it needs a different overhaul and looking at, which is a different issue altogether. But I think what people are talking about is instead of continuing to add funds to the budget for the police department, use those funds to support alternative methods of responding to police calls. There's a number of people that could have been helped much better by alternative methods. And if we had people that could go out, just like you have negotiators that go out for a specific call because somebody is threatening somebody and they feel a negotiator can handle it. I think the police department either needs to have those types of people in the department or other services that can handle it should be around to be able to do that and respond to people, and we can save some lives that way. That's what I believe.
Thank you. Arish, welcome.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I helped write the people's demands for San Jose, and I'm a teacher in East San Jose. I don't mind anyone eating. Let's focus on the issues. First of all, I'm glad that the mayor's memo included expanding the authority of the IPA such that they can investigate police misconduct. I'm also glad that it included dedicating CARES Act funding to struggling families. Unfortunately, only Councilwoman Carrasco's memo mentioned CSOs. I hope you all will join her in restoring funding to these unarmed community officers. But ultimately, all your memos fall short. None of you have actually addressed that most people killed by SJPD were experiencing mental health breakdowns. You all need to commit a significant portion of the SJPD budget to unarmed mental health professionals to respond to mental health calls. Perhaps CSO training can focus on mental health. We're going to remember you're in action when you're up for election, for whatever office you're trying to move up to. Thank you.
Thank you. SF, welcome. SF, you're on. There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Steve Solorio. I am president of the Municipal Employee Federation that covers San Jose City employees. I'm calling today just as a talking point for what Matt Mason had spoke a little bit about the paid administrative leave for city employees. We ask that you relook at that. We currently have employees who are too ill or have issues with childcare, who have special needs children who kind of need to take advantage of this paid administrative leave. So Mayor and council members, I would ask that you would talk to the city manager to relook at this and maybe extend it till the end of the summer so that our city employees are taken care of. When we talk about city employees and taking care of them, we want to make sure that we're including all city employees, just not the police department. Thank you.
Thank you. Rosanna, welcome.
Good evening. My name is Rosanna, and I currently live in District 2. I'm also calling to echo Steve and Matt Mason's request to continue the city's paid admin leave. I've been a city employee for over 20 years. I would like to ask to please extend the paid admin leave to your most vulnerable city employees and families. My paid admin leave has allowed me to work half a day and the other half to attend to my special needs child with autism and other medical conditions. I have multiple immediate families with pre-existing medical conditions as well, and cannot count on them to take care of my son. Should I return to work full time, it just concerns me that I would expose my family as well as my friends to the virus. According to the Santa Clara COVID dashboard, June is trending higher than May. The virus is more widespread than ever before, and I worry for my family as well as my coworkers. So please consider to extend the paid admin leave. Thank you.
Thank you. Dylan, welcome. Hi, Dylan. Your device is muted right now. Welcome, Dylan. Dylan, we're still not hearing anything from your device. Okay, we're going to come back to you, Dylan. Hopefully it's just a software issue. You can fix it and raise your hand again. Maria, welcome.
My name is Maria Miller. I live in District 6. I'm a code enforcement inspector for the city of San Jose, and I'm a mom. I'd like to start by saying that as a mom and due to COVID-19, that I'm grateful to the city of San Jose that it's given its workers paid admin leave to allow us to homeschool our children and protect our high-risk employees from contracting this virus. Hopefully this highlights the reasons paid admin leave needs to continue, because now employees face having to find safe and available childcare programs while still working a full day. I implore City Council and the Mayor to rethink ending paid admin leave so that not only can I still continue to serve my community, but also my family. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Victoria?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Mayor Sam Licardo, city staff, and members of the San Jose City Council. My name is Victoria Partida, and I'm a resident of District 7. I am calling to support the budget documents outlined by Councilmember Carrasco, Arenas, and Perales within the mayor's June budget message, including improvements to the Alum Rock Youth Center, additional preschool slots at the Guerrero Family Services, support for the College Success Center, programs for peacemaking in East San Jose, and support the amendments put forward by Councilmember Perales and Carrasco. I also support the memos from Councilwoman Arenas and Esparza. Thank you.
Thank you very much. JT? Welcome. JT, your device is still muted. JT, it appears that your device is still...
Hello.
There you go. Welcome.
Hi, I'm a resident of District 6. The response of San Jose Police Department to peaceful protesters just shows a terrible use of the existing excessive funding that they already have. There were tons and tons of cops, more cops on Monday and Tuesday night than there were protesters. Cops aren't the answer to most things that cops do currently. We can't create a proper response to the things that police do currently without reallocating the excessive amount of funds that they already get from our discretionary budget. History has shown that reform only increases police budget and police brutality. The only way to stop it is to defund the police significantly, instantly, and fund real solutions to things that don't require a person with a gun, which is 95% of what the police do now. I yield my time.
Thank you. Concerned citizen, welcome.
Yes, good afternoon. To be clear, I just want to distinguish law enforcement and police are two separate entities. We need to, reimagine crisis response and law enforcement. It does sound like you are in motion of understanding. And to begin, Arenas and Esparza's memo is a good first step in, putting funding into racial equity, childcare, social services. We need to remove all police from schools in San Jose and Santa Clara County. Cancel all contracts. We need wholesome wraparound services where, you know, school counselors and trained professionals are working with teachers and families, and we need to impose restrictions on military surplus and demilitarize the police. You know, what the previous speaker just said, you know, our police showed up to protest with full, you know, to declare war on our citizens. It's just wrong, and we need to
Thank you. Thank you. Edviguez, welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you fine. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. My name is Vicky Ramirez, and I am a childcare provider in San Jose. I am calling in behalf of childcare providers in supporting Silvia Arenas' request. I want to mention that we as childcare providers, we serve the most vulnerable community, and also we serve children in flexible schedule. It's very different, the services compared with the centers. We open from 5 p.m. and close 11 p.m. However, in these crises, we are having a lot of struggles. Many providers are closing their home daycares. Only I know 2 providers that have closed already, since it is difficult to stay open with so few children attending our home daycare and with more expenses incurred in this pandemic. Yesterday, we had a meeting with the Department of Social Services, and they gave us an impressive numbers of daycares that have closed already permanently, and others need support to be reopened. Likewise, another need help to continue services to be open for families to return from the shelter in place. We need those additional, our services are very essential to reactivate the economy. We need those additional funds that Council Member Silvia Arenas has requested. Please include those additional funds for all of.
Thank you for your work. Greg, welcome. Greg, your device is still on mute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thanks.
Oh, okay, excellent. Thank you. So I want to be clear. I do not support defunding the police. I feel like funding our police is essential, and funding them, frankly, at levels higher than they currently are funding is essential. Safety is job number one. If you aren't safe, nothing else matters. And let's be clear, as much talk as there's been about this, a top-notch and well-funded police force keeps people safe. Study after study shows this. I'm shocked that anybody would call for the defunding of the police. I realize there's a lot of passion and emotion around this issue, but the facts are clear. Police keep people safe, especially minority and lower income communities. As Mayor Liccardo has shown, our police force is among the lowest funded of any city in the country. I don't know how we could possibly fund them less. We need more funding for police, not less. I recall just a few years ago when our officer counts were lower, it felt like there were break-ins in our neighborhood every day.
Thank you. Veronica? Veronica, you're still on mute. If you could unmute your device. Veronica, you can't be heard just yet until the device is unmuted. Veronica, your device is muted. Okay, we'll try to come back. The person with the phone number 5961, welcome.
Yes, good afternoon. Mayor Liccardo, City Council members. I am Veronica Goey, Executive Director of Grow Family Services. I am calling to support memos of Councilmember Arenas and Esparza that would help reduce inequities impacting our communities. In addition, I'm calling in to support the budget documents outlined by Councilmember Carrasco within the Mayor's June budget message, including the improvements to the Elm Rock Youth Center, additional preschool slots at Grow Family Services, and other programs on the east side. I want to highlight specifically the preschool, the state-funded preschool that Grow Family Services is going to open, and who will it serve. This preschool will serve 48 children from one of the most underserved areas of the city of San Jose, a community that has been historically left behind a community that has been victim of systemic racism, and a community that has been disproportionately impacted by the pandemic. I really want to thank you, Mayor Liccardo and Councilmember Carrasco, for supporting this appropriation, and ask the rest of the City Council to approve the recommendation. Thank you so much for all your.
Thank you. Thank you for your work. The phone number ending 1367? 1367? The person with the phone number 1367, we can't hear you right now.
Yes, my name's Lily in District 6. This is particularly to Vice Mayor Jones. You talked about recently how you remember the 60s and all the change that went on. And now we're going to have the Office of Racial Equality. You've got to involve your community in the engagement process of what that exactly means. Having been a teacher in the school districts for about 10 years, starting at Fresno, Hanford, and now in San Jose, I can honestly tell you that students are very intelligent. They know what's going on. You have many different components in a classroom, many different cultures, and you need to give these students a voice because they will be our next leaders. And please give them a chance to change our decade. Thank you.
Thank you. Ellie, welcome.
Presumably, we give the SJPD this money to serve and protect, to solve crime. We do it despite the fact that the most preeminent criminal justice studies, the RAND Detective and Kansas City Patrol and Call studies, tell us that crime can't be solved or deterred by faster responses, more patrols, and more technology. We do it despite nearly every major school of thought in criminal justice that tells us the most meaningful way to reduce crime is to reduce inequality. More than a few of you elected officials have won your positions by pledging to create a safer San Jose. If you are really interested, you would spend those $440 million on eliminating poverty, gentrification, and systemic racism, but you have chosen to spend it on the SJPD, who have shown us that they will always care more about their license to power and violence over the safety of San Jose citizens. Listen to your constituents and fund police now. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Jonathan Fleming. Andrew, welcome.
Hey, my name is Andrew. I'm an organizer with Silicon Valley Debug. I just want to encourage you guys all again to adopt the letter that was written by the families who have lost loved ones to SJPD. I'm doubting whether a lot of you read that and see the reasoning and the explanations behind why these parts of SJPD need to go first. Also, this is not like a political opportunity moment. You don't get to take a knee with protesters and then not listen to them in this meeting. You don't get to take photos. You don't get to do press ops. The time is now, and you guys are not listening. And this is going to continue to be an issue. So anyone who wants to run on police platforms, including in my own district, District 6, the call is to defund the police and divest. And no one in these communities think that police actually equates to safety. Bottom line.
Thank you. Mishi? Welcome, Mishi.
Hi, thank you, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Mishi Ellingson. I'm a District 5 homeowner. It seems like a lot of police and police wives are calling in today, and that might have something to do with Johnny Camus's tweet last night out to San Jose law enforcement, letting them know that the City Council calls have not been in their favor and requesting that they call in today. Mayor, you mentioned that people are pulling numbers off of various websites about people's salaries. The website that I use is called Transparent California. It's California's largest public pay and pension database. Mayor Liccardo said in this call that community service officers are effective, that they're working. But the last budget that I looked at, 7 to 8 community service officers positions had been cut. They cost the city, and that includes pension, all of it. They cost the city an average of $100,000. Every police officer costs our city an average of $300,000. Jared UN costs our city a total of $229,000, and police.
Thank you. Emmanuel?
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Thank you. It's good to be back again and share my support. I just wanted to say that I do support the minimum being done on these memos by Arenas, Esparza, Perales, and Carrasco. However, we need to defund SJPD, defund SJPD, defund SJPD. I'd like to quote 1998 Tupac Changes. Cops give a damn about a Negro, pull the trigger, kill a nigga, he's a hero.
All right, we're not going to accept any racial epithets. The phone number ending 1389.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, welcome. Welcome.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yeah.
Okay, you know what, when you get a gun pointed, when you get a robbery, and when you get a domestic, the home violence, and then when you get a home invasions and the robberies and whatever, you call the social worker, you call the police, okay? And then the public safety is the order of the society that it keeps the law and orders, and then so people can do business. And I don't think that the police department has done anything wrong and to keep the protesters to be in order. Because we have a small business over the downtown, whatever the areas, and we're scared to death that people are going to smack on our windows and break our business. So without to stabilize the safety, and how can you encourage the cities, the small businesses to run over there? Okay, and the people, I can't believe what people are having a
Thank you, ma'am. Jim Shang.
Yeah, so I do not support defunding the police. Couple of reasons. One, I don't think we have enough police forces. We have friends who come to visit, and there are just cars being broken in. There are many cases like that. I'm not sure, like we have. People don't handle the case when the loss is less than $900. I mean, there are so many cases happening, right? Why do you say like, please, it's already enough, right? The second case is, I mean, if we defund police, they may introduce much more instability. People are going to buy guns, and how do they protect themselves? I mean, crimes may increase, right? I mean, it will be very unsafe, right? So I don't think it's a wise decision at this point. We have to think about for better solutions to solve the problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Madison, welcome. Madison, your device is muted. Madison, you'll need to unmute your device. Madison, your device is still on mute. Okay, we'll go to the person with the phone number 2154, and hopefully Madison can. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Jeremy. I live in Willow Glen. 11% of the budget in San Jose goes to SJPD. In New York, LA, San Francisco, it's 5.7 or less. For years, we've heard SJPD can't hire police officers. Maybe it's time to get a new recruiting team. And even if you don't decrease the budget spent, you can actually still reallocate the same amount of funds to low-income communities. Speaking of mental health, there was a mental health event at my house, and the end result was San Jose PD pointing their guns at my wife, my pregnant wife, and my toddler. People want funds to low-income neighborhoods, and from what I'm hearing, people are prepared to vote accordingly. I think it's time for the City of San Jose reps to finally put the community before San Jose PD salaries. Thank you.
Thank you. Tammy, welcome.
Hello.
Yes, hi.
Hi, I'm Tammy from District 10, and with the help of this SJPD Crime Prevention Department, I started up a neighborhood watch for my community in 2016. Our community is begging for officers to patrol our area. If the police are defunded, we will have a tragic increase in deaths, violence, and property crimes as the gangs will take over. I agree with needing police reform, but please do not defund the police. And also regarding police on school campuses, it seems like everyone is forgetting about the more than 400 school shootings that have happened since 2010. Each time there's a school shooting, parents and friends of the deceased are begging for officers on campus. So please do not take the officers off school campuses either, or else gangs will move into the schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Dylan? Dylan, welcome. Dylan, your device is on mute right now. Could you please unmute your device? There you go. No. Okay. Nick? Welcome, Nick. If you could unmute your device. There you go.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep, we can. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I'd like to just also thank you to the members of the City Council for having this conversation. I'd like to register my support for the memorandum from Council members Carrasco and Arenas. But I'd also like to ask the Mayor if he would mind, I appreciate the reference to Dr. Roland Fryer's work in his presentation, but if you would also be open to looking at some of the critical work of Dr. Fryer, and also to consider maybe the optics of citing Dr. Fryer's work, considering that last year he was under investigation for sexual harassment charges at Harvard University. But if you're also open to just looking at the critiques of that work around racial bias and reporting for police officers, I'm happy to send that over to the mayor's office via email or some other way. I'll go ahead and yield my time to someone else. Thank you.
Nick, thank you. If you could send an email to me at sam.licardo@sanjoseca.gov, it'd be the best way to get to me. I'd be happy to look at that research. I don't pretend to endorse his research. I simply indicated that there is some disagreement out there in the academic circles, and obviously we're going to learn more in the months and years ahead. The person with the phone number is 0674.
Hello, council members. My name is Nancy Rose. I've been a community service officer for the past 3 years. I love this city and my job. I've always been dedicated and committed in helping citizens when they need the most. And I just want to share my perspective on the paid administrative leave. Unfortunately, due to COVID-19, I was forced to take paid annual leave for the sake of my son's health and well-being. My son has severe medical conditions, which place him at higher risk for contracting the virus. His pulmonary doctor recommended that I continue to stay home and limit my exposure to COVID, given his underlying medical conditions. I am grateful that I was able to get paid annual leave for the past month. It has been really helpful for my family. I was informed of the city's decision to end paid annual leave. I'm really concerned because I don't think it's safe for me to return back to work. If I'm exposed, so is my son. If I return to work now that the numbers have gone up, I'll be putting my son in danger. I ask you to consider extending the paid annual leave until it's safe for me to return to work. And if there's a possibility, I'm willing to do other types of work from home with accommodations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Moto, welcome. Your device is muted right now. We're not able to hear you yet. If you could unmute your device.
I didn't expect you to get to me so fast. Okay, sorry. Thank you, Chappie, for being much more respectful when you lead public comment. We met with the mayor's staff last night for an hour about the FEMA trailers in Happy Hollow. They either were completely out of the loop or lied because all the residents had already been removed and the program demobilized. Some residents were returned to the streets. Why don't unhoused lives matter? 3 weeks ago, in a private conversation, a police captain told me how much better he felt having me as a legal observer at protests. Then I was shot in both legs on day 2 of the protest and arrested the next day. So much for him feeling better. Every time I stop and observe an unhoused person surrounded by SJPD, they respond to me in a hostile manner. They can't be retrained. There's no Cesar Millan for cops. We tried. They shot and neutered him. Defund SJPD. Support the Arenas memo. Defund.
Thank you. Oh, can we get it back up? Okay. Report back up?
Yeah, she's back.
Okay. Could you please unmute yourself again? Apparently, the computer cut you off.
Okay, I didn't unmute myself. Where did you lose me?
We lost you about in the last 5 seconds.
They can't be retrained. There's no Cesar Millan for cops. We tried. They shot and neutered him. Defund SJPD. Support the Arenas memo.
Okay, thank you, Sean. Cindy, welcome. Hi, Cindy. Could you?
Yeah, I unmute. So hi, my name is Cindy. I strongly against to defund the police department. Yeah, I have a couple of times to work with our police department, and I really think the police are very, very polite and very friendly to the good citizens. I mean, instead of I know right now it's like a difficult situation and a lot of revenge right now and a lot of loitering and a lot of crimes. So we really need the police department to protect us, protect those good people. And also, like, we think we should give more respect to the police department and to actually to execute the law more restrictedly to protect good people. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Linda, welcome.
Yes, hi. Thank you, Mayor and Council members. My name is Linda Hutchins Knowles. I'm a 20-year resident of District 9, the co-founder of Mothers Out Front South Bay, and member of San Jose Friends Meeting. I'm calling because this budget is a moral document. We pay for what we prioritize. I agree with the 75 community-based organizations that have spoken up saying that this budget fails to measure up to this moment. As you think about how to allocate our taxpayer dollars, please focus on the end result you want. Do you want a thriving community for all, one that corrects and compensates for the historic and ongoing oppression of Black, Indigenous, and people of color? Do you want a city where children feel safe in their neighborhoods, where Black and Brown parents don't have to have the talk with their children? If so, then we need to focus the money on solving the root causes of the problems of systemic poverty and crime. Rather than hiring more police to stop crime, hire more social workers, nurses, recreation leaders, and tutors. Please support the memo of Councilmembers Arenas, Esparza, Carrasco, and Perales, and fund the Office of Race Equality with a $3 million budget. Please let us be the all we can be in this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Ain, forgive me if I just mispronounced your name.
Hi, this is Anya. That's okay. Can you hear me?
I'm sorry.
It feels that many people believe that defunding the police is abolishing the police. This is not the case. I don't believe anyone is asking for this. For me, defunding means reallocating some of the funding to other projects, such as hiring social workers to address homelessness, rather than the police addressing homelessness. We need to support our community and reimagine our police force. It seems clear to me from Mayor Liccardo's presentation that a decision to reduce the number of police officers will not happen in this budget. I therefore ask you that at the minimum, please reallocate funding so that we demilitarize the police, so that we train police on how to react to situations with empathy and not with a gun or violence. A person can apply to join the police force after just 1 year of a college education. They then receive 24 weeks of academic training and then 17 weeks of field training. This is a ridiculously short amount of time given to educating people who are supposed to protect us and take care of us. We need to reallocate money from military weapons such as rubber bullets and tear gas to training police so that they can better serve our community and in particular people of color. Please support Councilmember Arenas' memo. Thank you.
Thank you. The phone number ending 3525.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, this is Karen Gillette from District 3. I've heard, and I won't be repetitive on the things that other people have said. Mayor, as you were speaking about the budget, you spoke a lot about the numbers of officers in terms of staffing. I don't think that we're as concerned with numbers as we are with what the officers actually do, and I think you've heard that from many of the people who have called in. When you're thinking about reallocating funds, I hope that you won't forget, people won't forget about the need for community centers. We used to have a wonderful community center here in District 3, just at the edge of the downtown area that has been defunded by the city. And so I think that community centers are essential for strengthening our community. I'd also like to say that the racial equity office that we're talking about is an interesting proposal, but I think San Francisco has a Department for Police Accountability, and I think that that's an important thing for us to think about too. So thank you very much for your work.
Thank you. Phone number, oh, I'm sorry, Nina, welcome.
Hi, my name is Nina Rosenblatt, and I work in housing at Sacred Heart Community Service. I would like to share my support of Councilmember Arenas' memo and the creation of ORE to make racial equity a priority in action, not just words. Most of my clients are low-income residents of color, and many families share stories of how their racial identity has created a significant barrier in obtaining stable housing. Many Black clients do not feel comfortable asking for housing references because of the discrimination and policing they faced while in their own home. Many Latinx clients have had their housing threatened by landlords who provide them with paperwork that forces them to pay rent during this eviction moratorium. These barriers are different but engage in interlocking systems of oppression that San Jose must address to ensure residents' well-being. To move forward from this pandemic, which has exposed the generations of structural violence against our Black and Brown community members, we must center the voices of the most vulnerable. Providing the requested funds to support racial equity and community-based programming is necessary so that our neighbors do not continue to suffer at the hands of law enforcement and many other forms of institutionalized racism.
Thank you. Raj, welcome.
Hello, my name is Raj Jaidev. I'm with SV Debug, and we submitted a proposal, a vision really, that was drafted by the families of those who lost loved ones to police violence, their supporting community, and the people that have been taken to the streets for Black Lives Matter. I'm hoping that this council takes some time to review that vision with serious attention, and knowing that's been signed by over 2,600 individuals from San Jose in 14 hours and over 30 grassroots organizations. What we're talking about is ending institutional systemic racism, and that won't be solved by creating a new blue ribbon commission, by reporting on it, by creating a new office to monitor those structures. We need to eliminate the structures of oppression, which is the police department, and we need to do it in honor of the names of those whose spirits guide our work. Rudy Cardenas, Anthony Nunez, Philip Watkins, AJ Phillips, Antonio Guzman Lopez, Jenny Vasquez, and Diana Showman. Thank you.
Thank you. Si Juan?
Needs to update.
Si Juan, it appears that your Zoom version is not updated, and you need to download the latest version of Zoom, so then you'll be able to communicate with us. I'm sorry for that. Feel free to download it, and then hopefully we can hear you in time. Mary, welcome.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hello. Oh, hi, Mayor Ricardo. Hi, council members, and hi, City of San Jose. I just want to thank everyone for taking the time out of your day to discuss and listen and be here. I know we're going through this pandemic and we're all trying to work together. I just wanted to start off saying the safest communities do not have the most police officers, they have the most resources, such as educational programs, events and parks, health services, getting to know our neighbors. With that, I support divesting from police funds and investing in our communities and our future. Don't mask the symptoms, fix them. Prevent crimes before they even start. Be proactive, not reactive. There may never be a good time to make changes, but things can't get better if we don't invest in our community. I expect more from San Jose. And I do support, okay, well, I guess that's my time. So thank you and bye.
Thank you. Jonathan? Jonathan,
You hear me this time?
Yeah, we got you this time.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to thank our police. I think SJPD does an amazing job, and I believe we need more officers in our city. We want social service programs like mental health, homelessness to be funded, but they're the responsibility of the county. And I recommend that everyone here call our county board of supervisors and tell them to do their job. Get proactive and fund our social service programs. Who remembers Measure B? Less officers than are already understaffed and underfunded police. Sorry, that's my daughter in the background. The underfunded police department will be detrimental to our city's safety. You know what affects us all? Crime, sideshows, illegal fireworks, graffiti, prostitution, methamphetamine and drug epidemics, burglaries, school shootings, rape, elder, LGBTQ, and child abuse, and more. Do we really want higher crimes? Do we want our residents to live in fear and not leave their homes? When your life's on the line, who are you going to call? You know, I had a shooting next door to my house, and one of the greatest sights I ever saw were those red and blue lights that filled my home as I shielded my infant daughter on the floor. The good guys were here, and I knew we were going to be okay. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, SJPD. Hire more officers.
Thank you, Jonathan. Mai Huang, welcome.
Hi, my name is Mai from District 10. Instead of putting so much funding in SJPD, we must direct it to education, public health, and mental health professionals. They are trained experts in nonviolence intervention and de-escalation, crucial expertise police do not have. When people fear the people who are supposed to protect us, we need restorative forms of public safety. Look at Eugene, Oregon, for example. For example. The Oregon crisis workers handle 17% of 911 calls and cost 1% of the police department's budget. Shame on you for emphasizing reform and not defunding when we will not give up on our demands. You're supposed to hear our concerns and you're clearly not. When we talk about defunding the police, we say invest in the resources that our communities need. We need to increase funding for quality of life of communities who are over-policed and over-surveyed. Yes, there are good cops out there, but when we grow up and realize they heavily discriminate, we make up excuses and think the victims did something to deserve it. There are many George Floyds and Breonna Taylors in San Jose who have not received justice. Defund the police. I yield my time.
Thank you. Kelly? Hi,
Hi,
Kelly.
I'm here, longtime resident of District 10, homeowner out here. Definitely support the Arenas memo for defunding the police. It's not a matter of lessening public safety. We need to increase our investment in public safety through other avenues than armed officers for things where that's not called for, and spending money on the militarization of our police force, which is making people afraid and enhancing crime, actually causing crime by defunding the resources that we need to keep people safe and cared for and in community. Yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. I know that we're now past the 6 o'clock hour. What I'd like to do is, given the fact we just have 12 folks left who'd like to speak, we're going to hear these folks and close public comment at 6:20, and then we'll break at that time if everybody's okay with that. The person with the phone number 2226.
Hello, Council. My name is Alicia. Earlier, Mayor, you mentioned that we are a major city in the U.S., but we have the least amount of police. And I was wondering, have you considered why? Perhaps we are more functioning as a city than we give ourselves credit for. We're still growing, investors are still interested, new projects are being developed, all while having this small police force. While well-trained police officers do have space in our community to address actual crime, we do seem to be doing a great job on a communal level at reducing crime ourselves. If you do a little research, you'll find that civilian on civilian crime has been decreasing since the 90s. I'm not sure I can say the same thing for police on civilian crime. If crime has been decreasing, why are we increasing their budgets? We have our priorities out of line. This would be a wise time to listen to your constituents. I'm not sure how much longer people will ask nicely for us to address racism and police brutality. I support Councilmember Arenas. Thank you.
Thank you. Alyssa, welcome.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Welcome.
Okay. Hi, Alyssa Lynch, Superintendent at Metropolitan Education District. Thank you for taking my call. We've been serving our community for over 100 years. We serve 600 students from Eastside Union High School District, 300 from San Jose Unified School District, 300 from Campbell, and 300 other students from 3 other districts. We have a one-time ask. If you were at our center to build it today, it would cost you over $1 billion. Our ask is small, our 500K. We produce firefighters, police officers, nurses. We have over 300,000 students in our community serving us. We would like to preserve the center. We are a crown jewel of Silicon Valley. There are very few centers like us left in California. We want to keep our students in school and launch them into successful careers in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Dylan, welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Dylan, and I'm a resident of District 9. I'm appalled to see a $23 million budget cut to Eastside San Jose schools. I have friends over there. Christina Vo, a junior at Silver Creek High School, says, school is supposed to be a space where students come to learn, to grow, to develop. By unfairly taking away these assets, you are yet again divesting our futures. You're not giving these students the same opportunities as students who live in affluent areas. The first thing my school was considering to cut was the mental health services. Students who are going through depression, anxiety, drug abuse, PTSD. Students who are suicidal won't have those services. People not only need to recover financially, but also mentally. Not everyone can afford a therapist. This proposed budget shows that what your true values are. that you would rather invest more money in your police department and golf courses than a child's education. You want less crime? Invest in our schools and community services. Please listen to your students and defund the police. I yield my time.
Thank you. Stephanie, welcome.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, San Jose. I'm Stephanie from District 5. Almost $500 million of San Jose citizens' money currently goes to the police, more than the housing, parks and recreation, and transportation budgets combined. Services have been chronically underfunded while SJPD added more than 300 new officers since 2017. The police have replaced key community support positions at 2 to 3 times the cost. For every police positions cut, that's 3 more mental health professionals, social workers, et cetera, that the city could hire. It's time we remove those jobs from police oversight and return them to the professionals that are actually trained to do them. SF police are going to stop responding to non-criminal calls. In LA, Mayor Garcetti pledged to cut police funding by $150 million. Multiple community groups, the very same ones you insist you want input from, have called for defunding our police. Instead, by starving the community and feeding the police, San Jose is prioritizing an infrastructure of violence over genuine support for this community. I call on the city council to do better than that, defund the police.
The phone number ending 9233.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello. Hi.
Welcome.
Yeah, my name is thank you. My name is Cheney, and I'm a resident in District 10. I'm not sure if you guys have any knowledge about the China's Cultural Revolution. In fact, I'm from China. Currently, the many events happened here in the United States is very, very similar to the Cultural Revolution. Okay, such as one policeman made a mistake, then all the policemen got punished. Such as defund the police. This is what they did during the Cultural Revolution. I don't want this to happen in the United States again. That's a disaster to the country. So don't defund the police. That doesn't make sense.
Thank
you
you,
want to repeat the Cultural Revolution in the United States, then follow those crazy guys. Otherwise, don't listen to them. I don't want this country become just like China in 50 years ago.
Thank you, sir. Ada, welcome.
Hello, thank you. Will be speaking from my heart. I don't have anything written, but Honorable Mayor and City Council, I am from District 5 and a mother of a 19-year-old son. And I also teach at San Jose State University in the Department of Environmental Studies. And I am so honored. I feel so blessed to live in the city of San Jose. And I also feel very sad. And I just want to say that I'm calling to support City Council member Carrasco, Perales, Esparza, and Arenas. I'm sorry. Please invest in the future of our children and our San Jose State students and all the families in Eastside San Jose. Please invest in the Elm Rock Community Center. My son played basketball there when he was in middle school. And also the parks in East San Jose. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Gloria, welcome. Hi, Gloria. Could you unmute your device? Then we'll be able to hear you.
Yes, thank you, Sam. City staff and members of the San Jose Council, my name is Gloria Quiros. I'm a resident of Eastside San Jose, District 5, by the Carrasco District. I just want to make a point real clear. I do not defund the police department. We do need reform. We need law and order. Second, I'm calling in to support the budget documents outlined by Council Member Carrasco within the Mayor's June budget message, including improvements to the Alum Rock Youth Center, additional preschool slots at Grail Family Services, support for the College Success Center, program for placemaking in East San Jose, and support the amendments put forward by Council Member Perales and Carrasco. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gloria. Rango? I'm sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, welcome.
Hi, my name is Emily, District 5.
I stand with council members Carrasco, Esparza, and Arenas. I just want to say that your slides to make San Jose look not as bad with these numbers, it just really downplays the severity of it all. And it really just humanizes the violent and racist police force and the system it was built on. This is a very pressing matter and in a very urgent need, and defunding the police as we know it and reinvesting our money into restorative services is the change that we need. It's frustrating to see y'all downplay everything, and the slides did not reflect anything our community has communicated to you. I please encourage you to support council members Carrasco, Esparza, and Arenas in their memos. And I encourage you to implement all these throughout. Thank you.
Thank you. George? Welcome, George.
Yes, thank you for taking my call. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is George Duquesne. I'm a mental health clinician working with low-income families in San Jose, who the majority of are families of color. And I've been present on dozens of occasions where San Jose Police Department and San Jose Fire Department have been called to respond to children in mental health crises. And I've seen firsthand how police response to children in mental health crises has led to severe trauma, making my job and that of my colleagues much more difficult. I often wondered how much it cost for 4 or 5 police cars to show up to a 10-year-old who's in a mental health crisis. So while the state and the county is responsible for funding mental health services, a lot is being wasted on police response to children in mental health crises. So I am in favor of defunding or reallocating funds to critically needed services. Thank you.
Thanks, George. Welcome, Maria.
Good afternoon. My name is Mariam from District 7. I just want to clarify the language being used in terms of defunding the police. That's sort of the general term that's been used. I think what the community is asking for is to divest the funds that would typically go to San Jose Police Department to community programs and social services, most predominantly mental health services and education. As someone who has worked both as an educator and mental health provider, I have experienced firsthand the disparities that communities of color, brown and Black folk experience in this city. To say that we need more police just further pushes the ideology of criminalizing Black and brown bodies. And to all the council members, I ask that you really look introspectively into your own bias and your own subconscious ideas that you may have about having a position in power and creating laws and actions that have severe ramifications for the people that you are representing. I think right now the San Jose people don't feel like we're being represented. Thank you, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Sandra?
Yes, first, thank you, Mayor Liccardo and the council people. I do support police reform, but I do not agree with police defunding. I remember the increase in crime in 2012 and 2013 that occurred when the San Jose Police Department was significantly understaffed. It is my understanding that the current San Jose Police Department staffing levels are less per capita in both terms of average and median than U.S. cities with populations of more than 1.5 million. I would ask that you work to reform the police, not defund them. Examples would be increasing the ride-along of mental health professionals with the police. I believe we have only 1 mobile mental health unit currently. We should increase those. But please work to reform the police, not defund them, and not decrease their numbers, as we've already seen in 2012 and 2013 what happens when that occurs. Thank you for your wisdom in this area.
Thank you. The phone number ending 8770.
Hi, thank you very much. I am Dan from District 10, and I'm asking you please do not defund the police. It's dangerous, and this is why. When we had defunded the police a decade ago, a man on the East Side murdered another East Side resident who he thought was burgling cars. Trayvon Martin and Ahmaud Arbery were killed by fear, exaggerated fear. There was burglaries going on. These guys got targeted. It's a horrible thing. And as a white man, I don't like to see my peers doing this stuff, but it's going to happen 20 times faster if we defund the police, because the Norteños that tagged Cahalan Park are ready to step up. There's tens of thousands of armed men in this town ready to step up. There's Antifa, and they've got guns. You see their guns up in Seattle. There's looters with guns. Everybody's going to be bringing their guns out if we don't have the police running the show. And I understand that people in certain communities are getting intimidated and disrespected, but it's going to be worse if the civilians take over.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to just call, we've had I guess 7 folks remaining. So Susie Williams will be our last person on public comment, because we announced we'd be closing at 6:20. So I'll call on the next 7 folks ending in Susie. So it'll be Zoe will be next.
Hi, I'm so glad I could just sneak in under the wire here. I am calling to support defunding the police, divesting those funds into community development. I'd also like to note I'm a resident of District 6, and I'm not addressing specifically my council member, but I am saying it's been very hurtful that some council members that may or may not represent me have not been able to speak up in any way with any moral backbone on this issue. I haven't heard even token Black Lives Matter, and as white people, it is our job to investigate how we might be perpetrating racism, and her silence on this issue is incredibly loud. I think we could do so much better with our money and give back more to our communities in less violent ways. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Jessica, welcome.
Hello?
Hi.
Hi. Okay, great. So my name is Jessica Matthew. I'm a resident of D1 and I'm with Silicon Valley DSA. So I watched the entire presentation that you gave, Sam, and I'm basically speechless, but I'll try to say something. So I've called for the past 2 weeks, which is extremely tiring and frustrating, taking time out of my job to try to convince you all why this is so important. Hundreds of people have called to tell you and written it exactly what we want you to do, to defund the police. And you not only didn't do that, but you basically did nothing. You also still haven't even banned tear gas, flashbangs, or rubber bullets. I will mention that I support the memo by council members Arenas and Crosco, but to be honest, I'm sorry to say that those don't go far enough, but it's a start. We have demanded, basically begged for you all to fight for the change that is so badly needed here, but you chose not to act. We will remember this during the next election. So to folks listening, in D6, you can vote for Jake Tonkel over Dev Davis, and in D4, you can vote for David Cohen over Len Dieppe, and for Sam Ricardo, you could work on recalling him. Thank you so much for your time. Black Lives Matter.
Thank you. Ziyuan, welcome. Ziyuan, your device is muted still, sir. We're not able to hear you because the device appears to be muted. Okay. Pryor, welcome.
Yes, thank you. As a District 10 resident for 50+ years, we fully support continued funding of our police. A city without police is a city gone under, and San Jose has been short on police for a number of years and has slowly increased our numbers, but we still operate short of the numbers of police needed for a city of our size. During the recent protests, which put our police under stressful situations with outside groups that came in to create destruction in the site, some protesters to engage in the unlawful violence that was being perpetrated. It only highlights our need for police, not less, and support by our mayor, city council, and citizens is needed for our police. We wish to thank all protesters that remained peaceful and removed themselves from the event once the violence took over and the peaceful demonstration atmosphere. We support the funding and wish to let police know that the citizens of San Jose appreciate all they do for our community and city every day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Springer?
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for your time. I'm Jesse Springer from Eastside San Jose. I'm a teacher. Everyone who spoke, I just wanted to address a little bit of everyone who spoke in support of police were extremely racist and do not seem to understand what causes crime or that the police don't solve or reduce crime. School shootings are not gang related. Also, there are no gangs in Almaden. The statement that police are only good to good people is in itself racist. It just kind of says that police are not good to people who are bad and police are not good to Black people, so that is racist. Police are trained to kill. The culture of police is violence. We need restorative justice, reallocate funds and to wraparound services on school campuses, divest from police and carceral logics, and reallocate to wholesome community services, give back to our community, serve our people. Thank you.
Thank you. The phone number ending 3781.
Oh, hi, I'm John. I'm a member of District 3. I'm calling to let you know that almost $500 million of San Jose citizens' money currently goes to the police, more than housing, parks and recreation, and transportation budgets combined. San Jose should demilitarize our police force by redirecting funding to mental health services and first responders, allocating funds to community service officers instead of police officers. Instead, it is cutting community equity, education, and safety initiatives such as Viva Calle and Viva Parks, library hours, community service officers, parks, maintenance, and equity allocation funding. This is not a new phenomenon. Services have been chronically underfunded, while SJPD added more than 300 new officers since 2017. Defund the police. I yield my time.
Susie Williams, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. I am a registered voter and resident of District 6. I am encouraged by the number of residents who have called in and have asked for reform and reallocating funds from the SJPD. Unfortunately, I know those voices are not being heard. Voices who have elected each and every one of you to represent them and do right by them. I just want to say I am very disappointed with what this council is investing in and what they are not prioritizing, especially library and other neighborhood services which are critical for our youth. I encourage other residents to remember this when it is time to vote. District 6 residents, we're voting this year. Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Is you on, Lou? I know you tried to get on earlier.
Okay, hello, can you hear me?
Welcome, yeah.
Okay, sorry, I wasted your time, Mayor. Okay, hello, my name is JUN Liu. I don't agree to defund the police because the police department need enough fund to maintain their quality works. The police face many dangerous and complex works, and they protect us every day. So we need to support the police. I think to defund the police is unwise. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last speaker is NYUJ, then we'll close public comment.
Hello, I'm a resident from North San Jose, and I support you to not defund the police. Me and my neighbors, we all have discussed this issue, and we feel safe with more police around and driving the criminals out of our city. We don't want criminals in our city. And with the gradually increasing the police force, we see the city is getting better. We don't want to go back to the olden times that 13 houses being burglarized and only one police officer is running around. I don't understand who is supporting defund the police. I don't know their experience, and I think they are exaggerating the racism. The racist is emphasizing on the racism. And the police experience with me and my neighbors in the North San Jose, all people on the street, we talk about it. We're all supporting the police department. And we hope we even fund more to the department. to increase the number of the policemen. So we have a safer environment to live. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, so I'm well past the time when we indicated closing of the public input. We're going to take our break now. We'll recess now. It's about 6:30. We'll reconvene at 7:15. Again, we'll reconvene at 7:15. Thank you, everyone.
Can't hear you. Sam, you're muted.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I do that to myself too. So thank you. I think after all the times I say, please unmute your device and figure it out. So thanks, everybody. We're going to come back now to the council for discussion.
Yeah, I have an issue. I raised my hand at 3:39 p.m. and over the dinner break, I got kicked out of Zoom. And so I talked to Tony and I was able to get back into Zoom, but I wanted to bring that up.
Yeah, a few council members have had that problem. So I would just ask if that happens to any of you, please text me and Tony. And apparently it's happening a few times today. I'm sorry. So did you want to recall a particular item that you wanted to speak on?
Yes, I want to speak on the budget message. So I was the first to raise my hand, so I wanted to speak. So that I just wanted to, so I wanted to let you know that first, and then also alert you to other people might have gotten kicked off too, because
right.
I don't know if everybody's even on.
Okay. I think I'm looking down the list. Why don't we just have call roll? Make sure we're all here.
Jimenez.
Thank you.
President. Perales.
Here. Spend the day.
Yep.
Present.
Roscoe.
Here.
Davis.
Here.
Esparza.
Here.
Arenas.
Here.
Foley.
Here.
Camus.
Here.
Jones.
Here.
Ricardo.
Present. Okay, we have a quorum. So we'll come back to the council now for discussion. Councilmember Perales?
Actually, I was first. You just mentioned that, remember?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that's what you were trying to say. So you're saying you were the first in line.
Yeah.
Okay, so Councilmember Esparza?
Okay, thank you. So first, I wanted to start off by thanking you for correcting the Family Resource Center, which is going to be established at Rock Springs. And that area lies in a part of the city in District 7 that has been identified as facing the largest levels of poverty and segregation in the city. Hold on, let me fix that. And this will leverage partnerships and funding from First Five, the Packard Foundation, and the Franklin McKinley School District. Secondly, I wanted to thank you for supporting the work of the Monterey Corridor, which is the southern gateway to our city. I'm having technical issues. There we go. And third, I wanted to thank you for including funding for a teen late night gym evening and weekend program for youth, at-risk youth in the Seven Trees neighborhood. And it also includes support for the Japanese Friendship Garden for renovations that have yet to be completed after the 2017 Coyote Creek flood, including the iconic Moon Bridge, tea house, and renovating safety features such as fixing railings and entrance gates. And I wanted to specifically bring up the Japanese tea garden because it's a meaningful landmark in our city. It was the third sister city relationship in the United States. And this relationship was formed as part of the post-war diplomacy that was dedicated to healing the wounds of war and bringing people across continents and communities across a global scale. And so for San Jose, this didn't just mean healing the wounds of war between countries. For our Japanese American residents who lost their homes and businesses during internment, this was also about healing wounds within our community. And so it was in this context that the Japanese Friendship Garden opened 55 years ago, and based on the same famous Korakuen gardens in Okayama, it embodies that special relationship. And it's a beloved monument that's free and accessible for many working families throughout our city. And it also recognized the important role that the Japanese American community has played in San Jose for over 100 years, and that it's a living symbol of what we can achieve when we celebrate our diversity, when we come together to create something new. And so that's why I wanted to talk about the Japanese Friendship Garden, because it's not just a beautiful place to go and visit and take your prom pictures and wedding pictures, as so many children, including myself, birthday pictures have done in the history of our city. But it's a way of, it's a manifestation of healing wounds. And so I wanted to talk about that to address where we are now. Over a year ago, we brought forward a proposal that would include equity into the city's budget process and ensure that our historically disadvantaged neighborhoods would have access to infrastructure that has been denied to them due to redlining and many other things that we learned about in the study session in January. And I also wanted to recognize the study sessions that we had, because it wasn't just a way for us to learn together. It was a forum, and probably the last forum, for our community residents to come in and share their feelings and to acknowledge what has happened in our communities in the decades past. And so, you know, fast forward from the study sessions, we come to where we are today. And this budget process, after COVID, after protests, this annual budget process really embodies our opportunity to acknowledge all of those things. And so again, in the midst of a global pandemic that is really hurting our communities and has really not just shown a light on inequities that we've already had as a city, but it's widened those inequities. And so we have an opportunity to address that today. And so a few of us actually wrote a statement on the protests and had a quote that I love. And it talked about Martin Luther King talking about the riots that took place in '67. And he said, "Our summer's riots have been caused by winters of delay." And so today in our budget, we have an opportunity to not have a winter of delay. We have an opportunity to not delay equity within our city in our annual budget. And by the way, we're still in the global pandemic as well. And so with that, I had a few questions for Dave. So Dave, the mayor proposed an Office of Racial Equity, which, judging by the number of memos that have been put forward, there are a number of council members that are enthusiastic about that idea this year. And so I wanted to ask you, what would it really take to fully staff an Office of Racial Equity to do this work, and to do this work starting this year?
Yeah, thank you, Council Member. So, we have been giving this some thought, and I think, and I want to start off by saying it's more than just the Office of Racial Equity that I think we're talking about here. I think, and I'll just be honest with you all, to me, probably the most important thing that we can achieve here is really clear direction and consensus on where we're going. I think that is a big win for us. I think we've been threading the needle, and it feels very much like we're on the brink of that right now, brink of having that consensus and kind of clear direction. And so, with the formation of the Office of Racial Equity, I think we're going to have that clear direction. So that's a super important thing, I think, from my perspective. I think secondly, and I'll get to your true question, but I just want to kind of, as we look at this, second, we need to be in position to be able to integrate what we're doing with racial equity, integrate it to what we're doing, and not have it compete with what we're doing. So it's not layered on top, it's integrated with the work that we're doing. And so, to me, that's also super important. It's not just about the creation of the office, it's how do we integrate the work within the organization. So those are kind of, I think, two kind of fundamental pieces going into this. When it comes to the office, team's done some work on kind of what that would look like. And we basically kind of loosely describe some of those needs in MBA 31, but it is around dedicated leadership. It's around ongoing training and staff development for the workforce. It's around a community engagement piece, and how do we engage our community in this discussion? And it's around centralized data collection. So there's all these different pieces, I think, that need to go into it. And then one, I think, additional piece that's super important is the ability to create departmental capacity in this realm with resources dedicated within the departments. We've been relying heavily on the great work of the GARE teams, but they are teams of, in essence, volunteers that have, decided that they want to learn and understand and are passionate about this. And they've been extremely helpful to us over the past couple of years. I'm just very grateful for their dedication to this organization and this community. But we need to create organizational capacity. And so, that's, I think, the realm we're talking about. So it's more than just the office, I think. Although, like I said, where I started off is the office, I really think gives us that opportunity to really be able to make some significant progress here. So that's kind of my my description of what we're talking about, at least in our minds, in our thinking. The team has identified around, and I thought it was around $975,000 that would be necessary to be able to sustain this effort within our organization. I know that we have several memos out that already identify money, and we already had money proposed in the budget. So I would need Jim Shannon or someone to help me really be able to get to what the delta is. I'm really just describing the overall need, recognizing that there's already been some funding committed to this through the budget process today. So I'll stop there and see if that helps answer your question.
And so can you break that down in terms of staffing? I appreciate what you said, that it is integrated in every department in the city. If you remember last year when we talked about the set rules, when this first came up, we talked about different examples. Like, for example, you mentioned you had worked on the last dirt road in the city of San Jose, which was in District 7. And so equity is part of the city's infrastructure. It's not one program. It's embedded in how we spend our entire budget. And so I wanted to hear a little bit more about how you identify staffing and consulting in doing that work with this budget.
Yeah, and I'll need help in terms of the, from staff on the final breakdown. I'll say this though, I don't think completely settled on exactly how that split happens between kind of resources within the manager's office and the departments and any consulting services. I know the staff has put forward a recommendation on that. I'll just tell you this. I'm just telling you what I'm thinking. If we get this direction today, We've got senior staff year-end discussion scheduled. I want to be able to engage them on where we're going. We are going to be scheduling listening sessions with the workforce on racial equity. I want to be able to engage them. So I want to leave room on kind of how we construct all of this. I'm certainly comfortable with Lee or someone kind of sharing the thinking right now, but I just want to leave us some space for input from others within the organization and even perhaps the community around kind of how we do this, if that's fair. But I don't know, Lee, do you want to, or Angel, one of you kind of want to add any additional perspective that would be helpful for the council?
Yeah, Dave. It's important to note that we're not starting from scratch here. Really informally, we've been at this issue of equity at a slower, more incremental pace. Clearly, the recent events have demonstrated that we really need to move at a quicker pace. We can no longer kind of move at the pace that we've been working at. But at minimum, we've established kind of a framework and an understanding that, number one, there is a need to really incorporate this work of equity head on and incorporate it into our organization. There's really two tracks that we see. There's an internal track and an external track. The internal one requires us to really tap into the voice of our internal organization around what we can do as an institution, as an organization, to better facilitate more equitable outcomes in terms of the way we run and operate our internal organization. And then the external track has to do with how do we link that internal work with the community, with all the community stakeholders in the community, and make sure that we're tapping into the community voice. And it's a community voice that sometimes gets heard, but doesn't always get heard. And this is about creating a new channel into the community with multiple branches aimed at facilitating that communication. Now, in order to do that, we really need to create the infrastructure within the organization, and it can't be a collateral duty. Been doing over the last couple of years is people have been kind of taking this on kind of over and above whatever it is that they're working on. If we're going to do this right, if we're going to do this in a spirit of excellence, we're going to have to really create the infrastructure. So our preliminary thinking has been roughly about 5 full-time employee positions that their main purpose will be to think and breathe and just live this, right? Now, it doesn't mean that those 5 individuals would be the sole people responsible for all things equity. It would just mean that they would be the people that are responsible for really linking that internal and external strategy that we have directly in coordination with the city manager's office and under the policy direction of the mayor and council to make sure that we're identifying meaningful objectives and actually translating this work from talk to action. So initially we're thinking 5 FTEs, high level folks, positions that really will require the recruitment of people with subject matter expertise in this area. It's not enough to just know this on the periphery. This is an actual discipline that we really need to have subject matter expertise in. We also think that those 5 FTEs could be complemented with access to some non-personal funding around consulting, because oftentimes in doing this work, there's specialized work that requires consultant services. So having roughly $200,000-300,000 in a non-personal fund to enable that. And then also, as Dave mentioned, making sure that as we roll this out, it's not rolled out just in a vacuum, but rather it's rolled out organizationally. And that would require the identification of, right now, what we're preliminarily calling like equity advisors that are embedded in every single department. And the goal of those equity advisors would be to really serve as the conduit between the work of this team that would be potentially located in the city manager's office and each respective department, so that as we look at equity and as we develop things such as an equity lens or a racial equity framework, as we look at developing the trainings, as we look at developing the data-driven performance measures, it's done in a way where we're able to to achieve exponential impact because we're rolling this out and taking it to scale citywide as opposed to just a program that's embedded within a city. So I'll kind of stop there, but that's some preliminary thinking around this. Much more, it still needs to be informed a lot more by community input and city staff input and your input, but that's our preliminary thinking on this.
Okay, and so
And
I know that.
Sorry, Councilmember, if I could. Hey, Angel, I just want to make sure, I think we were talking more like 4 positions because we've been kind of fooling around with.
Yeah, so, yeah,
levels.
point of clarification, Dave. So one of the things that, just to clarify what Angel was talking about, we would be talking about 4 new FTEs in the city, and that's predominantly our initial thinking. One of the things that we've talked about with the GARE members is GARE members in their departments being able to spend a month or 2 in the city manager's office doing, work with the new Office of Racial Equity. So I think that's where the 5th number was coming from. But 4 new net FTEs, and I think to Councilmember Esparza's initial question too, this proposal was based off of a lot of time that Angel and Zulma and I were able to spend with Julie Nelson and Leon Andrews when they were here with us in December, and how Leslie started the Seattle office and where that came to be. So kind of that initial thinking and how we get up in startup mode.
Thanks for clarifying. I was feeling a little ambitious.
Yeah, no, and I remember that. I was about to refer to the second equity study session where Leslie and Leon, and back then, in fact, one of the examples was policing, right? And equity in policing. And so, so we're utilizing their efforts and their expertise, so we're not reinventing the wheel. So did Seattle, for example, because I have been looking at their work recently, and so they have 7 people right now, don't they, in their Office of Racial Equity?
But
have we looked at other cities, and are we learning, like, what are we taking from them to get to this point to identify that these are the needs and what it takes to get going?
Yeah, I don't know what Seattle has this second. Seattle's taken their Office of Racial Equity, though, and it is part of a larger initiative citywide that other departments are also part of, which is kind of a lesson learned for them, which is what we've been trying to build into this with the, Angel mentioned the equity ambassadors from each department. So this is an organizational wide response. And we've done a little bit of best practices work. Leon Andrews from the first study session, he is from the National League of Cities. So we've been able to pull from him and really what were lessons learned from these cities in year 1. And it was around the conversation with the community, the building of the infrastructure inside City Hall, such as the centralized data, so that we're making those data-driven decisions with the racial equity framework. So we've taken those stories and tried to build it into what our startup needs would be in year 1.
And can you talk more about the data infrastructure? For example, my understanding is PRNS doesn't track racial data, right? So we're not currently tracking racial data. How can we stand that up without reinventing the wheel or wasting time trying to reinvent the wheel?
Yeah, one of the most important things, and I'll let Angel speak to specifically the parks, but from our work initially and what the GARE cohorts have gone through is, obviously a lot of different data needs throughout the city are going to need to expand, but the most important thing for us is to have a centralized spot and system for all of that data, so everyone is using the same data. So that's a lot of what this office would be focused on in year 1. I would imagine, based off of the issues and everything that we need to do, that the data needs would be vast. But I would let Angel speak to what Parks and Rec tracks at this moment.
Yeah, with respect to data, I interviewed Darlene Flynn. In fact, Darlene was she was the individual that opened up the Seattle office, and now she runs the Oakland office. And I spent a few hours with her just interviewing her around kind of what has worked, what hasn't, and all. And this kind of preliminary kind of sketch, if you will, around the type of startup staffing was really informed by some of that conversation as well. With respect to data, the city of Oakland, city of Seattle, and there's been several other cities have already developed some data systems and methodology that they have also offered to kind of share with us, right? And so one of the first things I think we would do is start with reaching out to other cities that have already gone through this process in developing that methodology and identifying kind of what of those data sets, what would translate and what can be customized to San Jose. And then to the extent that we need to develop some new data metrics, we would go ahead and do that as well. You know, in terms of data, starting with race, for example, I think one of the first starting points is because there is a lot of data already that exists out there, whether you look at county poverty zones, whether you look at HUD, whether you look at census data, there's many foundations that have a lot of data sets. But oftentimes that data is not disaggregated by race. And so one of the things that we would do is we would kind of start there is see what data is pre-existing, see if we can disaggregate that by race as it relates specifically to San Jose, and that begins to tell us a picture. That begins to show us some trends about where the gaps and where the needs in our community. And then kind of coupling that with anecdotal information and lived experience from our community stakeholders. And we've heard a lot of it over the last several weeks. And it's weaving all that together in a manner that makes good common sense, right? Because we can also analyze this to, forever as well. But that would be a start. We don't want to give the impression that we have the data piece all figured out, because we don't. But we've identified it as being one of the key variables of a successful Office of Equity.
And so, so for example, who would be leading that data? Because didn't we just cut hiring for our IT?
Well, that's a good question, and we haven't identified how that would be. But one of the positions within this, the 4 FTEs that we've identified would need to have that level of subject matter expertise and at minimum know how to access the data. That would definitely be one of the subject matter expert requirements for this team.
Because that's a whole job. I know how long the app has taken us. So, I mean, we really need to.
It is intense, yes.
It's a huge effort to make sure that we use good data and that we have information. I don't want to wait until we're perfect, because the fact is if we're honest with ourselves, we know a lot of the neighborhoods that need help. We have data. In fact, PRNS came and did a presentation on poverty, and they were able to overlay that on GIS mapping. And so I guess I want to say that we need to fully fund and move that work quickly, but we can't wait until that's perfect before we start. And I wanted to ask another question about standing up the Office of Racial Equity in terms of timing, because we are in a global pandemic, and there are a group of zip codes who have been impacted pretty heavily by COVID, both in public health and economically. So there is inequity happening right now in our global pandemic. And so how do we stand this up and integrate it into what we're doing now, but also stand it up for the future with some level of urgency?
Yeah, that's a great question, and if you think about it, as we all know, right? The COVID-19 didn't create this inequity, but it sure as heck highlighted it, right? I mean, it really brought a lot of kind of the issues that were embedded in our community really to the forefront. And so I think there's already a strategy that we've actually already started on, even prior to, one thing about San Jose is that we're not waiting for this to happen. There's a lot of work that we're able to build upon. And so even embedded in our EOC response, we've already stood up a community and economic recovery a section, right? And that section is really looking at addressing these issues really head on, right? It's not only supporting the economic recovery of businesses, which are very important to our economy, but it's also being equally intentional and proactive around how we reach out to our families, whether it's in the form of childcare, whether it's in the form of connecting people to free testing at Pell Stadium, getting food at the Mexican Heritage Plaza, you name it. And so I think there's an opportunity already now that we're jumping on. And I think this additional work on equity will continue to build on that COVID response. And I'm not even doing it justice in terms of all the things that we've identified to reach out to zip codes of 95122, 95116, 95127, kind of the 3 zip codes that we know are always head kind of all the wrong data sets, right? But if you look at our response, for example, that's kind of become home base for us. We have kind of established our EOC response right out of those zip codes and then kind of worked out to the city. And that's another example of how this work of racial equity would actually work. You go to the area of greatest need and then you work outward.
Yeah, and I'm gonna challenge you a little bit on that because I think COVID is a good example of it. And I will say that we have done an outstanding job of standing up food. But while we have $178 million sitting there, we haven't spent $178 million in these neighborhoods that need our help, right? And we did do the moratorium, but we still have these huge issues, and people are worried. And I bring this up because it is about equity. It is about embedding it in what we do, and we have families who are afraid of getting tested because they're afraid of tracing and isolation. So how are we addressing that, right? And I bring that up because it's a different way of looking at equity, and it's a different way of listening to people. And this applies in everything that we do. We have been fortunate to hear from a lot of people, whether it's on the streets or who take the time to email us or call us. We're able to hear from them about policing, right? We're still not able to hear from a lot of other families in our neighborhoods. I know I've heard from some families in my neighborhood, but how do we incorporate this type of feedback in ways that will probably make us uncomfortable? Because it's going to challenge how we're doing what we're doing already.
Yeah, I think that's a fair question, and it really underscores the need for why we need an Office of Racial Equity, right? Because this is very hard work, and as I said earlier, there's a community voice, and actually, to be very realistic, there's various community voices, and sometimes they're heard, sometimes they're not. What we need to do is make sure that we have the conduits from the city into the community, and where we establish these reciprocal communication conduits, right? And it's when we do that right, and when we do that with intentionality, and in an ideal situation, when we do that in advance of a crisis happening, then we're ahead of the game, right? COVID caught us all off guard, right? So we were already behind in some of these areas, and it just exacerbated the issue. So I think if anything, it speaks to how difficult and complicated this work is. The endemic, the situation that the structural racism that we're confronting right now, it has been endemic, and it didn't happen overnight, and nor is it going to go away overnight. But I think we have an opportunity here to really just pivot and do things differently. And again, as I mentioned earlier, although we're not starting from scratch, we had a bit of a running start, and even that has proven that's not enough, right? And so that's really what our intent is here, is to try to figure out how to get to the root of this, to translate the issues that are emerging in the community and translating them into action so that we have a better San Jose for everybody. And that's really, again, easier said than done, but that's our hope, and that's our focus.
Yeah, and I'll again, just to illustrate the point where some of these things may make us feel uncomfortable, we just had a discussion about historical landmarks, right? And that's not something we normally think of equity, but think about the story we're telling. Some of the buildings we're so worried about preserving, a few decades ago, my family would only be allowed to go in to clean the buildings. So I'm not as nostalgic about some of the history that our community has chosen to preserve as others might be. And so that's just another thing that we should be challenged in how we think about equity. And in the meantime, we have some very urgent needs. And so I wanted to also follow up on our discussions from Friday about the follow-up from the protests, such as the after action report, which I believe, and the reimagining with, I believe, Vice Mayor Jones included in his memo. So, and Dave, on Friday, you mentioned that this was going to come back, or the preliminary report was going to come back in August. How are we going to incorporate equity in these processes moving forward?
Yeah, so thank you, Councilmember. You know, certainly, I don't necessarily have all the answers. You know, I think when it comes to an after action report, there's two major pieces to it. One piece is just the factual report of what happened. And obviously we want that to be super credible. And as I said on Friday, you know, stating all the facts, the good, the bad, and the ugly. The second major piece of an after action report is in the form of recommendations, right? Recommendations for improvement, recommendations for how we do things in the future. And that is obviously, I think, where equity, racial equity, needs to play a major, you know, be a major factor in what drives our decision making around what those recommendations are. When when we bring forward we can call it a preliminary after action report, but the one developed by our staff, you know, I think we will have some opportunity to, you know, exercise some of our learning and implement it into the recommendations that we bring forward. You know, I do think with the formal kind of outside after action report, we have an opportunity to select someone that's qualified to be able to do the work that we want them to do in terms of, you know, reviewing what happened and coming forward with recommendations that are helpful to us as a community to make change. So we have that opportunity ahead of us.
And that includes the reimagining the future of policing work.
Well, you know, I think
equity into that.
I think it does. You know, I do think that when we talk about, you know, I think the after action report, even the one where we hire the outside consultant, I think, you know, there certainly can be some, and will most likely be some community engagement with that. But I wouldn't say the after action report is the end all, right? When we talk about reimagining police work, I'm assuming that there's going to be a more sustained discussion with the community around how that materializes, and our own workforce and the council and our leadership team over time. And so I think the after action reports, I'll call them that, are different pieces on this kind of pathway we're taking that I think is going to really, I think it's going to translate to a substantive amount of work that we're talking about over a period of time, where we will be making changes over time and continuing to iterate on those changes as we move forward.
I appreciate that. And the reason I'm asking between that connection is, you know, obviously we have thousands of people in our community literally putting their bodies out there to make a statement that should be heard, and we need to hear it. And then we also have this work of equity that we need to embed in everything that we do in our cities. You know, look, I want a community in the future that also has programs and opportunities and safe neighborhoods with libraries and parks and safe roads, right? And I say that as Vision Zero with some terrible stats around Vision Zero. You know, I want all of those things too, and that needs to have a level of urgency because that's going to drive change for every child, for every family in every neighborhood, you know, that needs it, that has been crying out for it. And we've heard from people that both earlier this year and in the past few days, we've heard from people that have been waiting decades for change. And I don't want any more of those winters of delay. And I think that we can do both, that we can staff the work of reimagining the future of policing as Vice Mayor Jones mentioned, and that we can include that, but we also really need to invest in equity throughout our city so that we have children and families and neighborhoods that have different futures. And so I don't want to wait decades. I don't think this is something that we should be lowballing. I think that we really need to have an honest investment about what it's really going to take and what it's going to take to do this work sooner rather than later. And so I actually think it's going to take a little bit more, and I'm really glad to hear that we are building on the work of other cities such as Seattle and Oakland. And so I just want to make sure that we adequately staff this work. I don't think a few people trying to figure it out is adequate. I think we need to really be honest about the IT infrastructure that we need, that we just voted to not add to, right? So we're putting a lot on IT because we do need that data. Even if we take it from Seattle or borrow it from people that have already done it, it's a lot of work to integrate that data. It's a lot of work to train people. And so when were you looking at doing the anti-bias training? Was that Angel or Dave?
Yeah, I don't know if we've got a schedule set up yet. Obviously, well, yeah, lots riding on kind of how we come out today. But maybe, I don't know if Angel or Lee, if you guys have gotten that far in your thinking.
You know, what we had was, you know, prior to COVID, as we were going down this track, we were planning for scheduling this training for late summer, early fall. You know, at this point, with the pivot towards the response to COVID, you know, a lot of that was placed on hold, right? So really right now is an opportunity for us to hit the pause button and really kind of recalibrate kind of what we do, what we focus on, and what we target. And so that's kind of where we're at as of now.
Okay, and if we approve this today, how do we not delay it? How do we not create these winters of delay? How do we move forward? Because we are in a global pandemic, we do have COVID. How do we move forward on some of this equity training in fall so that we don't push it back?
Yeah, so I think the first order of business is continuing the work down this path, as I mentioned, around community and economic recovery. I really think that is where the immediate attention and focus needs to be, right? Because there's families that are hurting now, there's businesses that are hurting now. So that's really where our focus is going to be, whether it's food, whether it's access, whether it's resources around health preservation, whether it's access, whether it's increasing health fresh, you name it. So starting there. At the same time, we would continue to build upon the work that, as Dave mentioned earlier, the various GARE teams, and we have 3 cohorts already, and the work that they've been doing, right? And so it's kind of continuing that work as well. Should this go forward and this become a reality, we would of course quickly kind of, you know, assess in the context of everything else that's going on. Clearly, this is one of the top priorities right now, just given the public policy dialogue. And then we would kind of create a work plan timeline with very specific concrete goals aimed at what our next steps would be. Do we have that all planned out right now? Absolutely not, but that would be prioritized significantly.
And council member, if I could, you know, I'm going to just press this a little bit. To me, the most important thing that we come out of today with is consensus and clear direction.
Yeah, and not create more winters of delay, right? So I agree. I think you know, again, I mentioned earlier, it was great to see the mayor's budget message and all the council memos, that this seemed to be something that a lot of people agreed on, although we haven't heard from everyone yet. My hope is that that given what we've learned since last year, between COVID, between the protests, and hearing from our residents, that they want change and they expect it sooner and without more winters of delay, and they're not willing to put up with more winters of delay, and so that we can respond accordingly. And I want to make sure that the work is actually resourced to do it, and we're not checking boxes, or we're not asking, creating expectations and not resourcing that, because then we'll be unhappy and our residents will be unhappy, and we won't really have we will have lost the trust of the residents in our work on equity. And so so with that said, I'd like to make a motion to direct the city manager's office to create an office of racial equity, and come back with a plan and budget to fully staff and operate this work starting this year, with the police overtime budget as the source, and with a budget of $1.5 million to adequately pay for the staffing and the data infrastructure and the training and consulting needs to do this work.
Oh, sorry, I thought you had finished.
No, number two, direct the city manager's office to increase the child care funding in the coronavirus in reserve by $1 million. And I believe the mayor had talked earlier about putting that in reserve, so that if the need is there, it gets used. Number three, accept the mayor's addition of coronavirus relief funds for digital hotspot allocation, but continue to negotiate. And I believe the mayor had some edits on that page 13. And I would like to support our staff to continue to negotiate those hotspot allocations. For allocate $100,000 per vice mayor's memo for community public safety process. And we talked about that on Friday. And so I'd like to thank Vice Mayor Jones for including that, that funding commitment in his memo. Because if a budget really is a statement of our values, that's our values. And I'd like to include in council members Perales and Carrasco's memo to restore the $700,000 for the community service officers, add up to $150,000 to fund the after action report, and add up to $15,000 to the independent police auditor's budget to fully update their online complaint form. And that's my motion.
Second.
Okay,
Thank you.
motion. Would you like to speak further, council member?
No, I'm going to turn off my video and cough.
Okay. All right. Hope you feel better. Councilmember Perales.
Yeah, thank you. And I just want to recognize Councilmember Esparza for
powering through these last couple weeks. I know she's been really under the weather, as we've seen, and certainly appreciate her and others right in their participation in this. This has certainly been a difficult time, but it's important that we all are weighing in. And thank you to staff and all the community members that came out to speak and voice their opinions. The emails that we got, I definitely, you know, have been impressed by the level of engagement that we've seen for a lot of individuals. I know that this has been their first time engaging with the council, and I know that myself and Council Member Esparza, Arenas, Carrasco, and Jimenez would have liked to have seen this level of engagement as we proposed the equity to be included in the budget last year. Ultimately, right, I think we are now about a year behind from the work that we had hoped to begin back then with I think it was a $500,000 ask that we whittled down to about $50,000 that still was not added into the budget. Ultimately, though, from a lot of staff time on top of their traditional roles, people like Angel and Lee, thank you, and Zulma, and all the GARE cohort members that volunteer, the city staff, people that I think believe in moving forward in being able to implement equity throughout all of our city services. We have had progress, and we did have the study sessions last year and the other one this year, as Councilmember Esparza has pointed to, and I think it has put us in a place where, as Angel said, right, we're not starting without any foundation, and that has been for me certainly you know, exciting to see now where the discussion has led to be able to be discussing an office of racial equity today in this budget, something I did not think that we would have an opportunity to discuss this soon. But I think we all now recognize the urgency of the work, as was just described and spoken to by our city manager and Angel himself in the discussion, and appreciate the mayor for being willing to include this into the budget, and being able to actually you know, move forward with progress in this regard. And I do think the most important question that Councilmember Esparza asked, which was, what is it going to take to adequately fund, especially as we talk about this first year of starting up this office? What is it going to take to adequately fund that? I think we've seen a number of you know, dollar amounts tossed around. We didn't know last year when we were asking for 500,000. I don't think we fully knew this year, as you've seen a number of budget documents and dollar amounts suggested. But it looks like, Dave, you are suggesting that $975,000 is your best estimate, and with staff's input on what they've seen, that sounds like that would include the FTEs, the additional FTEs, and maybe the consulting work, sort of the full amount that we would need for this office. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. So we certainly developed that number prior to all of your memos coming forward. And so, you know, it seems to fit within the range of what's being proposed by all of you, but that's our best thinking at this time.
And currently within the budget, what is already there? I know Councilmember Esparza tried to pull together different components of the budget documents, and then utilizing the $1.5 million as an overall sum, saying, hey, let's just get to this number. What is in the budget today?
So let's let our budget director try to sort through what that, you know, that is.
Sure, yeah. Hi, Mayor and City Council, Jim Shannon, City's Budget Director. So what we currently have in the 2021 proposed operating budget is $100,000, which was part of the original budget package to move the equity framework forward. The mayor's June budget message includes $250,000 available in 2021, with an additional $50,000 available in 2022. So between those two, that's about $350,000. So kind of going from the starting point, let's pretend that the starting point is that 975. We're at 625 of remaining need.
Hey,
The
Jim,
memo, yes,
clarify,
Mayor.
50,000 is actually over 2 years. So there's 100,000. It's 50.
There is, yes. So there's 200 from the Essential Services Reserve in 2021, 50 from the Silicon Valley Foundation, and another 50 the following year for a total of
Okay.
Sorry about that. So we would be at 625 currently. Councilmember, the memo that you have would increase at an additional $400,000. So and I noticed in your memo that you sort of were given the option to continue that over a 4-year period or all at once if it served the purposes better. I would maybe submit that maybe having an upfront allocation while we're trying to figure this out might be the most appropriate. So if you count that $400,000, then we're down to sort of a remaining need of $225,000.
Okay, but I don't think Councilmember Esparza included that from my budget document or from my memo that I submitted. I think she just said, let's just, she's talking about an overall sum. Is that correct, Councilmember Esparza?
An overall sum for the Office of Racial Equity?
Yeah.
Yes. Because
sure.
and my reasoning was in asking my questions, I feel it needs to be adequately resourced.
Yeah, my question though was that you didn't include the individual requests like the $400,000 that I hit. You just said, forget that, just there's a dollar amount and let's hit that dollar amount.
Correct, because a number of us, including the mayor, a number of us have thrown out different amounts. And so that's why I asked the questions about what's it really going to take to get this done. And then that's how I came up with the total amount. Correct.
Okay. So, and I actually think, again, I think that's an important, question, again, which is what is it going to take to adequately fund it, regardless of how we might assume if it's, I'm saying $400,000 from, the police budget, and the mayor's saying $200,000 from central services. I also know, Mayor, that there's been a couple commitments already of upwards of $200,000, correct, from philanthropic support.
That's right.
And so I agree that maybe we just need to, decide on what is adequate versus trying to piece it together. And it sounds like the adequate number is around $975,000 from staff's expertise. The suggestion right now is at 1.5 million. And so what I'm comfortable with, and I don't know, Dave, if I see that my colleagues' memos detail the number of sources that these dollars come from, but Councilmember Esparza just said she actually narrowed it down to the police overtime budget.
That's per the mayor. At the beginning with city staff and identified that at the beginning of the meeting, that it would come out of the police overtime budget. The city manager would then go out and do the identifying all the different funds. And then when it comes back to us, it would have all the specific sources. Did I say that correctly, Mayor?
Well, I wasn't advocating to take 1.5 million out of the.
Well, yeah.
For the sources that were identified in the Vice Mayor's memo and that of Councilmember Prazos and Carrasco's, yes.
Correct. And just to clarify, my number included the additional IT, additional data analysis, especially if we are to include the SJPD reimagining the future of policing work in our equity work. That's additional work.
Thank you. So my point was your memo had stated 4 different locations. One was the continuity of operations reserve for 500,000. One was capital improvements for Hammer Theater. Another, the general fund fleet replacement. and then the other was the SJPD's patrol car mobile data computer replacement. So you're now suggesting not to take any money from those locations, is that correct?
So what I did was to have it come out of the police overtime budget until the city manager can come back to us with the plan and identifying all the sources of funds. For example, when I mentioned the COVID work, frankly, we have a lot of equity work that we need to do in that. And so there might be additional sources of funds, but we need to identify a source today, is how I understood the beginning of this meeting.
Yes, and I'm just saying you did seem to identify 4 sources of funds in your memo, but now you're changing that source of fund to the police overtime budget, correct?
Correct. So what we did in our memo was at the first half, it was to direct the city manager to identify the source of funds, or in the second half, pull out some funding from a few different sources. Given the introduction to this meeting, I mentioned the police overtime budget as the single source until the plan comes back, identifying the different sources, correct?
Okay, so it's more of a placeholder within the budget.
Correct.
I asked because, you know, I think it needs to be very clear because, for instance, if we are going to take money from, you know, one of these other sources, I think we should know that today versus leave it sort of unknown and determine that later on. If the placeholder is the police overtime budget, I get why we have to identify a source. Is that something, Dave, that you're comfortable with being able to say, look, we will go out and try to find the resources to the dollar amount that the council asks us to, and we can use the police overtime budget today as a placeholder, but you think you will, you know, you're going to try to find other sources, I guess, to actually pull that money together?
Yeah, so probably need a little help, but let's just kind of, certainly would prefer not to tap those one-time capital projects, and it sounds like we've already moved off of that, so that's good, because in that regard, I think we would be digging a deeper hole in those areas, and so let's not dig any deeper holes. And so I think now we're looking at, as the placeholders of police overtime, I think the other place for a placeholder, I think, would be in the continuity of operations reserve might be the best place, because obviously what we're looking for here is what we need time to figure out is how do we fund this ongoing in the face of some pretty uncertain economic future for us. So I think that's a good placeholder. It is one-time money, and it would get us through next year, because like I said, the real challenge is how do we sustain this in years ahead, where we're, you know, we could be back with you guys in the fall, you know, looking at major cuts. So that's the challenge for us all. But I think that would probably be the best placeholder. I'm certainly, Jim Shannon and Jennifer McGuire have better, you know, ways of looking at this than I do. But if there's anything different, Jim, please share.
No, Dave, I think that was the alternative that we would suggest, is that 2021 continuity of operations reserve that's available in the general fund.
And thank you, Councilmember Peralez, because I agree. We need to make that absolutely clear. And so I'll amend my motion to have it reflect the continuity of operations until this comes back. Thank you. Good feedback. And then I also want to clarify. So Dave, my motion included the increase to incorporate the police work as well, right? So that we could incorporate that equity in that work.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And so in regards to trying to figure out what the proper dollar amount is, Councilmember Esparza just mentioned there's the IT function of this, right? That may take some additional resourcing. There's what Vice Mayor Jones has asked for, but it sounds like there's $100,000 he's suggesting should go to that. So maybe that's a separate $100,000. Dave, are you kind of confident in this $975,000 number, or do you think there is some outstanding, expenses like this IT function that you didn't consider, or Angel, either one of you, or Lee?
Yeah, so I'll let I do know the centralized data collection aspect was definitely part of our thinking in terms of coming up with that number. I know that for sure. But Lee or Angel?
So the IT portion of it, I would say we definitely thought through it with the non-personal or the contractual services. We're also lucky to have Leon Andrews from the National League of Cities. So a lot of other cities have already started this work. So it's not something that we need to create from scratch. We do have the ability to take what they've built in the way of infrastructure and utilize it and tailor it to our own needs here. So it's definitely part of what we're forecasting in our needs.
So what is your consensus then, based on the comments thus far from myself and Councilmember Esparza? So far, it's just us, right? But what is your thought in regards to, is the $975,000 sufficient, or do we need more?
I think it's sufficient. Like I said, we came up with that independently, and certainly appreciate very much what Councilmember Esparza is talking about in terms of making sure that we've kind of got our arms around the data piece of this, because I think it's super important to drive our decision making. And I do appreciate what the council member is saying about, that it's going to be important that we have the capacity to be able to fold this into our efforts on the police work. And so, yes, I agree. And yes, to the integrating it into the COVID work. Absolutely, yes. That's high priority for us.
Thank you. Am I difficult to hear? I hear my sound might be going in and out.
It does go in and out a little.
Let me try to just take this.
No, can't hear you at all.
Can't hear anything you're saying.
Hold on, what about now? Is this better?
Oh, much better.
Okay. I think it was the AirPod thing. Okay, so actually, having now my understanding of this, and considering that the continuity of services reserve might be the better placeholder, I am comfortable actually sort of reintroducing recommendation 2 from my memo, which would be the up to $400,000 for or excuse me, up to 4 years, $400,000 up to 4 years, coming from actually the police budget. And if you wanted to denote that as, I had intended to try and make it more vague, but if you wanted to denote that as the overtime, I think that's fine. I think there's other sources that maybe Chief Garcia would like to speak to. And then I'd like to see if we can get to the $1 million mark versus the $1.5 million, which would mean from Councilmember Esparza and Councilmember Arenas' memo, it would be that $500,000 that they had suggested from the continuity of operations reserve. So I would ask for maybe a friendly amendment to try to get us to a number that sounds like staff is suggesting, which would be the 975. I'm suggesting $1 million. And then that way, right, we allow staff to actually come back and let us know if that is sufficient as we move forward. I think they're telling us now it is. And sorry, my math is incorrect. So the continuity of service or reserve the continuity of operations reserve would have to be 600,000 to get us to the 1 million. So that would be the friendly amendment.
Math
Councilmember,
major.
Sorry.
Math
Councilmember,
major.
Sorry, Jim.
If I could clarify just a couple things. So I think, so if the dollar amount that you're shooting for is the $1 million, we already have 350 that is part of the proposed budget and the mayor's budget message. So we have the remaining need of 650. The $400,000 in yours and Councilman Cross's memo would have a balance of $250,000 that would be coming, as you had suggested, from the continuity of operations reserve. So just want to keep track of that, I think.
Sorry, thank you, Jim. I'll let you do the numbers. It would be making up the difference with continuity of operations reserve.
And if the starting point is $1 million, the difference right now is $250,000.
Okay. Yeah. So that and it's not to lessen the dollar amount here. The reality is to try and actually get staff what they need, because I do think that that's the most important thing. But recognize that we also have a lot of other funding needs, as Dave is pointing out. We may be coming back in a couple months talking about more cuts. And so I'm trying to be as precise as possible. And I think staff has given us a pretty precise number. So I think that would be my only ask on a friendly amendment, but I appreciate the motion incorporating all the other aspects, I think, besides council member Camus's memo.
And Councilmember Perales, if I could just clarify one more thing, because obviously there's lots of different funding sources. I think just to so it's not lost in your decision making, another option is to take the full gap that we would need to fund to the $1 million of 650,000 from the continuity of operations reserve in the general fund. I know the manager is speaking for Dave, is comfortable with that. So am I, and so is Jim. So that's another option if you didn't want to hit the police department overtime budget, just to put it out there as another consideration.
If staff is more comfortable with that, then I'll stop making sausage and I'll say yes, leave it at the 1 million and make up the difference from what is currently in the mayor's June budget message, make up the difference with the continuity of operations reserve.
And that would be $650,000 between what's in the proposed budget and the mayor's budget. So yes, that would be I think our preferred recommendation.
Okay, so then I would remove my recommendation to add in my recommendation number 2 from the friendly amendment.
Accepted by the maker of the motion.
So the amendment would be, could you repeat that?
I believe, correct me if I'm wrong on this, Councilmember, but I believe is supplanting the 1.5 million with $650,000 from the continuity of operations reserve in the general fund. That would then bring the total spending to 1 million.
Yeah,
yes.
I appreciate the precision, but speaking as, you know, the person that has been speaking out a lot on COVID and the inequities in COVID that we've been facing, you know, this issue came up last week when we talked about how important equity is when we're about to make cuts. So if we do come back and we make cuts, you know, it was devastating for my district last time. I talked about Fair Swim Center in one of the city's 2 poorest neighborhoods. We had kids staring through the bars at an empty swimming pool that city monies built and they couldn't use and they couldn't afford. And so I feel that I'm not willing to slow this down. I think what needs to be adequately resourced. And how about we put a cap on 1.5 million, and this comes back to us with the plan that is more specific. That could be less, or it could be 1.5 million, because there are a lot of questions that we're asking right now, and I'm hearing a lot of I don't knows or I don't have specifics. And so if we put a cap and this comes back and it's 1 million or it's 1.2 or 1.4 million, that we have already addressed that cap. So if it's 1 million and it comes back and it's thoughtful and we're able to take a database from another city, and it takes no additional extra work from IT to have that database in city of San Jose, well, that would be great. But if it does take a little bit more, that we have that leeway. So I would be open to a cap of 1.5 million until the plan comes back with specifics about what that would take.
Are you amending your motion then?
Yeah, I'll amend it to a cap of 1.5 million with those instructions that it comes back to us with the details that we don't have yet as a city.
Okay, I would be maybe a little more comfortable with a slightly different version of that, but maybe I'll mention it, and then I'll kind of, rather than ask for another friendly amendment, I'll pass it off and we'll kind of hear what our colleagues have to say. I think my thought would be, we have some certainty that we know indeed it's $1 million today, and then we do allow staff to actually begin some of the work, as Dave has mentioned in his MBA number 31. I think with the opportunity to understand what more may be needed, and to allow a little bit of flexibility. I don't think it would be, I don't think it would be crazy to have Dave come back and say, hey, we actually think we need a little bit more, and we think we can find some sources for that, for the council to be able to make that decision. So rather than setting a ceiling or a cap, we actually tell staff what the budget is today. We tell our community what the budget is today. But we understand that there's flexibility there to be able to come back and have this discussion, as we know we're going to already have in a few months. I think, unfortunately, the discussion in a few months is probably going to be, more cuts. I'm hoping it's not that, but that's my nervousness. So rather than going above and beyond what I think staff is saying they need, I'd prefer to keep it more precise. But I won't ask for a second friendly amendment at the moment. I'll rest my case, and I'll allow our colleagues to chime in. But I appreciate you making that amendment as you have already.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Arenas.
Thank you, Mayor. Here we go. So I want to thank everyone who has called in, although I think we probably have a lot of people who've dropped off because they just couldn't wait that long enough for us to deliberate. But I think the most important thing here is that we heard from them. And for me, I know that I heard quite a bit, and I'll talk about that in just a moment. But I also want to recognize and thank all of my council colleagues that have brought up equity in the past. I know Councilmember Perales, that you led this effort last year. I know this was absolutely a priority for you, and I want to thank you for making sure that it continues to stay as a priority this year. And so I'm actually very proud of where we are at this moment. I think our history is kind of leading us to an opportunity for us to talk about equity in a way that we couldn't talk about it last year. We just really weren't there. And I think I expressed on Friday, and I think I shared with you, or if I hadn't shared with you, this quote that is, not everything we face can be changed, but nothing can be changed until it is faced. And I think that is exactly where we are. It's so emblematic of where our city is, because we need to face this item of equity. We need to face that there's structural racism within our institutions, and that has led to some impacts to our community. And so it's part of what I heard a lot of our folks saying on the phone. A lot of the calls, I heard them, there was a lot of fear, there was a lot of passion, there was a lot of trauma, but there was also a lot of love. And I think all of those comments to me signify that our community is ready for a change and is ready to have this conversation, and that they're looking to us to lead this. But there's some trauma that we need to address. There's some pain that needs to be addressed. And so I don't think that we can ignore that at this point. We have to be able to heal our city before we can rebuild it. Because I think we've already made that mistake once before. And this is where it's led us now, where it's generations and generations of folks who have missed out on generational wealth or education or just a myriad of things. So it's up to us to undo what past generations have created for us. And to me, this is an opportunity to really lead in equity. And so I'm glad that we had as many speakers as we did. I'm glad that they're giving us a lot of different perspectives. I know that we had so many speakers, but I gotta say that each and every caller added to the quality of the message that they were saying. And in aggregate, I heard that they wanted to, that they are looking to us as elected officials for the change that our city needs, and that we need to lead. And so I think that's part of really investing in our community. And so I'm supportive of the 1.5, not because I want to take away from any other sources of funding, but because I think it's about time that we make this investment. Now, if we're going to make this investment, we got to make sure that it's quality. So what I heard from our staff, and I think that's in MBA 31, they gave us the lessons that they learned when they tried to create their own equity framework guide and distribute it to each of the departments so that they can come up with the budget that we have right now. They did this with the best intentions and a lot of hard work. And I have to thank Dave for leading that effort. And I know that everybody did the best that they could, but you were also very honest and said, we came up short. And you came up short in certain areas. And I think those areas are very important to address because there isn't an assigned leadership in CMO to have this conversation. There isn't the training that is so important for us to be able to incorporate equity into what we're doing. I can't even say that us as council members have had the type of training that we need to implement. It's all been self-taught, right? We go to the websites, we talk to people, we read some of the reports that other cities have accomplished. And so we're all learning. And it's so important for us to be on the same page and to have a framework that brings us all together. Because what I saw in the MBA 31 is that you did recognize that we weren't able to address race in this budget. It is not part of this budget. When you made a decision, when staff made recommendations to move forward to us, race was not part of it because there weren't any data sets, right? They were all varied. Some were based on programs, some were based on census tracts, you name it, there was just different types of sources of data. And so for me, I think we need to make this investment into our systems to make sure that we have the important information, and that is to lead with race. I know that we've all been throwing around the idea because this is what our county does, because this is the investment that the county has made in recognizing some of the zip codes and the risk factors that go into some of the zip codes that have already been mentioned. But I wanted to mention that San Diego, they just established a fund for a new Office of Race and Equity, and they set aside $3.8 million. Austin, Texas set up a $15 million emergency reserve fund. What was the other one? There was another one that was, sorry, I'm reading off of my notes that I have here. There was just a number, Seattle. Of course, Seattle is way ahead of us. And what they did to, of course, they already had their Office of Equity, Race and Equity in their institutionalized into what they do, but they recognized that COVID was going to impact our community very differently. And so what they did was they created analysis specific to the impact that COVID would create for communities. And so they recognized that socioeconomic status
was one of those risk factors. They recognized that age would be relevant in this case. And then the last one, I can't remember because oh, here it is. Race, of course, race. So they did this specifically for this emergency, for this particular pandemic. They took a different lens that they normally use to decide other matters in their city. And they took a different lens specifically for COVID because they understood that this type of pandemic was going to impact our communities differently. It might be our poor communities, it might be our communities of color, but they recognized that the age would also be a factor because this was a medical based crisis. And so their commitment was, and they've already had obviously great levels of commitment and in their departments, but just recently they added another $1 million to that particular effort. And so, you know, all this to say that if other large cities, just like us, are putting their money where their mouth is, right, and creating this investment, I think it's about time that we do this and that we do this right, and that we have all the tools that are needed, that we have the training that we need, and that staff has said is so important that was missing in this budget message, because I want to make it clear that the budget message, I think they made and the budget recommendations, they made their best effort to bring equity into what their recommendations were, but they certainly didn't have community engagement and they didn't have race incorporated into that. And so I think it really, for me, those are two components that are really important, and that we have to make sure that we incorporate into our next steps. And so I'm glad that we're staying at the 1.5. Hopefully the rest of my colleagues can understand how important it is to make sure that those systems are set up so that we can be ready for the next whatever it is that our city goes through, or to lead us through these very difficult times that we know that are going to come ahead of us. And so a lot of the questions I think that I had about our equity piece, I think Councilmember Esparza has already asked about those. So I'm going to move to digital inclusion. And so I wanted to ask Kip some questions, and I know, Mayor, you clarified a bit of a misunderstanding in your initial message, but I wanted to ask Kip where he was at in terms of that AT&T and negotiation, and if you could tell us a little bit more, because I think that isn't set up until, and I think we can delay the whole conversation really until next week, but I wanted to ask him a couple of questions. Are you there, Kip?
Yes, I am, council member.
Okay, so one of the items that was really important, I think, for all of us to do is to leverage our resources. And so at this point, I know that the county had in its site, they wanted to purchase devices, 11,000 devices, and some hotspots for everyone in the county, for all the students in the county, including San Jose. And so I want to make it real clear that we are not duplicating the efforts, and I want to just make it really clear that this is complementary to what our partners are doing in the county, because I've heard some discussions about possibly leaving the city of San Jose. Well, you know, we've got it covered since we got these hotspots, but that's not really the picture here. Could you just elaborate on that a little bit more?
Certainly. Thank you, council member, for the question. Kip Harkness, Deputy City Manager. We have been working with AT&T and a few of the other telco partners to provide a connectivity solution. This is in addition to the work that we're also already doing with the East Side Wi-Fi. And bottom line, what we're looking at is, in order for children to access education now, they need to be connected, they need to have a device that's connected, and then they have the need to have the distance learning that's going on in that environment. The distance learning part is completely the responsibility of the schools, but we feel, and the direction that we've been given from you as a council, is that the connectivity is the area, the swim lane, if you will, that the city plays the most in. And so what we've done is we've focused our efforts primarily on that connectivity gap to try to identify a way of getting as many of the students who need connectivity, that bandwidth before the start of the school year. And so we are currently in negotiation with AT&T and in conversations with a couple of other telco partners around how we might bridge that gap, including the provision of hotspots, which would allow both the students and in some cases their families to take advantage of that connectivity. But the idea is that they would still need devices, and we're hoping that the county and other partners would come in with some of that device gap. So absolutely the intent is to be complementary. We are working in very tight coordination with Marianne Dewan, who is the head of the County Office of Education and coordinates across the 31 school districts, 22 charter schools, and the special schools that are in the county. And so we've focused our effort primarily on the gaps in San Jose and on the connectivity gaps so that everybody can have a way of getting connected to their distance learning. And essentially the space that we need will come back next week on the 23rd to council with an overall recommendation, which will include both the Wi-Fi build out in the east side, partnerships with the telco, such as the one that we are working with AT&T, and potentially other improvements such as expanded Wi-Fi in our libraries and community centers with a full scope of what that would look like a week from now. So I'll stop there. There might be additional questions, but that's the sort of nutshell.
No, thank you so much. I just wanted to make sure that those final estimates aren't going to impact the other parts of the digital inclusion work, which is the infrastructure piece that I think our partners saw as pivotal in being responsible for. And so I wanted to make sure that that wasn't getting compromised at all either.
Yeah, so in terms of what we can do immediately, and in this piece, we'll come back again with more detail on Tuesday, but the Wi-Fi projects take longer to get going and to complete. And so if we had, say, as the recommendation states, 3.5 million of the 5 million was dedicated toward these connectivity partnerships with AT&T or other telcos, that would leave us sufficient funding to move forward with all of the projects we have in the works. There would still be additional areas that we wouldn't be able to fund with that, but those are farther downstream. And we could come back to you with further requests or further information at that time. But again, we'll lay all of this out in a little bit more clarity on Tuesday. But bottom line, this would give us enough money to get going forward with everything that we need and would allow us to move forward with partnerships that we believe would close the gap prior to the start of the school year, which is one of the explicit challenges that you all have made for us and the Vice Mayor has repeated many, many times.
Thank you. Thank you. That was part of my concern. I'm glad you are addressing it. And so I don't have any more questions related to digital inclusion. Although I do want to thank you, Mayor, for your support in making sure that all of our students are connected and hopefully before September, because you know that learning slide that happens in summer, I'm already seeing it, and we just ended school like on Friday last week. So it is absolutely important to have that access. I can't imagine it must be even a greater burden for those families who don't have access to the internet and they're trying to teach their children at home. And so that makes it that much easier to be able to do all that work. All right, so I'm going to move on to childcare. Thank you, Kip. And so the last piece was just childcare. Mayor, I'm really grateful that that you included this in your budget message, and I also want to thank Dave for including it in your MBA. I think as leaders of our great city, I think that this speaks really loudly to our families. As you all know, that I've been on this message about what our families are going to need next, and it's only because I know I have these two little ones, and I can't imagine if there were more than two in my household, how I would handle that. Because during my break from council, I have to make lunch for the kids and then come back. that's how I work from home, but I don't know that many other families would be able to do that. And so I think when this new school year comes in, and we've heard it from Tony Thurman maybe about a week ago or so, that if it is very probable that our schedules are going to look really different. And so we're going to need this additional support for our families so that they can get back to work. And then this is a double really economic impact that that we're creating through this investment, because we're also providing an opportunity for our home childcare providers, who are mainly women, and mainly women of color, who have established their businesses in their homes and are really hurting right now because of COVID, and doing the best that they can. And I know that you had some questions in terms of who would be able to step up. I think there's been a lot of really good work between Dr. Dewan and First Five. And I think that the Office of Education just was awarded some of the funding to do some of the resource and referral for childcare providers for the stipends. And so I think that we are in really good hands in terms of partners if we look to them and their expertise. So I'd like to ask for a friendly amendment because I think my memo offers, my budget document offers some background information that can help inform the future of this work. And so I'm asking to make a friendly amendment just to reflect in the mayor's budget, just a reference to my budget document number 73 for the purpose of flagging background information that can help inform future work. Of course, it's not to approve any of those items that are on there, simply to recognize that background. Although I think that this is part of my item number 3 on my budget document, and so I'm really grateful that this is moving forward. I'm glad that we are moving with our families, and I think that way.
I'm sorry, just one moment, Council Member. Councilor Esparza, on the friendly amendment.
Yeah, so to clarify, so on the second item of the motion, the amendment would be on childcare to include a reference to budget document 73. Is that correct?
Yes, for the purpose of flagging background information that can help inform future work.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, I'm comfortable with that, to include a reference to BD 73 for background information on this item. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
All right, the last item is, thank you for supporting our community through our essential services funds. I typically spend, or at least this year, I know and last year actually, most of the essential services was really geared towards the most underserved of my communities. And I happen to have 95122 in my district, and I share it with D7 and D5. And so this year, like last year, most of my projects were responsive to some of the need that our community had. And so I didn't get a couple of those approved, and so be it. But I wanted to understand a little bit more about the criteria that was used to determine some of these essential services. I don't get to speak with you, Mayor, because we're not in a Brown Act together. I know that it is absolutely at your discretion to decide what each of our districts receive in district-specific funding. But I made, I did a little graph, and I looked at some of the balance or the totals. And I saw that there's some like D4, D6, D2, they all received up to 200,000, very close. One of them was very close to 200,000. I received 93,000. There were some that received much less, I think. And so I'd like to see what exactly that process is and what your thinking is in terms of which budget documents get approved. Because of course, we all feel that our budget documents are really important. And, but I know that all of the ones that I asked for were based on the neediest, for my neediest areas in 95122.
Sure. I've just got a breakdown. I'm happy to make this chart available to the council. We looked at what the request amount was, and then from various pots, how we could get to the key results. So I have, as you know, you had a very large request of $30 million for childcare, and then about $614,000 in other requests. So we approved 4 of the budget documents for $127,000 from the Emergency Services Reserve, and then approved $1.5 million from the Federal CARES Act money for a total of $1.6 million, which significantly exceeded any of the other districts. So it seemed to me that given the fact that you were making a very large ask for a larger priority, that balancing would make it relatively fair. Now, what I have not done since you asked the question is look at the individual budget documents and tell you why we said yes or no, but I do recall there being a challenge with some ongoing programs. And so I'm just trying to, right now, I'm going over this quickly. Yeah, so what we granted was the Viva Parks, not all of it, but 8 of the activations, which I think was more than any other district got. And then the money for the scholarship fund and the non-cost recovery programming at Welch Park. The challenge, let's see here, the Slow Streets program, we thought that the Alfresco program should take up some of that. And we'd expect some of the businesses like an Evergreen would be eligible. And the challenges with the Laban Middle School Teen Center is there was only 1 student enrolled at that program last year. And that age range in particular, the middle school is really tough to recruit. And so given our limited resources, it wasn't recommended, given it had poor enrollment. It was just a real challenge to recruit there. And then on the perimeter reserve, the PRNS funds there are really low. And they had other needs there at Lake Cunningham Park. I'm trying to figure this out. The fund may also have risks due to other contractual needs. And actually, I don't know exactly what that part means. But I believe there are challenges with that funding source on the perimeter reserve.
Got it. So I think when I added all up, I added up to 83,000. And the reason I'm asking is because, this happened last year in terms of I've asked for citywide, I've expressed concerns about citywide issues. Last year it was sexual assault, and I'm really grateful that we got sexual assault money committed, although it was reduced this year by the police department. And this year I asked for something that is not District 8 specific. And so this essential services is district specific.
Yeah.
And not citywide. And so I don't see the 1.5 as part of, if you're saying that only the child care providers in District 8 will get it, well,
No.
that's great, but it isn't. So, I mean, I think if it's essential services fund that is district specific, because I don't think that anybody else, it's district specific. So those are 2 different criterias to make that decision and reduce the amount my district receives.
Let me provide some additional information. It's just coming to me as I'm looking at this. We did grant the 72, which was the Foothills Division parking compliance at this full amount. There was a challenge with that placemaking team Slow Streets coronavirus program. We talked to staff. They said it didn't include enough funding to cover the Department of Transportation and Police Department staffing. And so we thought it might be better just to integrate that as part of sort of this Viva al Fresco concept, where we're trying to see if we can maybe close some streets and create some placemaking around small businesses, wherever those may be. So that was the other challenge of that particular request, and that was one of the two largest requests. I should note last year, in addition to the sexual assault, I believe we also granted 7 figures or close to it for child changing facilities at city facilities citywide as well. I know that was a large ask of yours, Councilmember. In both years, you had the largest.
Right. And in both years, these are areas that our whole city benefits, and these are areas that our families benefit. And I know that you agree with this. This is something that
They were good ask.
It's a good item to ask. I think, you support it. Otherwise, you would have rejected it. I think you agree that these are very legitimate asks for us. But I don't know that I should be it should be punitive to ask for citywide to address citywide issues. And so I feel like that it is becoming punitive to ask for citywide budgeting items and not district specific, because I do like to think that it doesn't matter where I'm at, where I live, or where you live. When families thrive in my part of town, they thrive in your part of town, right? I mean, it's all the same. And so I just wanted to make sure that I'd voice that, and if there was any opportunity that we could have some additional Viva Parks, since the slow streets weren't approved. We did ask for 14 activations, and we got 8. This is just, I think, a pattern for me of being penalized for speaking up on citywide issues, and so I really don't want to. I don't want to have to avoid addressing citywide issues during the budget discussion, because this is where we discuss them.
Yeah, nor should you. So your Viva Parks allocation was twice as much as any other district, and the total dollars that you got this year, just like last year, were more than any other district. And I know you indicated that there were citywide priorities, and I appreciated that, and I acknowledge them. And I think they were good asks, particularly the childcare one. And that's why I support it. But there were specific problems with those other asks, as I identified. For example, funding a program where we only had 1 student enrolled the prior year. It's not, when we got a limited number of dollars, that's not where we're going to focus the dollars.
Yeah, I can't contest that, because I don't know that that's exactly true, that 1 student would be in a program. I mean, that just seems really an extreme situation. And so I don't know that that is exactly what it is, but overall, I just don't know that, well, I'd like to learn a little bit more about that criteria, so I can learn for next year, because I intend to continue to address citywide issues, as this is the city we all live in and we love. And I don't want to be penalized in the future for bringing up citywide issues, because and then have my district suffer because of that. Sure.
Well, why don't we provide you with the summary once we're able to, I guess, Rick, whenever the Brown Act allows me to. Is that as of tomorrow, or do I have to wait a week or something?
It's probably as of adoption of the budget. So
okay. After the adoption of the budget, we'll make all this information available.
Great. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to do something unusual here. Linda Goitia, apparently there was a technical problem. She had sought to speak earlier, and apparently her hand was lowered against her will. She's a trustee with the Campbell Union High School District. I'm going to briefly reopen public comment to allow Linda to speak because of this technical glitch, and then we're going to resume council discussion. Linda?
I'm mute now. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
That is incredibly kind of you. Very gracious. If we let this center go, I can guarantee the realization that what we have lost will seek the community, and I don't know how we'll get it back. Why need to reinvent the wheel when we can hang on to what we have? Our businesses are going to need our skilled workers for their recovery. Councilwoman Foley, are you willing to let this go? Council members Perales, Esparza, Arenas, Carrasco, I know you must care. Half of our total enrollment comes from your kids, the students of the Eastside Union High School District. The very existence of our center is a monument to equity. And now, when we need it more than ever, all you're talking about tonight is equity. I've been following your discussions with great interest and admiring the work you do, because it's much more detailed than I realized, more difficult. We absolutely meet the needs of our most underserved students, and although, frankly, I'm tired of that term, I don't think we have the courage to say neglected, marginalized, undervalued, and most of all, underestimated. And that last one angers me because what these kids achieve is amazing. We're going to be all out in Sacramento next for a long-term solution, but we need this one-time assist to keep our legs under us long enough to wage that fight. And if we fail, at least it wouldn't be because the city turned its back. And thank you so much for letting me in.
Thank you, Trustee. Thank you very much. All right, back to the council. Vice Mayor Jones.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to first of all thank my colleagues who have been working so diligently and hard on this effort to stand up an Office of Racial Equity. I remember when I was first exposed to it, and then going through the education process with the study sessions and conversations that I've had with my colleagues in the community, that it really highlighted the fact that I didn't even realize that I was working on programs and initiatives like Project Hope, try to empower our underserved communities, like the work that we're doing with trying to get minority and disadvantaged businesses contracts with the city, trying to close the digital divide, as well as my new initiative in terms of implementing a My Brother's Keepers program to identify African-American young men and try to get them on the right path. I didn't know that it had a name, but now I know it has a name called equity. So I want to thank my colleagues for taking me through that process, and I really appreciate it. I'm supportive of standing up this office, but I'm also nervous because we're looking at the abyss in terms of our financial situation in the coming months and years. And we can't afford to spend more money than's necessary, because if we do, we're going to find ourselves in a situation where some of the programs that we want equity to take place are going to be cut, and that's going to defeat the purpose. So I know Councilmember Esparza has already rejected Councilmember Peralez's friendly amendment. So I'm going to make a substitute motion.
Actually, just a clarification, I accepted a cap. We changed it to a cap, and that was the amendment. He didn't make a second amendment.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So I still want to make, well, I'll make a friendly amendment then, Councilmember Esparza, to establish the budget for the Office of Racial Equity at $1 million, which is what our staff has said that they could stand up the organization. And then before you answer that request, I want to ask staff, we stand up the office with that $1 million. And then at some point, if we determine that we need additional funds, how would that process work and what would that look like?
Yeah, I can take that. So yeah, if we have the money up front, the $1 million, which again, it would be a net $650,000 add right now because we've got the $350,000 already budgeted. We could get going right away. We could start adding staff, doing the recruiting and getting our program in place. If we determine that we needed more money, and maybe it's the cap up to $500,000 that Councilmember Esparza talked about, we could come back as part of the annual report. We also may be coming back with cuts in the annual report, but we would be charged with identifying additional funds to put, telling the council what our needs are that we've discovered as we were putting together that office, asking the council to fund those needs with the we would put through a recommended funding source for that. and then you would vote on that at that time. And I'd say probably around the annual report, which is mid-October, is probably when we would come back, because we would want to get started on this work right away. Again, we also do want to be mindful of our ask. We want to make sure we're maximizing our current resources, because as the city manager had said earlier, we only have one-time money on this program right now. We need to convert it all to ongoing, so it's a sustainable and it's embedded in our organization office. And so we're going to be very careful and making sure we're maximizing our resources before we ask for more.
Right. And I really like that too, because one, it gives us an opportunity to stand up the organization. Two, it gives the organization an opportunity to come up with a work plan, a vision, start to set goals, start to have a clear understanding what the resources are going to be required to actually fulfill their mission. So I really like that timeline in terms of being able to move forward with this process. So that being said, Councilmember Esparza, I'd like to request a friendly amendment to accept all the elements of your motion, with the one change of having $1 million cap on the office.
Well, Jennifer, can you repeat what you just said? Because what did you say about the 500,000? Can you repeat that?
Yeah, so what I was trying to say was that, to be clear, is that if council authorized the establishment of the Office of Racial Equity with $1 million initial add, which right now we would need a $650,000 more money that is not in the budget right now. And then you authorize us to, if we need more money, to bring back up to 500,000, which gets up to your 1.5 million. Put a cap up to another 500,000 of ask if we so determine that we need more money, and we bring that back in the annual report with an appropriate funding source. So you're giving us the flexibility to come back, but you're giving us the initial $1 million office to start to get the work going now. And if we determine that we need more money, we have a cap up to another 500,000 that we can ask for in the annual report.
So that's the annual report is in August, correct?
October.
I mean October. I'm sorry. I'm still recovering from being sick, so I'm a little slow at this point.
No, we actually issue a report on September 30th, and it's heard by council usually the second week in October.
Okay. So the so let me rephrase this so that I understand this. So the amendment is to change it to $1 million now, and that we can bring back 500K in October if it's needed and identified in October, correct?
Correct. And just to be very clear, right now, it would be an office that would have a budget of $1 million, but the council would only need to authorize $650,000 more from the continuity of operations reserve, as our city manager Dave Sykes mentioned, and the general fund would be the funding source for that additional $650. That would bring the entire office budget to $1 million now.
Okay. So if we do $1 million now, we come back in October, if additional funding up to 500,000 is needed at that point, is something that I think accomplishes the goal that we're trying to get to. So I would accept that amendment. I don't know who seconded it.
I did. I'm okay.
I'm done.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember Foley.
Thank you. This has been a very challenging last few weeks for me, and I know for all of us. I know that in particular, the protests have really caused me to re-examine how I think about things personally, my own intrinsic biases that I possess that I didn't even know that I had. But every day I take baby steps to learn more about my position, my white fragility, and where I come from. And
white fragility?
I'm in a direction of, let me back up. There's a book called White Fragility, and my family and I are doing a book club right now. So white privilege, but it's White Fragility is this book I'm reading. At any rate, that I digress from that. These few weeks have taught me that I don't know everything, that I am taking this opportunity to learn as best I can about myself, first of all, and also how I look at things and through what lens I look at things, and to change that in any way that I can to make myself a better person, but also to be better as a leader and a better in my community. I appreciate that this budget message, Mayor, brings forth the Office of Racial Equity, and I think that's really important that we fund it. And I'm happy to hear where we're funding it to the level of $1 million and where those funds are coming from. Councilman Esparza says that these are, that we are being challenged on how to think about equity, and that we're going to be uncomfortable in moving forward. And she's absolutely right. I'm someone who's pretty uncomfortable with a lot of this, but I'm really trying to not be as uncomfortable and try to just move forward. I appreciate the protesters and all the comments they had. I made copious notes of everyone who was speaking in the last 4 days, and really have taken to heart what many of them have said. But I want to share a few things about the budget and about the reality of the budget and where the funding sources come from and what we fund. And I think the mayor did a good job of explaining that. But as a former school board member who worked with these budgets for many, many years and often did not have enough money to pay for the counselors that we needed or the nurses that we needed, and had to make drastic cuts, I know that the budget of a school district is completely independent from that of the city. So that's the lane we're in. We're not in the education lane. That's up to the school district. So please, all of you protesters who are concerned about education, it's a core value. It's so, so important. Please work to lobby Sacramento to make sure that your school districts are fully funded. Please lobby them to get the nurses and the mental health professionals you need on your campuses. They are extremely important, but we as a city do not fund those and cannot fund those. What we are funding in education is the Digital Inclusion Fund, and I am grateful to the mayor that you included the Digital Inclusion Fund and that you continue to prioritize connectivity and devices, particularly in this COVID world where our students absolutely need access to technology and the connectivity to get them there. We know that the last semester of school probably wasn't as productive for many of our students, not just because teachers or school districts weren't prepared in the way that they will be prepared now, but because they didn't have the technology in order to carry them through. And our students weren't able to go to our libraries to bridge that technology gap that we would normally have. I also appreciate that there was an expansion of the San Jose Learns Fund, which is also important for young children up through 3rd grade, so they don't suffer from the summer slide, so they benefit from increased attention as they leave summer for the regular school year. And I appreciate that the library's hours were restored to the full number of hours of that they weren't cut back in any of the hours, because those are some of the things in all the letters we received, and we received hundreds. They talked about the parks, Viva Calle, they talked about libraries, they talked about education, they talked about housing. Affordable housing is extremely important, and we need to make sure that we do what we can to build as much affordable housing. In my district, we're working on that. District 9, we've got a couple projects coming forward of affordable housing, and I'm committed to making sure our community is engaged in affordable housing. I'm grateful that this budget includes the investment in our home care child centers. My daughter now is 23, but back in the day when she was in childcare, she was in one of those home care child centers. And I know that it would be very difficult for them to survive. They live paycheck to paycheck or student to student. And when you can't have a student in there, they're not covering their overhead. So I am really appreciative of that. Mayor, you mentioned about the clawback from the state. That is very worrisome to lose 15.7 million on a budget when we're already facing such budget shortfalls, and we don't know what the post-COVID world will have for us, is huge for us. But then you commit in our budget, Mayor, 7 million to assist struggling families, particularly struggling undocumented families in San Jose who cannot benefit from unemployment insurance or other federal funds because of their status. And that's huge for those residents who really need the assistance. So there's so much good in this budget. I truly appreciate it. And I expected it to be just a horrendous budget but I fear we're going there. This is the time by able to really cutting expenses and watching the pennies and refinancing and lowering debts in certain ways. Budget department has done a fabulous job, Jim and company, of bringing forth a budget that really does speak to our values as a city, and that is that we care for our citizens and that we're doing our best to balance our core services with the needs of all of our citizens, particularly those Black and brown faces who need more assistance, particularly in Maya's district and Magdalena's district and Sylvia's district. I'm also grateful that you funded most of my essential services, not all of them. When we received the message about essential services, it was to make sure that we were focusing on things not just in my district. So I made a conscientious effort to do that. We funded or requested funds for Recovery Cafe right next door to City Hall to help an LGBT program that will help members of the LGBT community through their recovery. We also funded a study that is put on by the Health Trust that is studying the connectivity between poor nutrition and visits to the emergency room and creating strategies to how to help people get the proper nutrition they need to avoid stays in the emergency room. We also asked for a really small ask of $10,000 for the YWCA. Last year we asked for $60,000, this year 10, so I really appreciate that. And then the majority of our funds actually went to traffic calming measures, which will benefit in Vision Zero areas in District 9, but just, the roads don't stop at one particular district, you drive through. So particularly Branham Lane, which is very dangerous and lots of speeding. So I appreciate all of that budget. I appreciate that there is good here. At the end of the day, I'm concerned about where we're going with this budget in September or October. I'm hoping that now that people can go out shopping, that they're out spending money at the malls and that they're racking up those sales tax fees so that we can generate some sales tax dollars. And that with summer being here, the economy of people coming here and traveling will help improve our economy. So that's kind of my just overarching statement. Regarding the police department, I just want to say, and the reimagining that the vice mayor is putting forth, I've heard that term a lot, and it really is actually a beautiful word in relationship to what we need to do. We really do need to reimagine peace officers, the police department. We need, and other departments, not just the police department, but we need to reimagine. And this puts a light on an area that we need to focus on very much so. So with that, I had some questions. I think most of them are answered. So let me just go through my list. Oh, Dave, several of your employees talked about paid administrative leave. Can you tell me what, and then we received a lot of emails. Can you tell us what that's all about? I wasn't quite understanding that.
Sure, council member. Just to remind you all, so when we first went into the shelter in place order, obviously all agencies were scrambling in terms of how to manage through that. I think it goes without saying, to some degree, we were quite a leader in this area. We put all staff that weren't able to do work either in their normal job or remotely on administrative leave. And so we've carried that philosophy through as we've kind of made some adjustments over time and have been able to get more of our workforce either working remotely or working in their jobs as they normally would, or assigned to other work to respond to the crisis. And so that's evolved over time. We have the vast majority of our workforce are working in some capacity, whether it's the normal capacity or an adjusted capacity or in a new role serving the pandemic. But we still have some people that are not able to rejoin their work for various reasons. And so that's a small number of people now. I know we're still somewhat of a leader. I think most agencies have discontinued administrative leave quite a while ago, but we've continued it on. We issue administrative leave as really at the discretion of the city manager. And we did notify the remaining workforce that we need to start getting to a point where we can understand what our options are for bringing everyone back into their job duties. Obviously, some have childcare issues, which we're trying to address. Some are in higher risk categories. And so we need to be really sensitive to that and figure out ways that they can still serve our community, but keep safe. So we're working through those issues. But just to give you a feel, I think we've got around maybe 150 employees that are still on full-time admin leave compared to the vast majority of the workforce that have come back to work. And certainly there's a fairness issue here in terms of our workforce that are coming back and working. And certainly we want to be sensitive to that as well. I am sitting down with union leaders on Friday, and we'll talk through just some of these issues to make sure that we're fair for all of our workforce. So that's the background of it, and we'll certainly keep the council posted.
Okay, so when was their paid administrative leave expiring the end of this month? Or it's expired?
That's correct. I think we put out a notification to our staff a week or two ago, wanting to give them, and certainly they can take advantage of different leave options. But like I said, we're sitting down with the union leadership on Friday and want to talk it through. And certainly if we're misunderstanding something or we can always make some adjustments, but we want to make sure that we're being fair with everybody.
Okay, I appreciate that. I know at my own small business, we were working, we are an essential service, so we're able to operate in our office, but there was one employee who needed to stay home because of health considerations and other issues, but now we really need her back. And so we've encouraged her to come back, and it actually makes for a better working environment when you can work together collaboratively in a team instead of working virtually for one person and everybody else is in the office. It just makes it function. But I understand there's healthcare needs or even high risk, whatever the issues are with them that would keep them at home or safer at home. I appreciate that. I wasn't sure about the background on that, so I just wanted to ask that question. I think that's it. I am going to, now that the motion does include a cap of $1 million on the Office of Racial Equity Fund, then I am going to support the motion and the amendments.
Thank you. Councilmember Carrasco? Councilmember Carrasco?
Yes, can you hear me?
Oh, okay. Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. And thank you. I want to thank all of my council colleagues for all of the different memos that have been submitted. It's been a very thoughtful, very provocative process as we've been going through this. And a couple of things, I guess, that I really want to emphasize. One is I really want to thank all of the speakers that have been coming out through all the different hearings and really being engaged. This is by far one of the most engaging process that I've been a part of, and I've really appreciated hearing the different opinions of the folks involved. And a couple of things that really stood out to me was the importance of investing in our communities, whether it was education in the communities, investing in mental health, investing in libraries, investing in placemaking, a lot of things that many of us have been advocating in one way or the other, which is reinforcing, at least for me, in terms of the work that we've been doing. And for the communities that we serve, at least the community that I serve, again, it supports the research that I've done and the work that I've been doing with a lot of the nonprofits in District 5 on the east side of San Jose. And so I really appreciate the folks that have spoken up and that have been very vocal. But one of the things that I wanted to definitely make sure to mention, there's been some comments made regarding the investment in the golf courses. And so there is one golf course on the east side of San Jose, right in the heart of east side San Jose on King Road, right in between Pal Stadium and the Mexican Heritage Plaza. It's in a very unique spot, and it has a very long history. I'm not going to pretend that I know the entire history of Rancho, and Angel may be able to help me with that a little bit. But you know, I'm going to spare all of you that long history. But it was you know, at the request of the community and a lot of participation from community members on the east side, it has remained a golf course. And so I want to be clear for all of those that are listening. I know that you've talked about not investing and not keeping it as a golf course and not being involved in a golf course. I've advocated to keep it a golf course, not because I've wanted it or because it's been my choice, but because I've listened to East Siders who have lived there 20, 30, 40, 50 years and who have been part of this process from the very beginning. And so it is not of my choice, but the will of the people. And so I want to make sure that we're very clear what the will was a very long time ago and what it remains. And if ever we were to go back and re-examine that, I am open to that, but I want to make sure that that is done by East Siders who make that choice themselves and who are very conscientious of it. And so especially District 5 is completely built out. We have no space. We're having to buy the little slivers of land that butt up against the freeway, with up against 680, just to have a pocket park with a little dog park alongside of it, in order to have a brand new park. But we don't have any more space for open space. And so this is one way that we've been able to preserve some of that. And so there's been controversy for sure around that, but I want to make sure that folks understand, especially those who have not been part of that history, that that was a decision that was made a very long time ago. Angel, I don't know if you want to just chime in on that. You probably know a lot more about it because you were the director of Parks and Rec. So I'll give you a couple of minutes to just give us your 30-second rundown on it. Can't hear you.
Sorry about that. Councilor, I really don't have much to add. I mean, you basically kind of described what took place. I think the question that was asked earlier was, I think, in the context of spending money towards, and I think there was a misunderstanding. The money that that was put towards the golf courses was paying down the debt service, right? And I think there was a misunderstanding of that point by some members of the community as well. So I just wanted to also accentuate that point.
Thank you. And so I'm going to make my comments very brief. I know it's getting late, and I think we're getting very close to some consensus here around the budget. Thank you, Mayor, for investing on for presenting a budget that a lot of us feel very strongly about. I'll tell you that a couple of things are really important to me, especially as the representative of the east side of San Jose. And, you know, my spiel is the same as it's always been. Equity, equity, equity. And we know that the east side of San Jose has not had its fair share. In fact, it's been one that has been shortchanged over the generations. And so when we ask for things like investment in youth or investment in our small businesses or the few small open spaces that we have, it's really an issue of a quality of life that many of our residents don't get to enjoy like other parts of the city of San Jose. And so I appreciate the budget documents that you've agreed upon, and that you also see as an important investment in order for our kiddos, especially, to be able to enjoy, especially after COVID-19, that's going to really ravish that community. I don't think that we've seen to what extent the damage of COVID-19 is going to have on the community yet. I think we will see it in the next few months. I think once summer really hits, we're really going to start to feel the impact. And then we're going to see a greater impact once we start transitioning back into school, because the schools really don't know yet what that's going to look like. I think we got our first wake-up call when the kids, when our students first went back home, and then suddenly we realized, wow, our kids are not connected. They don't know, we can't transition them. They're completely disconnected from their learning, and they're falling further behind. And now what are we going to do? We have a big mess on our hands. And so if that wasn't a wake-up call, I don't know what else to say about that. But thank you so much for the further investment. We're going to have to move very rapidly on that in order to make sure that our kids not only catch up, but if they can't return to school, we have half of the city of San Jose that's going to be in a lot of trouble. And so we need to make sure to support them every which way that we can, or find alternative methods to make sure that their learning continues. And that's a huge concern. We know that education is an equalizer. And if we can't get them online, then we know that that's not going to be an opportunity for them. It's an opportunity that's been missed. And so the other is investing in our small businesses. And I mentioned this last week when I made a trip out to Willow Glen, that all the small businesses are going to be struggling, but my small businesses are going to be struggling even more so, because they tend to be supported by the local economy. And the local economy in District 7 and District 5, on the edges of District 8, are families who have been really devastated by the shelter in place. They haven't been able to go to work, or they happen to be families that can't benefit from direct deposit because they're either undocumented, or they don't qualify for any other benefits, or they happen to work in an industry where they are earning minimum wage. They have to be out, and they're barely surviving. They're barely hanging on. So they're not going to have any sort of discretionary spending to go out to support the local businesses. So they're going to be in a world of hurt. And so being able to do everything that we can to make sure that they stick around and they continue to be part of the character of our communities and continue to offer the services and the products that we've come to depend on, or that we've come to really enjoy, is going to be really critical. And so I really appreciate that we're going to be able to do that. And it's important to be able to invest in those nonprofits, or those organizations that can offer culturally appropriate and linguistically appropriate services and support for those businesses. Larger foundations or larger organizations, there's a language and cultural barrier, and so we need to acknowledge that. They may be great, but some of our businesses just can't access those kind of support systems. And so I also want to emphasize that our families, one thing that was, what's been made very, very clear as because of COVID-19, and Angel said it earlier, COVID-19 really emphasized, it was like taking a huge neon highlighter and emphasize for all of us the discrepancies and the disparities that our families are experiencing. And education was just one of them that we're seeing. And I just mentioned another, the small businesses that are really going to be hurting, but we're seeing it in housing. If you own your home, it's very different than a family who is at the mercy of a landlord. And so when that moratorium expires, we're going to have to revisit this yet again. When a tenant is telling us that they are not being afforded their right because the landlord is not interested in exercising the moratorium, we have to listen and we have to be attentive to it, because it's probably happening. And so we have to make sure that we pay close attention to what's happening in our city of San Jose. Pre-COVID, we were experiencing massive gentrification and displacement. COVID and post-COVID, I'm beyond concerned about what's going to happen to District 5 and how that is going to change the face of the community that I represent. And what that really means in terms of the health and well-being of the entire city of San Jose, when you have an entire district that is going to completely turn over. And I think we need to really look at that very, very seriously. And we can change the destiny of a district if we aggressively put in place policies that will make sure that we keep people in their homes, and we make sure that they don't leave. We keep them here. And that takes very, very bold action. And so when we fight and we advocate for childcare, which, by the way, I appreciate and grateful for the memorandum that Councilmember Arenas and Councilmember Esparza put in, and thank you so much, Mayor, for that as well. But the childcare, expanding library hours or keeping library hours open, community center programming, retraining of our of our employees or those who are now suddenly out of work, massive unemployment, which I think is what we're going to be seeing when we're advocating for different kinds of grants or low interest loans or forgivable loans, rent forgiveness or moratoriums, rent control, livable wages, access to health care, free testing. It's not an issue of a difference in politics or ideology. It's really an issue of helping people survive a city that has become unhospitable to them and their children, especially now in the face of a pandemic where children and families are literally being pushed out of the city that they love. And so a year ago, we were talking about inequities and we were talking about this structure that made it nearly impossible to survive. And I'm glad that today, a year later, we're talking about it and every memo has it built in, and that we are finally putting in place an office that will deal with structural racism and equity. I don't want to mince words. I'm disappointed that it took the death of George Floyd and riots on the street for us to be shaken to our core in order for us to believe it. Because it's ingrained in the DNA of the city of San Jose. And we have council members that are representing it every day. We have 10 council members that are representing it every day. We have poor people in every single district in the city of San Jose. Now, I have a huge concentration, and I'm just going to name a few pockets of those. Sal Si Puedes, Capitol Park, Poco Way, Foxdale, Gramercy, Mayfair. Silvia Arenas has Meadow Fair, Welsh Park. I'm just going to name a few because I don't know them all. Sergio Jimenez, Edenvale, and Round Table. Councilmember Perales has La Wash. Councilmember Esparza, Seven Trees, Santee, Fair, Valley Palms, Tropicana. And Councilmember or Vice Mayor Cadillac. Councilmember Camas has Hoffman Viamonte. And I know that Councilmember Dev Davis has Richmond Menger, Luther Burbank, and Fruitdale area. So we all have them. And it was such a pleasure to be able to hear your residents on the west side of 101 from Willow Glen, Cambrian, Almaden Valley, from the Vista Park area, from Rose Garden, from North San Jose, calling in and begging for equity and racial justice. They're aware of it, they're conscientious of it, and they want to burn the structures down. And so for me to hear that it's not me talking about redlining, it's not me talking about the injustices that continue to get perpetrated in the city of San Jose, I feel like I finally have allies in the city of San Jose fighting for the same things that have been barriers for the children that we've been advocating for. And so again, I want to thank all of my colleagues for the memos. These are the only questions that I have regarding those memos. I'm very glad that today hopefully that we'll be voting through an office on racial equity, because whether it's this council or another council, the work has to get through, it has to continue and move forward. But if we're not building affordable housing, if we're not creating job opportunities, good paying jobs, and opportunities for children in the city of San Jose, then then the question I ask is, what good is an office on equity relations and equity justice? So my question is, whether it's for our city manager or Angel, Lee Wilcox, Kip Hartness, whoever is up for the question, I want to understand how this office will translate to the men and women and the children on the street in District 5 in a very concrete way when I'm not here.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember. So I think that's the challenge for us, isn't it? For us all to work together from this point forward and work with our community and work together on shaping this. So if we're not successful in that, it's all for nothing. So yes, totally agree. Working together, we need to be able to put something that's sustainable in place and is meaningful for our community.
And again, I want to remind you, a lot of this conversation began when I asked for representation on a planning commission, when I wanted one member to represent the east side of San Jose, and we can have a lot of different opinions on it. It was lopsided. There was a lot of representation from one district, and I had no representation from east of 101. And so I want to make sure that whether we're creating a vision or a mission statement on this office, this department, that we're going to be able to look at absolutely everything through a lens of equity, whether it's our commissions, our committees, how we build housing throughout the city. In fact, how we keep people in housing, how we build home ownership so that people have a stake in the ground, and communities like mine are not the majority renters, but we have people who own their home and their stability and safety in those neighborhoods, how we create opportunities for upward mobility, through good paying jobs. Because what's the point in people living paycheck to paycheck and living under stress when you're talking about a silent killer? Well, that's stress, and it's just a breeding ground for the next pandemic to come along and thrive when you're talking about those chronic conditions. So I want to make sure that we're addressing displacement and gentrification, and that we're making sure that if we're going to tout that we live in one of the most diverse cities, that we do whatever we can so that we secure and guarantee the diversity of this city. Well, that's it for my comments, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you. Councilmember, yep.
Yes, so traditionalist that I am, I want to spend some of my time going back to the budget discussion as I remember them in years prior, and thank the mayor for laying out a vision for the city, and appreciate the props of things that I was able to fund through the budget for District 4. We're going to get a lot of crosswalk improvements. Three of them at least, and then some striping along roads that are driven by trucks that have been eroded, so it's somewhat dangerous to drive down. It still boggles my mind that in a city like San Jose, putting in a crosswalk will cost you 60 grand. And so I can't imagine, with limited amount of funds that we have citywide, how much we're able to accomplish through staffing and traffic calming and social services and libraries and programs that we try to do. And I understand, the community has come in recently and been engaged on the budget, and we should certainly hear them and hear their desires and their demands. I would just say that it costs $60,000 to put in a crosswalk in the city of San Jose. So just wrap your head around that and think about what we can do with what we have. So I also want to say that I'm especially proud that in my first term, I've been able to use my office budget, I think judiciously, and had some cost savings saved up. It's been a point of some attention, and I'm using that through the budget process to directly give back to constituents, the neediest among us, in looking at census tracts where there is poverty, where there are people below median income, and hopefully giving them some direct stimulus through these hard times that we're going through under COVID. So I'm actively looking and working with the nonprofits to achieve that, and I'm very proud to have been able to do that in my time here, and had that rainy day fund ready for this time when suddenly we didn't realize people would need it, but we do. I want to talk about the issue about defund the police. And I've listened intently over the past many hearings that we've had, and I've tried to keep an open mind. The concept of defund sounds radical. It sounds scary, but I think once you look into it, and I tried to read as much as I could about it, and I think it's really not that radical once you look under the hood, because I think there are people who say we don't want to reform, we want to defund because reforms are just perpetuating the status quo. But then we look into defunding, and let's not look very far, let's just listen to the tape over the past many days. There have been people who have come on to speak to us, public commenters, who have said we need to abolish. We can't do 8 can't wait. We have to do, was it 8 to abolish, or what's the other hashtag? I forget. But essentially saying we reboot society from the ground up. And there are other people who come in and qualify, say nobody is suggesting, eliminating the police. That would be crazy. What we want are specific budget actions to move money from police away from militarized gear, overtime pay, to other services, social services, things that we all agreed that we could better fund if we had more resources. So to me, defund is just another way of saying reform, or transform, not just the status quo type reform, but real substantive systematic reform. And I'm all for that. I'm open to having that discussion. Even the city of Minneapolis, that made national headlines for committing that they're going to start over with their police department. What I looked into it, and what they're actually going through was a year-long listening process, a year-long learning process to see what their community wants and how they're reimagining policing. So it's not snap your finger, defund the police, and we have no police for a period of time until we redo stuff. And even in Minneapolis, I believe there are a number of legal hurdles, like charter amendments, that they have to put before voters to achieve the goals that they've committed, that council is committed to that city. So my basic point is these things take time. And I'm happy that this council has been receptive, and we've moved on a number of things. I know not far enough to the liking of many who've joined us in public comment, but we are banning rubber bullets, right? As a technique for crowd control. There's more we could do there, but I'm happy that I was able to contribute, getting the city to look into exploring the idea of no-knock entries. Creating a code of conduct that governs how police officers act and how they can be judged, exploring the possibility of, at least considering the possibility of the city of San Jose waiving our municipal immunity when police officers act beyond the color of law, beyond city guidelines. And in those cases, traditionally cities are immune, so the lawsuit doesn't apply to the city. Families who are victims go uncompensated, and it's no good all around. So if we have the courage to do this, and I want to study it more, but if we have the courage to do this and open ourselves up to liability, there is a way for victims to get compensated. And also, I would hope that we want to reduce our liability by making damn sure that every officer we hire is properly trained to engage with community members and to focus on de-escalation before going straight for tactics that might turn out unfortunate and in a way that we don't want. And also a review of of our criminal laws at the state and city level to see what kind of laws we have on the books that do encourage over-involvement of police. How can we change that? What are the laws we have on the books that criminalize status or poverty or reinforce outdated social mores? It was just yesterday, I think it was yesterday, or recently, that the Supreme Court made it declared that it is illegal to discriminate against LGBTQ folks from the workplace. And that has been a long time coming, yet it took until 2022 to do. So certainly we can do a review of our laws and see what else we can weed out. And I'm committed to having that discussion. I know everyone on this council is moving forward. So more to come on that. Lastly, on this topic of equity, I want to thank, I think it was Paul earlier, public commenter named Paul, who said, was it the Chicano caucus? So I want to thank the Chicano caucus for advocating this and bringing that up and being consistent in your advocacy. I've always been comfortable with equality. That's something that a notion that made sense to me, and equity was something that was new to me. Although the more I look into it with the cartoons about the boxes and the baseball field and making sure everybody can see things and different iterations of this, because we see sometimes it's not an even playing field. There are hills and slopes and other people need different things. And it made me think about my time in the Gulf Coast after Hurricane Katrina. One of the things that I did not live through, but I'm kind of proud of just being associated with, is that the Vietnamese community in East New Orleans, Versailles, was the part of New Orleans that rebuilt the quickest after Hurricane Katrina. And they did it with very little government assistance. They took the community, they built one house again, and they used that house as staging grounds to help rebuild the next house and so on and so forth. But when FEMA came in, they came in with whatever FEMA comes in with. And it wasn't helpful to the community because the Vietnamese community there was used to fish sauce and rice. And I think FEMA came in with canned beans and tuna and sardines or whatever. And somebody at the local leadership there talked to FEMA and said, hey, look, we don't need the stuff you're giving us. If you can give us these things, rice, some vegetables, fish sauce, that's all we need. Keep your canned tuna. And they somehow arranged that, and the community, was able to thrive off of that. So I understand and I recognize that people in the community, different types of people, need different types of assistance. And so if equity means San Jose is better at language assistance, it's better at helping people who are disabled acquire and access services, helping people better themselves in the way that they need helped, I'm all for that. And I think it's great. And I hope we really look into this because I think there's really something there. I want to caution, though, that we can't be everything to every person. And we are a city. We have certain responsibilities, our basic services, roads and parks and libraries, everyone knows about it. And to the extent that we can help our community members better access the services we offer, have equal access to really make use of the coding classes we offer, the summer camps we offer, that is really what I envision for San Jose leaning into equity. I don't know that we can solve the issues that are multi-generational, that go back to the founding of America in terms of inequality in income and there was a comment earlier about certain communities not getting their fair share. What I'm hoping that we do with equity is making sure that the things that we do offer, everybody has equal access to and everybody can avail themselves of. And if some communities need more help in certain ways, let's give it to them. But we're very limited in our lever to solve the larger social problems. And so I just offer that narrow scope, as a guiding principle for whatever this Office of Equity tackles first. But I certainly agree that we should lean into it and I'll be supporting the motion. So with that, I will yield.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Davis?
Thank you, Mayor. And I do want to thank you, Mayor, for all your pedestrian safety inclusions in your budget message. As we strive for a healthier, more walkable city, we have to make sure that it is safer to do that. So I appreciate that. That was the bulk of my asks were about pedestrian safety, because that is the bulk of the requests that came from my community. I also want to thank the budget director and the city manager's office for first restoring the library hours, big request from my district as well. And then secondly, specifically for the Bascom Community Center restoration of services. Definitely, as Council Member Carrasco mentioned, I do have some underserved areas in my district, and Bascom Community Center serves one large portion of that. So I'm very grateful that we will be able to have programs there as soon as community centers can open up citywide. So it's very, very helpful. And I just want to echo a little bit of the comments that Councilmember Diep just made about about equity and the limited levers that we have. It's something that the mayor always mentions in his budget message, and that I know the city manager's office and the budget office are very careful to do, which is to prioritize our budget based on not only the council directed priorities, but really what our charter requirements are. And that the mayor, thank you for your presentation today. I think that was very helpful for people who are new to the budget process and new to what the different levels of government do in their local area. We have a duty to follow our charter and to prioritize the funding for those things first. And so that's why we do what we do. That being said, completely appropriate for us. And I thank Vice Mayor Jones for having his memo about reimagining policing. I think that is obviously public safety is one of our charter requirements, and that's definitely something that that we know we need to do, and we need to do it in coordination, I think, with the police department and also with the IPA, and it will be helpful for us to be leading that discussion with our community going forward. I do have one question. I'm sure many of you got contacted individually from Metro Ed about their $500K ask. And I know with our $80+ million deficit, that it's not really possible for us to help fund their request, but I did want to recognize that this is an important program for trade training, and it gives students a foot in the door with a high paying job and basically opportunities for upward mobility within an organization. So we talked with them a little bit, and really what they're looking for is reestablishing their state funding. So this is a question maybe for Lee about, can we help Metro Ed lobby at the state level for a return or a reinstatement of vocational training dollars? Because I know they were cut many years ago and they were never restored. And that's definitely something, as we look to economic recovery, that we are going to desperately need. Can we help them with, at least with the lobbying effort at the state level?
Yeah, so we would definitely be happy to look into it. The resources we have in this year, I think, given the state budget picture, we'll be spending an awful lot of time playing defense, obviously related to the ERAF funding, but a host of other measures that we could lose specific funding on. But we will loop that in to any conversations on strategy we have. But again, a lot of now that the assembly's out with their version, some of our influence to ask for new items, it would be little to none in this year's budget, but it's definitely something we can take into consideration in future years, probably.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And the final thing I just wanted to mention was, Councilmember Carrasco mentioned it, as did the mayor, about paying off the golf course to help us with ongoing savings in the future. That's something that again, for those of you who are new to the budget process, our budget office and our city manager's office have been very fiscally responsible in that way to find those kinds of savings and to pay down debt early. Of course, many of us do that as we are able to in our own personal finances, and the city budget is no different, where we can pay down early. We should do that when we can with one-time dollars to save ongoing interest expenses in the future. So it saves all the taxpayers money and allows us to do more things. It gives us more flexibility. The other thing that it does is it helps us retain a really good credit rating, which is very important for us when we do need to borrow money, which we need to do for Measure T, for example, which builds our infrastructure and will help us build Fire Station 37. And as we've heard in the past about other fire stations like Fire Station 8 and others. So that kind of public safety infrastructure and paving our roads is very important, and we have to maintain our good credit rating to do those things, and to use our public dollars wisely, which all of us want to do. So I just wanted to make that point. The other point I wanted to make, we heard a lot in the last 3 sessions, a lot of assumptions that council members don't care. And I just want to say, I have worked with all of these council members, many of them my entire term. Only Councilmember Foley and Councilmember Esparza have not been on the council the entire time I've been on council. And I can say with complete confidence that every single one of my council members, and I'll include the mayor as well, of course, would not be doing this job if we did not care about our community, if we did not want the best for every single person who lives in San Jose, whether they are housed, whether they are unhoused, whatever color they are, whatever income level they are. We care about our community. We would not be here if we didn't. And we will continue to do everything in our power to make our city more livable and better for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Camus?
Okay, finally. Thank you, Mayor, and I appreciate your hard work and your staff's and the city's hard work on putting together a budget. I've always voted for every budget since I've been in office, and this is going to be my last budget that I vote on, and I don't intend to break my record. And I don't vote on, I don't vote on them just because I love everything that's in it, or
Hey, Councilmember Camus, I don't know if others are having
I feel that I got everything out of the mayor, but I cannot hear you. Hello?
Can I interrupt you for a moment? Could I ask you, maybe just try it without the video, because we're not getting good transmission here.
Okay, is that better?
Yeah, it is better.
Yeah, I've been having trouble off and on all day. I apologize for my lack of Wi-Fi services out here. We don't have much of a service cover, even though we're not in a lower income neighborhood. Yeah, but I just want to say I didn't get everything I wanted in this budget, and I think council members need to know that this is about compromise. That you're never going to get everything you want, and you're never going to be 100% happy with everything that's being suggested. I personally have never liked opening up new departments and new offices, because once you open them up, even though that this crisis may come to an end, offices almost never come to an end. And it actually that the city can focus $1 million to solve, quite frankly. $1 million pays for a lot of $60,000 crosswalks, as Councilmember Diep so eloquently put it. And I'd actually rather see 500 extra. We were talking about spending an extra $650,000 to create this department on equity. And I'd actually prefer to say that it's the department of equity, because I don't think your race should matter. I did my DNA study. I'm 23andMe. I am 72% North African, and I don't look African, but I'm pretty solidly born in the Egyptian area. So I think race should be less of a topic of discussion, as opposed to the needs of the people in lower income areas and the socioeconomic needs. But again, I'm not here to. This is not the budget. I'm never going to get 100% of what I think the budget is going to be. And I'd love, like I said, if anybody wants to call it the Office of Equity and Opportunity, I'd love to see that happen, rather than the race, the department on race. And because I think that sends a lot of negative connotations to the public. But those were my thoughts. And I also don't, I've heard for days and weeks now, this call to defund our police department. But I could tell you this: I've actually did my own online Survey Monkey, and 90,000 people, answered. I know it's not scientific, but 97% of them said don't defund my police department. And I can tell you that the people in my district are asking for reforms. Now they see that this is an opportunity to reform our police department and make it more accountable and accessible to the public. And I am 100% with those ideas. But up until a couple of weeks ago, our constituents were asking us to increase the number of police officers, not defund them in any way. And I have a concern. Maybe I could tell you this. Maybe I live in a bubble and I'm only listening to the constituents in my own district. I'd love to hear from the chief. Is the chief still around? Is he available to answer a question?
Let me see. I don't see him.
I'm here.
Oh, there he is.
I'm sorry. What's the question?
Thank you, Chief. I don't have a perspective. I've been in other districts, but I don't necessarily ask them this question. In my district, I think people are asking for more police, not less. They are asking for reforms, but I don't know what it's like in other districts. Are they asking for less police? Are they saying that they need less police services? Because that's not what I'm seeing in my district.
You know what, council member, it's an interesting question. It's actually one of the points that I actually make to our recruits when I speak to them. Let me preface this by saying that obviously we're not, our heads aren't in the sand with the comments that have been made recently. We understand that we can do better. I don't think there's a police chief in the country that's not going to agree that police officers do too much. We've made mistakes, not only nationally, locally, and we can do better. But we also have to listen to our neighborhoods. And you all know me well enough to know I'm not a stay in the office kind of chief. I've been to every corner of the city in a community meeting. And one of the things that I pride myself in, or we should pride ourselves in when we talk about this also, and I say this to my recruits because it's 100% true, that regardless language spoken, economic status, or area in this city, when I go to community meetings, there's one thing that I never hear, and that's that we want less police. In fact, people want more police, but they want it fair. And, to me, oftentimes, and again, we're not perfect, but it's a testament to the men and women. It's a testament to the reforms and initiatives that we have already done, that I'd be hopeful that we all educated ourselves in everything that we have done in the last 4.5 years. But it's a testament to the men and women. In fact, I think, and I've sat in the meetings with council members oftentimes where we end up defending this police department because our communities, and unfortunately, more often than not, our communities of color want us to do more when we can't do more. And those are the conversations that I hear. And you know, it's something that, again, not perfect at all, but listening to my neighborhoods, and these aren't community meetings that we had 3-4 years ago. These are community meetings that have happened recently, you know, obviously prior to shelter in place. And so reconciling what we've heard from the community and individuals in the last few days with what I hear and what I know you all hear as well from your neighborhoods when we go to those community meetings and they demand more police services. And so, no, council member, I certainly have not heard that from my neighborhoods. Certainly doesn't mean that we need to be cognizant about getting better as a police department, getting better as a profession, and we recognize that. There is not a police chief in this country whose head's in the sand saying that we don't need to get better, because we do. But you know, I think it's something that that we're going to be working with moving forward as we get through this.
Well, thank you, Chief, and I appreciate all the reforms that you've already implemented. I've like I said, I've been around to see a couple of other police chiefs, and I know that you've been the most cooperative with making changes in our police force, and I appreciate your willingness to look further and to I guess the new word is reimagine, and I actually like that. It's a very positive outlook on our police force, and I appreciate your willingness to look inwards to see what can be done and to actually act on it. So thank you for your willingness to serve. I wanted to ask now a question to I mean, I'm not sure where this money is coming from, and I've heard a couple of sources. Are we cutting money from police overtime or police forces in any way? Is because I've heard it was going to come from the continuity fund. I don't know how much is in the continuity fund, and if it can handle, you know, $250,000. Where are we getting this extra $650,000?
So, Councilmember, the $650,000 extra for the Office of Racial Equity will be coming from the currently, as proposed, the 2021 Continuity of Operations Reserve, which was established through NBA 3. That reserve is at $25 million currently.
Okay, so we may be able to handle it without, you know, because I am, you know, I used my background is in economics, and I don't have a good feeling about our, you know, next 2 years in economic resilience. And I don't know if $23 million, or heck, even if we kept the $650,000, that we wouldn't need to make further cuts with the downturn that I expect in any case. But I hope, you know, do you feel that this is a sound fiscal move at this point?
Well, I think that there's, you know, your concern is my concern too, and I know the mayor has expressed it. I think a lot of the councils expressed it. This is be a very difficult couple of years. You know, I think this budget process was really tough on all of us for a lot of different reasons. It may be not as tough as next year's potentially. So, you know, we were able to do a lot with not having to lay off positions, and that's because we had some levers that we could pull that we're not going to be able to pull the following year, in terms of the way we looked at pre-funding retirement and some debt pay down and the revenue capture money. So certainly there is some concern about the resources that we're going to be having on an ongoing basis. You know, I think as Dave has laid out, you know, one of all the more reasons to make sure that we're, you know, as in as good a position as we possibly can be for when we have to come back either in the fall or later for next budget cycle, to have as good a handle on the equity analysis portion and weaving that into the budget process. You know, it's going to take us a while to get that right, really. I know we want to come back as part of the when we put the budget calendar out, you know, in early fall to sort of talk about how we want to weave that in there. But that will be important for us as we try to figure out, you know, how to balance the next budget process. Maybe I'll just take just a second to clarify.
Yeah, if I
Dave, go ahead, Dave.
I think Councilmember, just to answer your question, just in terms of the need, you know, I just I personally couldn't see how we could get through, the recovery efforts on COVID and the work that we're talking about in terms of reimagining policing and some of the things that we have ahead of us. I couldn't imagine doing that without this investment. That's how important I think it is. And so I certainly appreciate the question, but we need this investment to help us through the challenging times that we have ahead of us.
Well, thank you. Well, actually, my real question was, are we cutting anything from the police department is what I originally asked.
Go ahead, Jim. I think the answer to that question at this point is no, but Jim, could you clarify?
So I think the answer at this point is partially. So what the recommendation is currently is $650,000 from the continuity of operations reserve. The other items that are currently in the recommendation for the reimagining of police, the restoration of the CSO budget over a 2-year period, the independent after action report, and the IPA updating the online complaint form. Those are currently recommended to be offset by a reduction to police department overtime of $1.665 million, with I think the direction to the city manager to come back to see if there is a working with the chief of police to see if there's a different way to offset that within the police department budget. But that would be the action that would be taken currently.
So now we're looking at cutting 1.6 million from the police department. And that's several cops. That's several police. That's 8 police officers.
Could I clarify a little bit, Jim? Because some of that money is actually being spent within the police department. That is police officer overtime, 1.4 million of that will go to actually fund CSOs within the same department.
Right. Yeah, so I think all the other items on the table are pretty related to police. So it's kind of reprioritizing within the police department there, coming from the overtime line item.
Or IPA, yeah.
So it okay. All right. So and I also thank you. I also, I also struggle because I think that this Metro Ed actually does help equity, and that's what I mean by spending money on actually producing results versus creating an office. This program has helped my own cousin who was in trouble with the law get a skill that he's still using today, and I'd love to see us look for ways to help them. Is there any way to look at like the funds that we do use, like gang prevention task force, or some of the other contractual things that we do to help at-risk youth to help fund this program in any way?
I'm not aware, Councilmember, of a funding source off the top of my head here. I know that's I know we have several sources there that work to help the community, but to have a funding source for that, I'm not aware of one off the top of my head.
Yeah, and I just don't want to see this resource for our community go away, because I think it actually does provide measurable leaps in equity for people who are in need of it. And I'm hoping that that I know that Angel is very familiar with the programs that the Gang Prevention Task Force does, and I don't know. I just don't want this organization to go away, and I'm hoping that we can help them in some way.
That's one, Camus, if I could just weigh in. Look, your points are very well taken, and share your sentiment about how we really want to make equity happen on the ground. Where people really feel the impact. There's just a much bigger problem here than we have any control over, which is, 8 years ago, there was a dramatic shift in the funding model from the state, and CTE statewide has been in a world of hurt ever since. And obviously, since now with COVID, we're seeing several CTE centers actually closing statewide because they're forced now to compete with the districts they serve in for funding. So we already saw, other JPA CTE programs fail financially because of everything that's been going on. So I signed a letter with multiple school district superintendents and, several state legislators to the governor on June 1st. But, the reality is the state is in this world of hurt of, the governor's team's estimates for revenue are significantly lower than the legislators. So there's a long list of things the legislature has in their budgets that are not going to fit in the governor's. And I can't say I know where this is, but I'm guessing it's not near the top based on the conversations I've had with the legislative leadership. And so, this is one of those problems that's just much bigger and costs a lot more than we're going to be able to grapple with. And my concern is even if we were to invest $500,000, I'm not sure that actually keeps them running based on everything else I've been told about other funding they need. And so it is just a very, very difficult problem. And I empathize enormously. But, given the fact the state of California is about to take $16 million of our money, I just don't feel like we're in the business to save all the other organizations that they're now cutting to.
Yeah. Well, I don't disagree with you, Mayor. And maybe, I don't know, maybe the Silicon Valley Foundation could see their way of supporting this group. I don't know if you can connect them with the right folks and the people who can make a difference. That would at least probably be helpful to them. Thank you. And I also want to thank you for, I try to focus on public safety with the Branham Lane project with the the Thornwood and all the one that Sergio and I put in together. And I appreciate you funding those public safety projects. And I especially appreciate your commitment to the CERT program, which I've been trying to champion for years. And I appreciate your continued commitment for training people in our community for emergencies. So thank you, Mayor. And
thank you, Councilmember. And I hope we're actually going to get some trained now. I know it's been a challenge getting it rolling. So thank you for your advocacy for a long time on this. Okay. Anything further, Councilmember?
No,
okay.
I'm good.
All right. Councilmember Jimenez?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just want to first commend everyone for their stamina. I'm not sure if most of the public knows that we've been on this Zoom call since about 9:30, and that's close to 13 hours. And I'm not going to use my video because, quite frankly, I'm in my pajamas in my bedroom talking to you all. So, but a special shout out to Councilmember Perales, who seems not have moved from that seat the whole time and is still wearing his coat. In addition to Chief Garcia, who evidently goes to bed in his uniform, which astounds me that he's still wearing it. Anyhow, in all seriousness, I really appreciate all the work everyone has done. I appreciate the conversation. And just thinking through the last month and the conversations we've had around the budget and race and police and digital divide and everything, I really do think that obviously a lot of that's sort of squished in within this budget, right? It's sort of built in some of the asks and some of the things you approved, Mayor. And I really do think that this is one of the most, in my mind, at least since I've been here about 4 years, one of the most consequential budgets that has been considered in the years that I've been here. And I think it's the case because even though we are facing some budgetary challenges, I do believe that we're in fact laying the groundwork for future decisions that I think can, and I'll emphasize that word can, have a tremendous impact on the residents of the city. And the reason I don't say will, and I use the word can, is that I think that it's going to require consistent, tenacious, focused effort, attention, so that the potential is turned into action, and that action in turn becomes actual progress and something meaningful. I think there's a lot more work to do, but I can tell you, I was thinking about the word that can really encapsulate how I'm feeling tonight and some of the conversations that, quite frankly, about a year or so ago, I didn't think we would be having these conversations. So it's really moved forward at light speed, given some of the things that has happened in our society. But tonight I'm feeling hopeful that that this big cruise liner that is the city, I described it that way to someone, that it takes a while for us to sort of point it in what some of us would say the right direction, right? And it seems like tonight we're making some adjustments to start pointing it in a more equitable direction. So I'm very proud of that, and I'm excited about the future, because I really do think this is going to lead to hopefully better outcomes for the community. So I just wanted to thank everyone for their efforts. And I'll just leave you with this. You know, I was sent, as you know, we get a lot of emails. I was sent an email from a woman I'm sure you all know. I'm not going to say her name, but she sent me an email sort of giving me some comments that she heard on the radio. It was a gentleman that was being interviewed on NPR, and he was the head of the Peace and Reconciliation Commission in South Africa. And he was being interviewed, and he was asked about what he would suggest to us here in the States, here in this country, as we're grappling with some of these situations and going through this very difficult time. And he stated this. He said that first, there must be an acknowledgement of pain and mistakes. And that second, to have conversations to shift attitudes, listens to stories, and consider people's place in society and what justice would look like from their perspective. And then third is to consider policy changes. But he did emphasize one thing that's very important. He underscored the fact that if all we do is go from step 1 to step 3, no lasting change will take place. And so I do hope that as we go through this process, we focus on number 2, especially really listening to the community. You know, once this office of race and equity, and as we continue to have these conversations, really taking to heart, you know, sometimes literally, sometimes figuratively, in some of the comments we've heard about defunding the police and such, but taking to heart a lot of those stories, a lot of those comments, because I think those are vitally important, and I think they can help light the way and really inform our path forward. And so I think if we continue to do that, I think our city and our residents are going to be in a much better place for years to come. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And since we're on the theme of thank yous, first, thank you to all my colleagues. Appreciate your comments and your work in crafting what this has become. Really want to thank Jim Shannon and Bonnie Dong and Claudia Chang and Bryce Ball and everybody in the budget office. This, I'm venturing to guess, is probably the most challenging episode of budget making anyone's had to undertake in a long time. Not because the budget was severe, because we certainly had much more severe budgets a decade ago, but just because so much got thrown at you guys at the last minute. I really appreciate how you juggled and still managed to keep the train running on time. I really want to thank Nick Almeida on my and our team, who's just done great work in helping to juggle all the many competing demands and come out with something. A really great set of recommendations. And did a lot of hard thinking and work. And he was helped out quite a bit by Julian Peoples and Sandra Maria and Candice Lay. So thanks to everybody for all your work. I think we're now at a point where we can vote. So on the motion from Councilmember Esparza, Tony?
Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Aye.
Yep,
Aye.
Carrasco,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Aye.
Foley,
Aye.
Camus,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have one additional item, that is 3.5, which is the approval of the operating capital budgets for the city and the schedule of fees and charges.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Nobody in the public has indicated they'd like to speak. So Tony?
Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Aye.
Yep,
Aye.
Carrasco,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Camus,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Well, that only took about 46 seconds and that was $4.1 billion. Not bad. Okay. We're now at the time for open forum. Tessa.
All right, great. Thank you. You guys have done a great job overall staying up this late. Okay, so what my final comment was is that we really need to relook at everything that we're doing and make radical changes, is what the science says we have to do. And we're, when I hear Pam Foley talking about, we got to get people back into the malls and this is how we're going to fund our city, and we've got to get the people coming into our city, tourists, and and it's all economic growth, and we've got to really look at our plan B. We're not planning for the plan B. You guys are not planning for plan B, which is really getting back to basics: food, clothing, and shelter. And these are what is going to make us survive. We're very concerned about the way things are going to be going if we're not planning on plan B and thinking that economic growth is going to be continual. And like Greta Thunberg said, change is coming if you like it or not. And so we really have to be thinking more outside the box in terms of economic, that we can't be funding your big city operations of airplanes and planes and trains and big buildings. This is what's bringing us to the end. And we've got to be thinking about plan B. And I say it's food, clothing, and shelter.
Hi, this is Blair Beekman. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Blair Beekman here.
We can hear you, Bill. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Can enabling or subsidizing Wi-Fi programs within low-income neighborhoods offer about as much connection as a federal push to promote the installation of faster 1G broadband service at this time? Please remember, better public policies for tech at the local level across the country at this time can help open up many important concepts for all of us, including the initial idealism of equity and equality. I hope it is becoming clear the ideas of equity can offer a positive focus for the community and a good roadmap in how decisions can be made for a now COVID-19 city budget in the next few years. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine?
Good evening. Congratulations on completing the budget, and thank you for listening to so much public comment. I found out this evening that we have closed down the trailer village near Happy Hollow for the homeless seniors and dispersed them out into a bunch of motels, and they weren't even allowed to get their stuff. I mean, that's just terrible. Why did we do it that way? And why are they just going to dismantle the trailers instead of moving other people in there if they think it's not appropriate for seniors because of accessibility or whatever? I mean, this is just atrocious. We can't just treat homeless people like they're, animals at the animal shelter or something. We have to do better than that. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Robert?
Yeah, thank you again. I again would echoing a little bit of what Catherine was saying here is that I'm very concerned that now we're maybe thinking about getting back to the normal, whatever normal was, that we are going to now start looking at the people that are living where, on the streets or whatever, underneath bridges, wherever that they've been able to gather, and that they've been told that they're not going to get swept. And now that everything is kind of coming back, there's a real fear that the people are going to start getting run out and start getting swept just like they were before. And like the people in the hotels, many of the people have told me that they're afraid that now they're going to have to be going back out into the streets. They had a short time while everybody was sheltering in place, a very short time of being indoors, being able to shower, being able to feel more human. and now they're going to get kicked back out into the streets again. And we need to seriously look at this situation and try to come up with a better solution to what we're doing. And I don't know if hotels and motels are the right answer, but something needs to be done. And most of the people did not get housed at all. We need to look at that as well.
Thank you, Robert. Annie?
Yeah, Annie, and I just want to say that I sat here and listened to all your comments about the budget. A lot of you said public comment, public engagement, it's important. We want to listen to the public. We want to listen to the public. We want to listen to the public. And I understand no one wants to be the council member that says, you know what, we're going to do whatever we want. We're going to do what the people who gave us money want us to do. But in reality, you sat through hours, both yesterday and today and last week, of people calling in to tell you to defund the police. I believe yesterday it was near unanimous. Almost everyone told you to defund the police. That was a good form of public comment and public engagement, yet your votes did not change. So just think about that the next time that you say that public comment and public engagement is super important. Thank you.
Thank you. Moto? I'm sorry, your voice is very faint.
Sorry, I just wanted to address the issue of the trailers in Happy Hollow. Reagan Henninger referred to it as an experiment. I don't think any of the people who were put in those trailers knew that they were experimental lab rats. Many of those people ended up going back to the street, and some are in hotels. This is not how we treat people. If you're put in a hotel or you're put into a trailer, you should know how long that time frame is. People thought that they were there until October at least, and some as long as January. So we need to do a much better job of treating people like human beings and not experimental lab rats. Reagan Henninger should be fired because she treats people like crap. And you should really look at treating people better. And we need to come up with a long-term plan because nobody was housed during COVID-19. Not enough people, none of those 2,500 who were extremely vulnerable, only like a fraction of them. Treat people better,